para as pessoas não compartilharem o link em rede social.
Ó, essa reunião está sendo transmitida ao vivo. Entendi, né? Pronto. Agora já estamos ao vivo.
Pronto. Você fala, Silene?
Fala. A gente espera um pouquinho mais para começar?
Uhum.
Acho que sim, né? São, bom, 2 minutos, né? Já está todo mundo aqui de volta?
Yeah.
Você autorizou um monte de gente, Silene?
Well, I have to authorize everybody in because I don't know who is who.
Pega a pessoa que está com o nome só.
Sorry?
Pessoa com o nome só, você não deixa entrar.
No, I can't. But what I do is every time a person comes in and start doing strange things, I just remove the person. I denounce the person. So the person can't come back with that same name. But what I did now was I blocked the microphone. So no one can really open the microphone anymore. We have to, to open the microphone for the person. Antonio, your microphone is open, right?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hi, Antonio. Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
It's my pleasure to meet you. Finally, even by Zoom, after so many mails and a nice exchange with Victor. I'm really happy and honored that you have invited me to present this talk.
Yeah, we are honored to have you here with us today, and remotely. We hope to invite all over someday. Yeah.
Yeah, but still is really nice because the previous talks were really interesting, and also the final question slots. Well, I hope to survive because I guess that you may have a lot of questions, but let's see.
It's gonna be fun. We have also the questions on people interacting via YouTube. So I'll have to connect again because we have to let me get the link.
If you need help with this, I can take care of questions on YouTube while you take care of the chat of the questions in the local chat. What do you think?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Fernando is managing to get the questions that pop up on YouTube. So one possibility is just to copy and paste the questions that are being made on YouTube on our chat.
Perfect. Good.
But I think
you're good friends with Juan Uriaguereca, right?
Yeah, me, you mean? Yeah. She was at my thesis committee. Since then, we have been exchanging mails, and when he has come here to Spain for visiting some family, mostly we have tried to meet. Yeah, he's really interested in all these biolinguistic things. So yeah, I'm also eager to attend his talk, and it'll be later, quite late here in Spain, but it's okay because it will be around 11 maybe. So I will be watching attending the talk from bed maybe, but not really.
So Peter, I think that we
should start. Yeah. So well, I would like to start apologizing for the interruptions. We try to take care of everything as much as we can, and to try to make this place a welcoming and a nice place for especially to those that are coming from different countries to contribute with us. So I truly apologize in the name of the coordinations for this workshop and on behalf of the coordinators for the working group. So yeah, and I apologize for Shigeru in particular. Fortunately, these overlaps occurred at the end of his talk. So I hoped it didn't interrupt as much as we didn't want any type of interruption, but we apologize anyway. So now we're gonna move on
Peter, let's just tell everybody that now if you want to make questions, because we lock the room and we lock the microphones. So if you want to make questions, you should put your question on the chat and the Vito will read them, okay? So that we just control for these rockers and a little bit better.
Yeah. Hopefully it will not happen and more. So we have like the last talk for this morning. I would like to welcome Professor Antonio Benitez Barraco for being with us today. I don't know whether it's the first time talking to in a Brazilian event, so I warmly welcome you. I'll make a short introduction and I'll pass on the word. So Antonio Benitez Barraco is Professor of Linguistics at the University of Seville and Faculty Research Fellow at the University of Oxford, UK. His research focuses on the biological foundations of the language faculty, the biolinguistic agenda, and the evolution of language. He has extensively published on genes involved in the regulation of the neurosubstrate of language. He is also interested in evolutionary processes responsible for the emergence of language in modern humans. Professor Benitez Barraco has conducted as well research on language deficits in people affected by developmental disorders, for example, Parkinson's disease, Williams syndrome. His talk today is entitled Human Self-Domestication and the Evolution of Modern Language. So I would like to extend to Professor Barraco a warmly welcome, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Peter. I will share my screen first because I would like to check. Maybe I may have some internet connection problems. If this is the case, just tell me and I will switch to my phone, my mobile phone, which has better connection. So, but I hope this works for the moment. I think that now you should be able to see my screen. So yeah, I'm ready, and if you are ready too, I will start. Well, I wish to start by sincerely thanking the organizers of this workshop on evolutionary linguistics, Vitor Nóbrega and Esmeralda Negrão, for inviting me to present this talk. For me, this is a nice opportunity to share some of the results of my ongoing research about the origins of modern languages, together with many doubts, perplexities, and open questions about this topic. I wish to thank also to the previous speakers for such stimulating presentations, and thanks, of course, for everyone in the virtual room for being there. It is already commonplace that language evolution is a favorite topic for many disciplines, from archaeology to paleoanthropology to linguistics, of course. But for many years, the mainstream view was that language can and actually should be construed as a human-specific cognitive faculty that resulted from biological changes mostly, and that emerged along with our species. Languages on their part were conceived just as byproducts of that faculty. And it is true that language diversity is triggered and shaped by factors external to language, like geographical isolation or specific cultural practices. But nonetheless, all languages, both present day and past languages, were considered roughly equal in terms of their basic architecture and their overall complexity, with these core features depending mostly on our brain architecture. So in brief, once our language really brain emerged, modern languages were supposed to emerge too. Ongoing research on different fields is somehow putting into question three basic assumptions of such a view. The first, that all languages have been equally complex. Second, that their structure is mostly insensitive to the environment. Finally, that human cognition has remained unchanged since our origins. Accordingly, Sankey design features of human language seems to result from social transmission and cultural evolution. Likewise, most, if not all, structural features of a language can be impacted by the physical and particularly the social environment in which it is spoken. The latter, including the number of speakers, the degree of bilingualism, the tightness or looseness of the social networks, or even the number of adult learners. And finally, ongoing evidence suggests that cognition, including our ability to learn and use languages, has changed over time, well after our split from Neanderthals, in a process that parallels the emergence of behavioral modernity. These changes in our cognition and behavior can be safely expected to have affected the nature of the languages spoken in the past. But at the same time, we should expect that the changes in the languages we spoke, resulting in part from changes in our cultural environment, also impacted on our cognition and behavior, since the usual encoding and use of specific language features can result in representational and even behavioral change. In summary, it is true that our cognitive architecture, and let's include here also our behavior, does surely account for many aspects of the language we speak, but it is equally true that some languages features depend on environmental and cultural factors and affect more or less permanently our cognitive architecture and our behavior. And these two aspects cannot be detached one from the other, and both seem to be engaged in a mutually reinforcing feedback loop. As a consequence, both biology and culture need to be considered on a par if we want to understand how language evolved and how languages were in the past. It is far beyond the scope of this talk to discuss, well, in any depth, this ongoing paradigm shift in language evolution studies, but it ultimately supports and makes promising the human self-domestication approach to language evolution, which is the real topic of my talk. A reason is that self-domestication seemingly resulted in biological changes that favor the creation of the niche that enable the emergence of aspects of language complexity via cultural evolution. Well, after this brief introduction, I will now review the main claims of the human self-domestication approach to language evolution, and specifically, I will present an outline of the model of language evolution and their self-domestication forces in which I have been working during the last years. Afterwards, I will provide a brief overview of the specific lines of inquiry I am currently exploring and will thus conclude with some suggestions for future research. In brief, human self-domestication refers to a recent hypothesis about how our species emerged. It claims that the human distinctiveness is to a large extent the outcome of an evolutionary process similar to animal domestication. In mammals, domestication is usually triggered by selection for tameness, and in most cases it results in a constellation of distinctive traits that are physical, cognitive, and behavioral by nature. According to some views, this is due to the fact that tameness reduces the input to the neural crest, which is an embryonic structure that rise to many different body parts during development. The hypothesis of human domestication builds on the finding in humans of many traits commonly found in domesticated animals, particularly mammals, including reduced skulls and brain, childish facial features, reduced hair, prolonged childhood, increased brain behavior, and particularly a less aggressive behavior. Among the factors commonly cited in the literature that might trigger domestication, one finds the rise of community living, the event of co-parenting, changes in our foraging ecology, and the increasingly harsh environments resulting from last glaciation. All these factors seemingly promoted the selection toward less emotionally reactive partners and toward tolerance for extra-group individuals. In turn, the physical, behavioral, and even cognitive changes brought about by self-domestication might have favored the emergence of many human-specific distinctive features, including our enhanced social cognition, increased cooperation, and extended social networks, and ultimately our advanced technology and sophisticated culture. However, it was the finding that in some birds, domestication results in more complex communicative signals that pave the way towards claims that self-domestication could be extremely valuable in capturing key aspects of the evolution of language, specifically the aspects that are thought to emerge through a cultural mechanism. That said, how self-domestication might have contributed to evolution of language and of languages is still pending. And this picture is just an outline of the model we are working on, which, as shown, encompasses 4 stages. Stage 1 in our model corresponds to the beginnings of our cell domestication, roughly 200,000 years ago. Because reactive aggression was still high, communication through language could not have involved patient and cooperative thinking using long utterances, but just single word commands, threats, and exclamations, mostly aimed to convey emotions. As features of cell domestication increased, the transition process that fueled the sophistication of linguistic structures started to be enhanced as well. And we believe that at this early period, this was made possible mainly by the principal physiological and behavioral outcome of domestication, that is, a reduced reactive aggression. This was surely crucial for establishing stronger in-group networks, involving more diverse, frequent, and prolonged contacts between members, and as a consequence, both language structure and language use became more sophisticated. However, we think that changes in the management of aggression might have impacted as well on our brain structure and ultimately on our language processing abilities. One reason is that an increased control of aggression demands an increased connectivity in selected corticostriatal brain networks. However, these networks are also involved in cross-modality and language processing more generally. I can really refer you to our recent paper on this topic for more details. But incidentally, this is a reason why altered cross-modality, increased aggression, and problems with language structure and use clustered together in most cognitive disorders. I will return to this issue later. So this is the stage 2 in our model, which well spread between 200,000 years ago and 50,000 years ago. For this stage, we hypothesized that single word utterances started to be combined in a pairwise fashion, basically leading to rudimentary two-slot grammars that would have used nouns and verbs to express predications. We also think that these early grammars might have been primarily used for creating particularly colorful derogatory expressions and ultimately for replacing physical aggression by verbal aggression. We hypothesize this to have resulted an accelerated feedback loop between these early forms of grammar and cell domestication. The ultimate reason is the existence, as I said before, of a common underlying mechanism supporting 3 core dimensions of language and of language evolution: cross-modality, aggression, and language processing. But at some point around 50,000 years ago, cell domestication might have reached its peak as anthropological evidence. And this is the starting point of our stage 3. In view, the highly reduced reactive aggression, facilitating more frequent and more diverse contacts, resulting in enhanced teaching and learning, together with the extended juvenile period also brought about by our enhanced cell domestication, this resulted in an extended learning period and more practicing through play, gave rise to more sophisticated forms of grammar, specifically to the first hierarchical grammars expressing transitivity. In our view, the most confident proxy of the languages spoken during this stage 3 are the languages spoken by present-day hunter-gatherer societies are more generally what has been called esoteric languages. These languages spoken by isolated human groups living in small, close-knit communities with high proportions of native speakers, typically exhibit larger sound inventories and complex phonotactics, opaque morphologies with more irregularities and more phonological constraints, limited anti-transparency with abundance of idioms and idiosyncratic speech, reduced compositionality, and less sophisticated syntactic device. As population size increase, and similarly, also because other changes like changes on human foraging ecology or climatic changes, intergroup contacts generalize and extensive social networks emerge relevant for trading and mating. As a consequence, the need for exchanging non-shared, the contextualized meanings and know-hows with strangers also increase. And we believe that this favored the emergence of a second type complex languages, which are sometimes called exoteric languages. These languages feature expanded vocabularies and increased syntactic complexity, including greater reliance on recursion, compositionality and enhanced semantic transparency, but by contrast, they exhibit simple sound combinations and more regular morphology. This is our stage 4, whose starting point we have tentatively placed maybe 10,000 years ago, during the transition period from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic. We believe that advance of exoteric-like languages can be linked as well to the advent of new forms of aggression that are typical of our species, specifically proactive, that is premeditated aggression, that became generalized this period. Increased proactive aggression has been claimed to result from group selection in favor of risk-prone altruism. Our contention is that it might have been facilitated by the emergence of exoteric-like languages, which are especially fit for conscious planning and thus potentially contributing to large-scale hostilities and escalated battles, and ultimately to the emergence of cultural institutions around war and peace in complex society. Well, in summary, our model of language change in history ties the different stages of the evolution of languages, changes in the management of aggression, either reactive or proactive. Ultimately, with the behavioral and cognitive changes brought about by human self-domestication, with both aspects, namely language features and engage in a mutually reinforcing feedback, as both depend on and impact on a common neurobiological substrate. We also think that this gradual model of the evolution of human languages under the effects of self-domestication, or more exactly, this feedback loop between the control of aggression, changes in human cognition and behavior, and changes in the structural features of language, can also account for modern uses of language, that is, for modern pragmatics. In brief, our hypothesis is that the reduction in reactive aggression also favored the cognitive and behavioral changes that resulted in the emergence of sophisticated turn-taking, as well as complex inferential abilities, both of which are key aspects of our pragmatic abilities. Among the cognitive changes promoted our self-domestication with an impact on pragmatics, perhaps the most important one was the full emergence of our social brain. This has been claimed to result from the generalization of pair bonds to other non-reproductive relationships and through the potentiation of the evolutionary trend toward social dependency for survival. But it's clear that both processes are favored by a reduction in reactive aggression levels. However, enhanced self-domestication can be expected to have contributed as well to the emergence of the cognitive abilities that are not directly implicated in our social behavior, but that are also crucial for pragmatics. The most important ability is undoubtedly our cross-modal thinking, to which I referred before as one core aspect of language processing, but which is central to the figurative uses of language, such as metonyms, and particularly to pragmatic inference. With regards to the changes in our behavior resulting from our increased self-domestication with an impact on the evolution of modern pragmatics, we wish to highlight two of them at least. First, prolonged face-to-face interactions, and second, more cooperation and increased sensitivity to the needs of one's interlocutor. Both are at the heart of fine-tuned turn-taking. The consequence of these cognitive and behavioral changes favored by self-domestication might have been that face-to-face interactions became more frequent and richer, with richer inferences and with more complex meanings starting to be combined by more indirect means. Remember that as I discussed, the cognitive and behavioral changes brought by our self-domestication are expected to have contributed to the complexification of grammar too, as well as vice versa. Consistent with the postulated feedback loop, the emergence of more structured and complex expressive resource of grammar would have improved our pragmatic abilities too, making communicative exchanges more effective. For instance, a sophisticated grammar enables one to articulate and express one's thoughts in more precise ways, and thus to better defend one's beliefs from the beliefs of others, ultimately contributing to optimize persuasive reciprocity as typically found in human conversations. Well, this paper will provide the full explanation and characterization of all the details of this proposal. But what I wish to highlight is that overall, our model of evolution of language structure and language use finds a strong continuity between language and the cognitive abilities and behaviors exhibited by other species. But at the same time, it grants cultural niche construction, cultural evolution and gene culture coevolution, impacting, of course, on selective brain areas and physiological mechanisms, a more important role in language evolution than other models do. Putting this differently, self-domestication is expected to provide a smoother and more robust bridge or bridging hypothesis between biological and cultural accounts of language evolution. In the part of my talk, I wish to present a brief overview, as I said, of the lines of research I'm currently exploring in order to test the reliability of this evolutionary model. My work is mostly focused on the genetic aspects involved. Certainly, many open questions still exist, too, as I will try to show. One first aspect of interest are the details of the genetic mechanism accounting for the process of human self-domestication, as well as its impact on human language, but also the timing of the process, including its putative signature in the human genome. Previous research pointed to a statistically significant overlap between genes showing evidence of selective sweeps in anatomical humans compared to Neanderthals and Denisovans, and genes selected in several domesticated species, particularly the dog, the cat, the horse, and the cow. However, as this research involved present-day human genomes, the study was essentially inconclusive about the timing of the selection event and more generally the timing of the human self-domestication process, at least from a molecular point of view. In truth, as I noted before, by contrast, physical features of self-domestication have increased over the time, reaching its peak several thousand years ago, with these changes having a potential impact on language features, as I argued before. But at the same time, features of self-domestication exhibit a variable presentation in present-day human populations. So overall, this evidence suggests that self-domestication is somehow sensitive to the human environment and that it might be even an ongoing process in the species. In a recent paper, we tried to find whether the genetic signature of human self-domestication has changed over time. We first compiled an improved list of genes selected in domesticated strains of mammals, and we then compiled the whole genome differences between modern Europeans and late Neolithic Bronze Age European people from 6,000 years ago. We found that for mammal domestication have been indeed accumulating non-synonymous mutations during the past 6,000 years. This is a period when important changes in human behavior and culture happened, including the spread of agricultural practices and sedentism, urbanization, increasing in population density, development of trading routes, globalization in Europe. And these changes reshaped not only the gene pool of Europe, but also modified its linguistic landscape, because Neolithic languages were almost totally replaced by Indo-European languages. One possibility is that the changes in genes related to cell domestication favor in some way the transition from esoteric to exoteric languages, because acquiring exoteric languages might demand some cognitive adaptation because of their more complex syntax and expanded vocabularies. Interestingly, in these European samples, evidence of selection of two pathways related to cognition, particularly to long-term potentiation, which underlies synaptic plasticity and ultimately memory and learning abilities, have been found too. Interestingly, we found that the candidate for domestication that shows signals of positive selection in anatomically modern humans compared to Neanderthals have not been subject to selection in Europeans during the last 6,000 years. This lack of selection might mean that they were selected earlier in our history, perhaps accounting for the milder domesticated phenotype exhibited by early modern humans compared to present-day humans. By contrast, recent cell domestication events might have resulted from selection in other different genes. In order to improve understanding the genetics of human cell domestication, always with a focus on language abilities, we have recently started two different lines of research. First, we are very interested in exploring the genetic signature of cell domestication in other species. Bonobos are a natural target, but we have first focused on elephants after finding convincing evidence that they exhibit many of the features associated to domestication and perhaps or similarly to cell domestication. Among many others, these include reduced reactive aggression, which is, remember, is the triggering factor of domestication and of cell domestication, socially sensitive cortisol levels, which are regarded a confident biomarker of altered stress response, and also an extended juvenile period, which is also associated with exploratory play behavior and crucially involved in social learning. When we compare the set of genes with evidence of positive selection in elephants with our list of candidates for mammal domestication, we found nearly 40 genes positively selected for in elephants, and several of them stand out as potential factors accounting for selected cell domestication features in elephants, because they are related to communication problems, social and behavioral disturbances, and abnormal presentation of cell domestication features in humans. But we also found that positively selected genes in the elephant lineage enrich in pathways likely related to domestication. Specifically, we found enrichment in pathways involved in socialization and the management of aggression. Among the enriched pathways were, for example, serotonin signaling, which is involved in many defensive behaviors and which is upregulated in the brain of domesticated animals. But we also found enrichment in corticotropin signaling, which is a component of the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal system and which plays a key role in stress response. Another promising line of research, in our view, concerns to feral animals and the genetics of feralization. Feralization can be characterized as the process by which an once domesticated animal returns to a wild-like state due to the socialization from humans or the absence of human socialization present on pressure. Whereas domestication mostly results from selection for tameness, feralization mostly involves the reactivation of mechanisms triggering reactive aggression. As shown in this slide, not all features of domestication are found to be reversed in feralized animals. However, some others, particularly prosocial behavior, may indeed be found reversed. These data features are of particular interest as they can be hypothesized to be more sensitive to environmental changes. Also, they point to some underlying mechanism or mechanisms accounting for the differences and change observed in the domestication to feralization continuum. One promising candidate is the regulation of behavior via this hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, which, as I mentioned before, is at the core of domestication process. Interestingly, communication patterns and abilities exhibited by feralized animals are halfway between those exhibited by domesticated and wild animals. For example, they are less diverse, they are less versatile, they use in a reduced variety of social situations compared to domestic animals. In our research, we compare the set of genes under positive selection in domesticated mammals with the set of genes positively selected in fertilized animals. And similarly to what we observed at the phenotypical level, one finds that only a subset of candidate genes for domestication are also involved in the emergence of features of fertilization. These genes stand out as promising candidates for accounting for the reversion of domestication traits in fertilized animals, and accordingly for the features of domestication and perhaps of cell domestication that can be more sensitive to environmental factors. Overall, fertilization cannot be regarded as a truly mirror condition to domestication, but because both processes mostly impact on behavior, resulting in changes in socialization patterns, and because both processes share some features and mechanisms, including some common genes, we expect this research to provide a better understanding of how a social species like the human species emerge and how we interact with and transform our social environment. An additional aspect of the manifestation of these features of human cell domestication in cognitive disorders entailing language deficit and socialization problems. In our research, we have mostly focused on high prevalent conditions, and particularly autism and schizophrenia. And overall, we have found that these conditions feature an abnormal presentation of cell domestication traits. Consider, for instance, the case of autism. This is a pervasive neurodevelopmental disorder entailing social and cognitive deficits, including marked problems with the language. The etiology of language deficits in autism is not clear. In particular, it is not clear if they result from brain anomalies, from socialization problems, or for both. And we have found that most features of cell domestication are somehow attenuated in people with this condition, from physical features to physiological traits to behavior. By the reason discussed earlier, this attenuation of cell domestication features can be hypothesized to have a negative impact on language acquisition by people with autism. Likewise, although many genes have been associated with autism, it is still unclear how language deficits arise from gene mutation or dysregulation. What we have found is that nearly 25 of candidates for mammal domestication are for the development and function of the neural crest. Remember that this is the embryonic structure thought to be involved in the emergence of domestication features. Well, these 25% of candidate genes for mammal are also candidates for autism. And if we also consider the genes that are differentially expressed in postmortem brain tissues isolated from people with this condition, this percentage rise above 50%. Interestingly, too, some of these genes show the same expression profile in people with autism and in chimps in areas involved in language processing in humans, like the cerebellum, the temporal cortex, or the frontal cortex. And remember that chimps are regarded as less self-domesticated primate species compared to bonobos. Incidentally, autism and civilization share intriguing parallels at the physical, behavioral, and cognitive levels, as shown in the table to the left, that can be informative regarding the effects of domestication and of self-domestication on communication and language abilities in the species. In our research, we have uncovered a common set of candidates for both autism and feralization, which are shown in the table to the right, can be expected to account, at least in part, for the shared features observed in the domains of social cognition and behavior, ultimately in the domain of communication, strengths and deficits. Needless to say, these common candidates also emerge as promising candidates for explaining, at least in part, the changes in social cognition, or perhaps language, that happened during our evolution under the forces of self-domestication. But as I said, we have also examined the presentations of domestication in schizophrenia, which is another pervasive neurodevelopmental condition entailing social and cognitive deficits. And well, contrary to autism, we have found that in people with this disorder, features of domestication are somehow exaggerated at the morphological, physiological, and behavioral levels. And we have also found that nearly 20% of genes involved in domestication and neural crest development and function are also candidates for schizophrenia. And again, about 75% of these common candidates for schizophrenia, domestication, and or neural crest development and function are differently expressed in selected brain areas, particularly the frontal cortex, the striatum, and the hippocampus, which are all areas exhibiting structural and functional anomalies in schizophrenics that play a role in language processing and which show differences between domesticated animals and their wild conspecifics. Interestingly, as you should already know, schizophrenia and autism has been hypothesized to be opposite poles in the continuum of human cognition, and their opposed nature can be tracked from brain structure and function to neurodevelopmental paths, to cognitive abilities, to language. Interesting too, genes positively selected in humans after our from extinct hominins are enriched in candidate genes for these two conditions. And this evidence suggests that the changes that resulted in our species-specific mode of cognition and behavior were brought about by changes in genes that increase our susceptibility to cognitive and behavioral disease. It is well known that the most recently evolved components of human cognition and behavior are the most sensitive to the deleterious effects of developmental perturbations because they rely on less resilient mechanisms. More generally, this is in line with some modern views of the etiology of complex disorders in humans, which link them to some of the changes that happened during our recent history, like mutations, population bottlenecks, widespread migratory movements, environmental perturbation, or even cultural change. our hypothesis that the enrichment of the candidates for autism and schizophrenia in genes related to mammal domestication is an evidence, one more evidence, I should say, of the involvement of cell domestication in the emergence of human-specific features. One important conclusion of these studies is certainly that altered human cell domestication features should be considered as one of the etiological factors accounting for human-specific cognitive disorders impacting on language like autism or schizophrenia. But because our interest in language evolution, one more important conclusion is that the evidence discussed before qualifies these disorders as promising windows to the effect of human cell domestication on the evolution of language and of languages. Accordingly, autism can illuminate aspects, the earliest initial stages of the evolution of language, of languages, which feature a high degree of reactive aggression and thus a low degree of sociability, as well as reduced cross-modality and thus reduced metaphoricity and merging abilities. And by contrast, schizophrenia might provide a glimpse into a somewhat later stage when high levels of this inhibited connectivity in these brain networks would have resulted in exaggerated supercross modality. As we discuss in more detail in this recent paper, the opposite features exhibited by autism and schizophrenia in the domains of behavior, cognition, and language, and ultimately of cell domestication features, as I show, can be ascribed to an abnormal inhibition in the case of autism, or disinhibition in the case of schizophrenia, the cortical circuits that are involved in cross-modality language processing and management of aggression. So very broadly speaking, we can see that autism and schizophrenia exhibit some exaggerated effects or some attenuated effects of otherwise beneficial traits for language evolution, including enhanced cross-modal thinking and enhanced rule-governed systematicity, which is important for the evolution of the cognitive hardware of language, but also an enhanced control of aggression, which is important for socialization and the cultural evolution of language. At the same time, our contention is that these crucial dimensions, along with this cognitive condition, can be unified under the postulates of the cell domestication hypothesis, with conditions like autism exhibiting features of a hypodomesticated phenotype, and with schizophrenia showing more prominent features of cell domestication. Well, a last line of concerns to epigenesis of cell domestication and the quest for good animal models of the changes brought about by human cell domestication. As I already mentioned, many genes of interest have been found that can potentially account for aspects of the human cell domesticated phenotype. However, as with other biological processes, epigenetics is also expected to have played a role, or perhaps a leading role, during this process, because epigenetic mechanisms are key to integrate environmental information and to provide the organism with a plastic response to environmental changes. Additionally, as I said, we still need a good animal model that enables to manipulate these genes in the lab in order to gain a more detailed view of their role in human cell domestication. An important limitation to the study of the impact of epigenetic changes in the evolution of human cell domestication, and actually in human evolution more generally, is that we have access to epigenetic signals only from fossil bones, whereas other tissues, particularly the brain and the tissues derived from the neural crest, are of greater interest, of course, in this case at least. And remember that epigenetics is tissue specific by nature. So recently, the role of epigenetics during the early domestication of the European sea bass has been disentangled. And we have performed a comparative analysis between known candidates for mammal domestication and genes that are differentially methylated in the domesticated sea bass. And we have found a significant overlap between the two gene sets, with 120 orthologous important for domestication being also differentially methylated in the sea bass. So this suggests that epigenetic modifications may have played a role in the domestication of all vertebrates, not only mammals, and specifically that the sea bass can be used as a model to study the epigenetics of selected candidates for domestication, cell domestication, and specifically human cell domestication. Particularly those genes with a known role in behavior and cognition. At present, our next objective is to compare the set of differentially methylated genes in humans compared to extinct hominins like Neanderthals or Denisovans, with the set of differentially methylated genes in the domesticated sea bass compared to the wild sea bass. This should enable us to improve our list of genes that could account for some aspects of the human cell domestication process, particularly those aspects that are more sensitive to environmental effects. And we also aim to compare this common set of genes with the genes involved in mammal fertilization and with the candidates for selected cognitive disorders, particularly autism. And the second objective in the long run would be testing the phenotypical effects on the domesticated sea bass of changes in some of the most promising candidates for human cell domestication, many of which I have already highlighted in the previous slides. Well, to finish and to summarize, cell domestication is not the only explanation of how language evolved and how present-day languages are shaped, but it seems to be an important one. Moreover, it nicely illustrates how language and cognition, biology and culture need to consider on a par if we want to unravel this complex process. And doing so, we will more in line with how biologists conceive evolution, because for them, no radical separation between the internal endowment and the external environment exists. So thank you very much for your attention. Let me also acknowledge my past and present collaborators and thank all of them for a nice joint work that made possible the research I presented in this talk. Okay.
We are muted because of the incidents, so that's why I had delayed my access to my mic. So thank you so much, Antonio, for this enlightening talk. I have some questions. So if no one in the if there is anyone in the audience that has some questions, Shigeru has his hand raised. So if Celine could unmute him. Yes. Okay. Shigeru, please.
Hi, Antonio. Antonio, hi. Very nice to meet you finally. Next time, I hope I can see you.
Hi, nice to meet you again.
Yeah, next time, I hope this will be in Sevilla instead of over Zoom.
Sure.
Yeah. So very interesting talk. I'm not at all familiar with this area, but one of the things that Darwin observed when domestication takes place is that there is a reduction in the size of the brain. And this is apparently true across all animals that's been domesticated. And in humans, I guess you actually see that over the period of the Pleistocene, our brain has tripled in size, but over the last 20,000 years, it's reported that our brain has reduced in size by about 13%, about the size of a tennis ball. So I hope that we are not getting dumber as a result. I think you are assuring us that that's not what's going on. But one thing that I've always wondered about is that wouldn't domestication lead to simpler systems as opposed to more complex systems? But that doesn't seem to be the case. Okanuya's observation that zebra finch, when domesticated to zebra finch, developed a more complex song. And you and Liliana are saying that self-domestication led to more complex linguistic structure. There's this, sort of almost a contrast between reduction in brain size and then increase in complexity. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, you are totally right. There is a trend towards an increase in brain size in our lineage, but it's true that the brain size have shrunk during the last maybe even 40,000 years ago. Of course, one could say that there are conflicting forces impacting on our evolution, but at some point, I think that perhaps this is due because we have externalized most of the information we need to manage in our culture. I mean, whenever these complex societies and cultures emerge, you have books, you have some places where you can store all this information, and you don't need to have everything in your brain. So this could be in some sense parallel what you find in domesticated animals, because in them you have this relaxation of the selective pressures that they experience in the wild. So in some sense, this is why you find, yes, more complex system in the domesticated environment. But yes, there is also this finding in birds that in the domesticated environment, they in some way they are allowed to sing so complexly because they have no predators around. So they feel more comfortable, and then they can spend more time in singing and in composing the songs and the like. So I think that this, I mean, maybe there is no such conflict between these two trends, because if you are if you are part of a complex society, you don't need to know everything about your society. Someone somewhere knows this, but at the same time you live in a more comfortable environment, safer environment, so you have more time to use your cognitive abilities, in this sense, to create more complex things in some specific domain. I'm not sure if maybe it's something like that.
Thank you.
So in my line here, I think the order is Bruna, and then Professor Mufweni, Sileni, and then Professor Abo, and then I have a question, but I'll let it later. So please, Bruna, and then Professor Mufweni.
Just a silly question, and then the question by Abo, that it's very interesting. Thank you very much for your fascinating talk, Antonio. And just what do you mean by culture? Just this question. What do you mean by culture? Because this is one of these terms and notions that could mean everything and nothing at the same time. Just curiosity.
Well, not an expert at all. I have never thought about the an exact definition of culture, but in this context, we use to refer to these features of language that are not part of the biological endowment and that emerge from social transmission and social learning. But yeah, perhaps at some point we should agree on a definition of culture for this domain of language evolution studies. But I have not really thought about that. I wanted to refer briefly with this word to, as I said, to these features that are that emerge from transmission. That's all.
Thank you. So now Professor Mufwin.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Enokabo, because you know, people usually compare biological evolution with cultural evolution, and the main difference seems to be the fact that the one that acquires features in biology doesn't have to do anything, and the one that acquires features in culture can't acquire anything if they are lazy. They have to work very hard. Hence the significance of social learning and transmission by learning versus transmission by inheritance. That's really the main difference. And I have published a paper in which I raised the issue of whether people should really be speaking of biological versus cultural evolution, or just speak of evolution tout court, and the difference lying in the fact that in the case of cultural evolution, things proceed faster and, you know, but still by competition and selection. Now I'm going to ask my question. I also work on the evolution of language by self-domestication. And my hunch is that your paper is really very exciting. It brings up so many things, but I wonder at the same time if you are not using self-domestication too loosely. Here is why. For instance, all the changes in the architecture and size of the brain, how much control does the human have through these transformations? And something else that struck me in your talk, you seem to have overlooked the obvious, the domestication of the breathing system and the domestication of the buccopharyngeal structure in the case of spoken languages. We could also speak of the domestication of the hands in the case of sign languages. And these are particularly important things where one can say the brain took control of the body in order to produce at least the external aspects of the mechanical aspects of language.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, well, regarding the distinction between biological and cultural evolution, I totally agree. Actually, there is no, they shouldn't be regarded as opposite processes, because our biology, our culture also depends on our biology, and our abilities for cultural niche construction depends of our biology, and vice versa. That is, culture also impacts on our biology. So this is like the false controversy around nature, culture, and the like. You know? So this is about. Regarding your questions, well, I'm not sure if we should expect that domestication or self-domestication have some fine or some detailed consequence or impact on our anatomy. Perhaps its impact is more is broader on, as I said, on behavior, and this set the foundation or the basis for further changes and modifications in many different areas. So I don't expect that domestication has clear physical consequence that you could relate to specific aspects of language evolution. Perhaps the only thing I could imagine is, as someone has said, that the human species is the only primate species that have white sclera. And this has been hypothesized that to improve our ability to gaze and to follow the gaze of others, and this is important for human interaction. But beyond that, I couldn't imagine some specific physical modification that really changes our. But it's true that these things happen, and you may know this recent paper about the change in byte configuration related to change in the type of food we eat, and this paved the way towards the increase of labiodentals in Indo-European languages and the like. But regarding self-domestication, I think that the most important impact was on our capacity our capacity to interact with others and to be to want to spend time with others and to be tolerant to others. And this could be enough to improve culture and cultural learning and the like. I'm not sure if I correctly answered your question, but this is what I think.
And now I'll jump to Selene, and then I'll bring in Professor Sabal's question in the chat.
Enoch, do you want to go first? You can. Please go.
You have to unmute.
I already did.
Oh, you did? No?
Let me do it again.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Now you can hear me. Oh, thanks for allowing me to go first. Yeah, a very interesting talk. So I'm not really familiar with your field, but in answering to the question of how would we explain the fact that our brain kind of is kind of shrinking, your explanation seems to suggest that at least that's how I understood it. We will have different brain sizes, based on different cultural practices, basically, right? So, and that would suggest that, all of us who rely on Google are actually suffering from brain reduction to some extent, as opposed to people who don't rely on Google. But the real question there is, regardless of how you answer this question, the real question is that when you look at the human species, we just do the same thing when it comes to language, regardless of our brain sizes, right? So if you really take out, specific cases of neuroatypical speakers and learners, regardless of your culture, we are all capable of producing language. So a child who is born in, let's say, here in the Netherlands today, and then flown in some of these communities that you're talking about, the next day, will end up speaking. I mean, this is what Chomsky has been talking about since, I don't know, the early 50s, right? So I think the real question then is actually not so much about, the size of our brain and some of the consequences, but the fact that once this system emerged in our species, then it remained very stable.
Yeah. Well, I recently read a paper in which they compare, I don't know, 50,000 brains from present-day people, and they found a really huge difference between, across population, because some people have a brain that was double size the brains of other people. So there is in some sense, there is variation at different levels within the species. But yes, this is one question. The other question you mentioned about the system and that we can learn language and the like. Well, I think that one could maybe adopt a in-between position between claims that, well, we have modern cognition. Once modern cognition emerged, then modern language emerged. And maybe the opposite position would be, no, your cognition depends on the environment, and this is reflected in the language you speak, like the Piraha and the like. But it could be that if you have modern cognition, you don't need to have a complex language if the environment I mean is of some kind that you can manage with a simple language. Actually, this is at the core of our hypothesis, but for a really early stage in our history. Just because if the level of reactive aggression is too low, too high, you don't have possibilities to interact with others, and interaction maybe just consists in single words because the other guy will be. So yes, the things are more complex, particularly because there is a feedback effect between language and cognition, and the language you speak somehow favors some ways of processing. For instance, if you have a language with a word order, subject, object, verb, then you recall better the initial elements of this compared to other speakers of languages in which the object is postponed to the verb. So yes, things are not so simple, but I think that we should give some more room to the environment to account for the features of language. We shouldn't be afraid that perhaps, at some point, perhaps of our history, languages were simple because the environment was of such kind that more complex features cannot emerge if cultural evolution plays this important role in the emergence of some features of language. Because you know that, yes, Chomsky has this position, but people like Simon Kirby claims that most, if not all, structural features of language emerge from cultural transmission. So, well, in some sense, domestication tries to reconcile these biological and cultural opposite accounts of the evolution of language. Well, to claim that both changes are important, and particularly that both changes are related through this mechanism of the regulation of aggression, mostly. Well, I'm not sure if I made a mess, but well, this is what I have tried to show in the talk, and I have tried to argue in the paper.
We have a follow-up in the chat, like Professor Abbott just mentioned that, but the real question is still that regardless of the simplicity of your language, you can acquire all other languages. That's what we need to explain. So we don't have, just to have like some time for lunch, but the discussion is really interesting. I want to keep it going. So if Selene has a question, my question is just not even a question, it's just a provocation, just to point out how the multi-regional hypothesis about the emergence of modern humans dialogues with the self-domestication hypothesis, admitting that the mutation or merge-only hypothesis appearing just in a population in Eastern Africa does not hold with this new revision of how modern humans emerged. But you don't have to address that right now. So if Selene has a question, if you would like to point out first, then we can wrap up and go for lunch.
So my question is related to vision. So vision seems to play a role in this game because so schizophrenia, for example, have deficits in vision, movement control, perceptions of contours and face recognition. And also, it seems to be related also to memory, right? Because blindness seems to be a protection against schizophrenia, and also blind people has very good working memory. So I wonder how you link this whole thing together, how do you see vision in this picture of yours?
Yeah, well, Actually, as I show in the one of the slides, there are several conditions that could be really interesting to examine in detail, because yes, they provide some important hints about the disconnection between these different domains. One is schizophrenia, but also another interesting condition is synesthesia, because in this condition, yeah, you have perhaps increase cross-modal thinking, because you relate different domains that in the neurotypical population stand apart. The interesting, I think that perhaps the linking point is that these different domains depend on the same brain circuits, which connect the subcortical structure, like the striatum, with several cortical. Otherwise, it's difficult to explain why these different symptoms in different domains cluster together in disorder. I mean, why? Yeah, you mentioned that blindness is protective against schizophrenia, but it is also not so evident why you have this abnormal control of aggression in many of these disorders, together with problems with the language, and together with these problems for thinking more generally, or for establishing relationships.
That's an interesting thing, because another day I was reviewing a paper. The authors were claiming that criminals have a vision problem as well. So it's an interesting link up there, and
yeah.
Wonder how
well, for this, yeah, I would like to have or to gather more neurobiological evidence, because it could be interesting to check if yes, there is some overlapping activity in these brain areas when processing different types of stimuli, like aggression and cross-modality and the like. But well, this is doable. It's possible to plan an experiment and to check these different domains in people with these conditions.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I take this opportunity just to thank once more Professor Siddhartha, Professor Miyagawa, and Professor Benito Burraco for these lectures in the morning. I think we leave this enlightened and provoked with many more questions and venues to explore language evolution. So thank you again. And also, I reinforce my apologies for the disturbances that we had previous in the day. So our apologies. So we'll be back in 45 minutes, and exactly at let me see here, exactly at 1:30 to the roundtable with Professor Mufwene and Professor Nakabo shortly. So I see you soon. So please take this time to have lunch and rest a little bit. Thank you again, Antonio.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Deixa eu ver aqui se os sistemas de ativação estão. Vamos lacrar, tá, Vitor? Sign language faz falta. Sign language faz falta.
O host é que tem que deixar a gente falar, né, agora.
Pronto, agora estou falando. Então, podemos começar?
O professor Inoca ainda não... Ah, tá, já chegou.
E o Salicoco está aí? Deixa eu ver. Tá, todo mundo aí. Então, vamos lá. Então, welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon, good night. I would like to start the roundtable, Multilingualism and Linguistic Contact. How do they inform language evolution? Thanking Professor Salicoco Mufeni from the University of Chicago to have accepted our invitation to share with us his views on the population movement, language contact, language speciation, and language loss. And I also want to thank Professor Enakabo, who has accepted our invitation to share his views on the role of contact in language evolution. I will do a brief presentation of our invited speakers. Professor Salicoco Mufeni is the Frank J. McLaurin Distinguished Service Professor of the Linguistics and the College, Professor on the Committee on Evolutionary Biology, on the Committee on the Conceptual and Historical Studies of Science, and on the Committee on African Studies. His current research is in evolutionary linguistics, which he approaches from an ecological perspective, focused on phylogenetic emergence of language and on how languages have been affected by colonization and worldwide globalization, especially regarding the indigenization of European languages in the colonies and language birth and death. He has also researched structural aspects of Gula, of Caribbean English Creoles, mainly Jamaican and Guyanese Creoles, and on African American English, as well as the morphosyntax of Bantu, especially Kituba, Lingala, and Kinyansi. Among his many publications, books, articles, and book chapters, I want to highlight his 2001 book, The Ecology of Language Evolution, in which he explores the development of Creoles and other languages, focusing on the conceptual and methodological issues that they raise for genetic linguistics. His 2008 book, Language Evolution, Contact, Competition, and Change, in which, as said by Professor Edgar Schneider, he illuminates fundamental principles of language evolution and language contact inspired by evolutionary biology, building upon concepts such as the importance of ecology, competition and selection, imperfect replication, and family resemblance. Professor Mufeni is the founding editor of the prestigious Cambridge Approach to Language Contact. His distinctions include lectures at the College of France, teaching at Harvard University, and 4 times at the Summer Institute of Linguistic Society of America, who recognized him as fellow of a fellow of this association, and many others. He also was a fellow at the Institute for Advanced study in Lyon and director of the University of Chicago Center in Paris academic year. He chaired the Department of Linguistics from July 1995 to 2001 and was the interim faculty director of the Center for the Study of Race, Politics, and Culture at the University of Chicago from 2018 to 2020. Professor Enoch Abo is a professor of linguistics at the University of Amsterdam, where he investigates the learnability of human language with a special focus on comparative syntax, language creation, and language change. His comparative work offered important contributions to the study, to the understanding of Kwa languages, Niger-Congo languages versus Romance and Germanic languages, and Kwa languages versus Caribbean Creole syntax. His main publications are his 2004 book, The Morphosyntax of Complement Head Sequences, Clause Structure, and Word Order Patterns in Kwa, in which he discusses some aspects of the syntax of Bay languages and contributes to the knowledge of those languages lacking detailed descriptions. Theoretically, he offers an important contribution to the understanding of the nature of the interface between discourse, pragmatics, and syntax. His 2015 book, The Emergency of Hybrid Grammars, Language Contact and Change, offers a major contribution to the study of language evolution. For him, Creoles offer privileged conditions to the study of language evolution as much as we can find more information on the history of the contexts which are the source of their origins. His publications also include several journal papers, book chapters, and edited volumes. He taught at MIT, spring 28, Yale, spring 2019 as visiting professor. He also taught several summer schools, include LSA 2005, University and LSA 2015. And an important initiative is the African Linguistic Schools that started to 2009, of which he is a founding member and co-organizing to develop the studies to aggregate people working on African linguistics. Without any further delay, I invite both of them to talk to us and share their thoughts on the subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esmeralda and Vitor, for inviting us to speak at this meeting. And let me start by making a correction. My title has changed to the Edward Carson Waller Distinguished Service Professor of Linguistics at the college. And also, I would like to let you know in advance that I'm teaching right at the end. I have to go teach right at the end of our session. And for reasons of transportation, I will have to leave the meeting 5 minutes before the official end of our session so that I can catch my bus. Okay, and let me try to get to my screen now and share it with you. So share. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, now I'll try to get it in full screen mode. Can you still see it?
Not in full screen mode yet, but it's coming. It seems.
You see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to do today is focus on the historical part of evolution. As you know, the evolution of mankind, the evolution of languages is an ongoing process. And now we can observe certain things as we experience them and try to come up with some account And my approach is generally uniformitarianist in the sense that some of the explanations that we have today for the changes that languages undergo, we can probably apply them to our accounts of the phylogenetic emergence of language, but also we have opportunities to apply some questions that arise from the scholarship on the phylogenetic today, especially the question of speciation. And because of the focus of this roundtable, my title is Population Movements, Language Contact, Language Speciation, and Language Loss. It looks like I cannot navigate. Oh. Okay. And when you read a little...
Professor, just to let you know that you are in the presenter mode. You are not in the viewer mode.
I'm in the presenter mode.
Yes.
You see, so everything is working well?
It's working well, but we're seeing like two slides at the same time. So it will work, but it's small.
Ah, okay, I'm sorry. I have to figure out how to change it. Well, the best way is just to exit this mode. Okay, we'll do it this way. Is this fine? Okay. So when you read the literature on the phylogenetic emergence of language, there's a great temptation of thinking like, according to the Bible, that there was just one proto-language from which all to which all the modern languages can ultimately be connected. But this needn't be so based on what we learn from the fossils of mankind. The fossils of mankind favor the hypothesis of polygenesis. And this is especially due to the size of Africa and the different places where fossils of Homo sapiens and predecessors of Homo sapiens have been found. And by today, there are fossils even in North Africa. And so it's difficult to imagine that all these people just spoke one common language. It's probably more practical to think that, like in modern days, there are different solutions to problems, although we can remain Cartesian and say the mind is the same, but the mind produces alternative solutions to current problems. So my position today is that Africa was already multilingual, regardless of whether or not plurilingualism existed. Here, I'm following the French tradition of associating multilingualism with a population, and plurilingualism with individuals. People used to speak of social multilingualism and individual multilingualism, but I think that using these terms will clarify things to some extent. And then came the exodus out of Africa, which was about 50 to 30,000 years ago. And at that time, I can say that Homo sapiens, as a large population, spoke several languages by the time of the dispersal. But we don't know whether the dispersal patterns are accurately represented on this particular map that you see here, and you can see versions of it in several places online. And we can also ask the question of whether, one critical question is, why did Homo sapiens leave Africa? And people have invoked changes in ecologies, whether climatic and things like that, but also vegetation. But the question is also whether everybody left Africa. And for people that left Africa, did they live at the same time? Were they all affected by climatic changes at the same time, vegetation changes, ecological changes at the same time? And the answer is probably no, because people didn't all react at the same time. And they could have created a terrible bottleneck at the Suez, where the Suez Canal is now. For various ecological reasons, not all of our Homo sapiens ancestors participated in the exodus out of Africa, nor did those who dispersed live at the same time. The history of empires also tells us that some of the migrants colonized each other. In other words, the trajectory that you are likely to find online is not that accurate. And discoveries in genetics today suggest that things were actually much more complicated and not on the pattern, like there was some sort of army. And there was a general that said the Celts go this way, the Germanics go that way, and so forth. And there are other questions that will arise. And these population contacts enable language contact and thus foster plurilingualism. And the known history of imperial expansion shows that language contact actuated language change and sometimes language speciation. And I'm going to come back to that. It is also possible that population fission disrupted the balance of power among the variants and produced language change. And this is the idea that I try to capture in the feature pool hypothesis, that once you have a population, there is a particular feature pool where there are variants that coexist if they don't compete with each other. Once the population disperses, the power dynamics among the variants are subject to change. So even if there was no contact with another population, languages can change simply because after the fission, the balance of power among the variants will change from one colony to another colony. And once you bring in elements from another population, things become even more complicated. And here, what I want to show is that it was not just exodus out of Africa that has taken place. There has been returns to Africa, and way before the European colonization of Africa since the 15th century. What we notice, for instance, is the Afro-Asiatic actually returned from the Middle East to North Africa. And that must have had an effect because there must have been other populations preceding them, and that caused language contact. And what the consequences of that language contact are, we don't really know. It's something that we have to investigate. However, we get a clearer picture when in the 7th century, for instance, the Arabs dispersed into North Africa and part of Africa in the Sudan and so forth, and went all the way to Iberia. And we know some of the consequences in the case of North Africa, that Arabic speciated into a number of regional varieties, but also the contact between Arabic and the preceding languages led, for instance, some of the Berber languages to disappear. They are survived today by Amazigh and so forth. So this gives us some clue about the role of multilingualism and language contact in the evolution of language. And there are a number of things that we should consider even when we talk about the phylogenetic of languages in phylogenetic emergence of languages in Africa. Another case to take into account here, we look, for instance, at the Bantu dispersal. And about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, the Bantu population started dispersing eastward, see the green arrows, and southwards and they came in contact with the Pygmy populations and the languages. And we don't know how many Bantu languages were spoken at that time, but there was contact with the Pygmy languages. And what we know now is that almost all the Pygmy languages are dead. The Pygmies have nonetheless maintained their separate cultures, and the Pygmies have become speakers of neighboring Bantu languages. And same thing with the Khoi and San languages represented in the yellow area here. I said same thing, more or less the same thing. They came in contact with, the Bantu came in contact with these populations. And the outcome is that reduced the number of Khoi and San languages that are spoken. Not all of them are dead. We know that, for instance, the Dutch colonization in the region also had an impact on the vitality of Khoi and San languages, but the Dutch came much later in the 17th century, and the Bantu were already progressing there. But what is also significant here is that we learn about the dynamics of population contacts, like which people are likely to marry into which population and in which way. For instance, the Bantu men married the Khoi and San women, but the reverse was not possible. So what kind of role did these patterns of interaction play in the disappearance of the more indigenous languages? That is something to investigate. But the other thing that we learn is that we don't know for sure whether there was a proto-Bantu as a language. But if there were one, and now there are close to 1,000 Bantu languages spoken, maybe more, I don't know. Should we associate this speciation just with dispersal? Or shouldn't we associate this with dispersal plus contacts? And in fact, the Bantu languages won a Pyrrhic victory. And part of that, of the prize was the speciation of the Bantu languages, of Bantu into so many different languages. And in the way that I have presented the errors here, we have to factor in something else, that there were contacts of the new Bantu languages among themselves. That really raises interesting questions about the relevance of the comparative method in explaining language differentiation, because the comparative method tells you what are the forms and structures that are shared and according to which patterns. But the comparative method doesn't tell you why. And this is a question that you can trace back to Antoine Meyer. He had raised it already in the early 20th century. Okay. And the Bantu are not exceptional in this. You go to Asia, you have to deal with the spread of the Chinese languages. And in that particular region, as you can see here, there have been several waves of expansion. The Sinitic people have been expanding and colonizing China into a huge empire. But there were also periods when the Chinese themselves were colonized by the Mongols and the Manchus. And these particular colonial ventures didn't last very long, and then the Chinese have prevailed. And the map here shows several layers of migrations. And the latest are those that would give us, for instance, the Silk Road that people talk about a lot toward the end of the Middle Ages in the history of Europe. But the other thing is that the expansion of the Semitic languages led to the minoritization of non-Semitic languages in the region. And if you talk about language endangerment and loss, this is one place where you can find very good historical documentation to put the subject matter of language endangerment and loss, which is another aspect of language evolution in perspective. And this is where you have to also factor in population structure, which determines which segments of the population are likely to make concessions to which other segment of the population. Under what particular conditions small populations can still maintain their languages, and at what time in the history of China language endangerment and loss became more intensive. This is another open question. And as we follow the history of the colonization of the world, then we see the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean covers a lot of layers of trade imperial expansion. We start with the Phoenicians. And the Phoenician expansion in trading with populations around the Mediterranean doesn't seem to have resulted in the emergence of many new languages, but there is one notable one, Punic in Carthage, which is related to Phoenician. And then after the Phoenician came the Greeks, represented in blue, the areas that they traded with. And as far as I know, there is a negligible group of languages that can be called Hellenic languages. So that particular trade colonization didn't result in the emergence of many new Greek languages, although we know about the emergence of Greek Koine and so forth. Then came the Roman imperial expansion. And the Roman imperial expansion bequeathed us with the so-called Romance languages. But then there are things that we have to take into account. The Romance languages emerged only in one part of the Roman Empire. Okay. Later on, the Ottoman Empire will come in the picture until around World War I. But there too, there is something very interesting because Turkish has become the language of Turkey, but there are no Turkic languages that are spoken around the Mediterranean, and that is something quite interesting. This underscores the role of the ecology of language contact, even when you can invoke multilingualism as a factor in driving language evolution. And in the case of the Roman Empire, what is interesting is that it's only in the western part of the Roman, not only, mostly in the western part of the Roman Empire that the Romance languages emerged, although there is Romania, which was in the Eastern Empire. But the other thing is that it's only the continental Southwestern Empire that produced the Romance languages, and England didn't, although the Romans left both England and the rest of the Western Empire about the same time. The other things that we notice is that the Germanics colonized Gaul, but the Germanics, namely the Franks, gave up their languages, whereas the Germanics that colonized England imposed their language, and we have English that has become the dominant lingua franca of the world that developed there because of that particular case. And the other side of the story is that the Arabs colonized Iberia. And we learn here that colonization must really be interpreted in different ways, because the ways in which the Arabs settled in Iberia is not the same way that the Franks colonized Gaul. And therefore, there are also important differences. Frankish may have exerted more influence on the Gaulish or Neo-Latin varieties in Gaul than Arabic may have on Neo-Latin varieties in Iberia. These are interesting questions to explore. In other words, there are really, we don't have the answers yet to all these questions that I'm bringing up. What I'm suggesting is that thanks to things that we have learned recently, we can reopen the books on genetic linguistics in many ways and factor in the role of population movements, the role of language contact in the speciation of languages. So factoring in contact between Vulgar Latin and the vastly Celtic languages, was there ever a Proto-Romance language? This is a category that I'm creating because traditionally people speak of all French, all Spanish, all Italian, all Portuguese, based on sample texts from that time. Are those texts representative of what people spoke in these particular territories? When you follow things closely and you notice the multitude of languages that are spoken in the region, like for instance, you cannot overlook Catalan as one of the languages of Iberia, and it is different from Castilian and so forth. And you cannot overlook Occitan in France as one of the languages in the area. The picture that you get from the dispersal of Vulgar Latin in Southwestern Europe in particular is that a lot of local Neo-Latin varieties emerge, or even regional Neo-Latin varieties emerge, and they came in contact with each other. And when you follow the story of French and so forth, it's only toward the 20th century that many of these varieties started vanishing, not because of Latin, but because of the competition among the Neo-Latin varieties and because of the particular population structures in which these Neo-Latin varieties emerge and so forth. Okay. And so these are interesting things that we have to pay attention to. There's more evidence of several Neo-Latin varieties that subsequently competed with each other. Some of the weak competitors have died, but some have survived. And language endangerment and loss have a long history in the human phylogeny. And then we can now focus on things that have happened since the 15th century when where we can observe what I would like to characterize as the last phase of the Indo-European expansion. Okay. And that actually proceeded gradually, because when you pay attention to Brazil, it's only in the 20th century that we get into another phase, the penetration of the Amazon forest by Indo-Europeans who would then call themselves Brazilians. And this is particularly interesting because you are reminded of the role of technology in facilitating population movements and facilitating language contact. And it's also during that period that we become more aware of the endangerment, not only of the indigenous people, but of the indigenous languages. Brazil played an indirect role in making us more aware of this particular situation. And my argument is, this is how human languages have continued to evolve since the dispersal out of Africa, bringing populations in contact with each other, bringing languages in contact with each other, and in some cases, setting up these languages in competition with each other. Hence this scenario of language endangerment and loss. And what I have also tried to capture in this map is that if we take French, for instance, we have New France that developed in North America. And what has happened is that later on, French became in competition with English, and in most of New France, the part that is in the United States, French has either been displaced or is severely endangered. And in Canada, Quebec had to fight back by mobilizing its economic machinery in order to revitalize French. Okay, but what we see, the other thing that we see is that in the Americas in general, which were settlement colonies, the indigenous languages have been endangered. But when you put things in perspective, competing European languages were already endangered too, so that a lot of European languages that were spoken in North America are not that longer spoken as vernaculars. In the case of the United States and Canada, English has been the language endangering other languages, whereas in Brazil you have Portuguese. In the rest of Latin America, it's Spanish. Okay, but when you go to Africa, you realize that Africa was not settled and colonized on the settlement model. And the population structure that emerged there from colonization was a different kind. And it fostered a division of labor between the European languages engaged in the colonization and the indigenous languages. So there are languages that have been endangered in Africa, but they have not been endangered by European languages. They have been endangered by other African languages, sometimes thanks to the population structure that colonization introduced to Africa. And so if we are going to talk about language endangerment and loss, we cannot just say, well, colonization was there, therefore the European languages endangered the indigenous languages. That's a false and inaccurate story. And you can probably say, because of the colonization of the world by Europeans, the population structures changed in such ways that some other languages, some indigenous languages were endangered. And to be sure, the number of languages endangered by other languages in Africa is smaller than the proportion of languages that have been endangered by European languages in settlement colonies of the Americas, Australia, and Australia in particular. And there too, you will find similarities between the colonization of the Americas, for instance, by Europeans, and the colonization of what is now the Republic of China by the Semitic populations. And so we can put things in a comparative perspective and learn much more. The other thing that we learned from the colonization of the world by Europe since the 15th century is the emergence of new language varieties known as Creoles and Pidgins. And these languages, especially, I think that they have been disenfranchised from the group of Indo-European languages because the European languages were, in these particular cases, appropriated by populations that are non-European. You find a legacy of the 19th century here with La Mission Civilisatrice, with assumptions of non-Europeans being inferior to Europeans and non-European not being able to learn European languages adequately. And people didn't pay much attention to the kind of input that was received by those that were learning European languages in these particular situations. But otherwise, the message that I get loud and clear from the emergence of Creoles and Pidgins is the role of language contact in specific population structures in triggering first language change and second language speciation. And they are really inviting us loud and clear to reopen the books about language speciation in other contexts and in the past. And maybe we've been doing everything wrong and we should re-examine things again. I'm not talking here about throwing the bath water out with the baby. It's a matter of putting things in perspective and re-examining things that we have overlooked in practicing genetic linguistics in particular. And here too, you're going to find out how language speciation often comes hand in hand with language replacement, language shift, language loss, and so forth. So what Creolists don't usually talk about is how many African languages died in the settings in which Creoles emerged, and what made it so easy for those African languages to disappear. And not all of them disappeared at the same time, because there was a period when particular populations from specific parts of Africa were brought to work on the plantations, and they had room to continue practicing their languages. That also explains the survival of some cultural practices such as voodoo, Santeria, Candomblé, and things like that in particular places in the New World. And all these things must be taken into account. In other words, in order to account for the evolution of modern languages, there is a whole lot of history of population movements, language contacts within specific population structures that people must take into account, and not just rely on the comparative method or claim that you cannot apply the comparative method in the case of Creoles and Pidgins. The question is, how many have tried to apply the comparative method and really shown that you cannot apply it? And over the past decade or so, people have been talking about super diversity in urban Western Europe. It's like Europe really never dealt with, it's like Europe really never dealt with multilingualism before. And this is also where you can also tell to what extent Europe has kept quite a large amount of some of the negative attitudes to people from outside Europe since the 19th century. And superdiversity here applies to populations from outside Europe that have migrated since especially the Second World War to live in Europe. And when people talk about superdiversity, they don't factor in populations of European descent from the former settlement colonies, because that is supposed to be natural. They focus on populations from Asia and from Africa that have gone to Europe and that have produced this effect of superdiversity. What we don't know is whether the current population structures in Europe will help the people that have migrated recently to Europe and live in these urban centers maintain their languages, or whether we are just dealing with transitional phenomena, which may be compared to, for instance, the immigration of Europeans to Australia and to the Americas, especially since after the American Revolution, and the population that have actually lost their languages to the dominant language. But this is another opportunity for us to pay attention to the role of ecological factors in sustaining or not being able to sustain multilingualism, and whether the languages that come in contact with the indigenous languages, or call them autochthonous languages in the language, the meta-language of Europeans, will exert a particular impact on the evolution of European languages, especially since the migrants don't have much economic power and typically don't have political power. So here I have just tried to give you the kinds of research questions that arise from the study of the relationship between multilingualists, plurilingualists, and language evolution. And I thank you very much for your attention. I'm done. Thank you. So if I may suggest something, I think Enoch should go on and present, and then the questions come late, and that will I'll be more comfortable leaving when I can.
Good. I was asking permission to speak. Thank you, Professor Mufwani. And the way that we decide to do is that Professor Mufwani talks, Professor Abo talks, and then they will discuss some questions among them, and then we open the floor for all questions from the Zoom room and the YouTube people. Okay? Thank you very much. Professor Enoch?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I'm just trying to fix something on my computer because, yeah, so that seems to be working. So first, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel and for presenting some of the ideas that I've been kind of proposing in the literature and also in the community with regard to the central role of contact in acquisition. And of course, if contact is actually plays a central role within acquisition, then it doesn't take one very long to realize that it also plays a crucial role in the evolution of language. And in this case, I just want to stress the fact that when I'm talking about the evolution of language, I'm basically doing following what Sally just did, which is that I'm not reflecting on how this behavior of ours, this unique behavior of ours emerged in our species. And you know, even though I'm very interested in the studies which relate to that aspect of the evolution of language, the other aspect that I'm kind of more puzzled by is why is it the case that when agents, so when human agents are exposed to language and have to learn language, then they change the system. And in changing the system, they kind of lead to a new path for the communicative system, so the language that they're using in their community to actually change. And that's what I'm interested in. And it seems to me that these two aspects of the evolution of language, so how the system emerged in the first place and how it actually develops, so how it's kind of let's say, follows its own paths within the communities, it's important to see that these two are tightly related, because even if you assume that, you assume a monogenesis hypothesis or you assume a polygenesis hypothesis, as Sally is doing, what you want to say is that when this capacity emerged in our species, I think the reasonable assumption is that it emerged in some members of the community. I don't think we will assume that this capacity emerges simultaneously in all the members of the communities at the same time. So then what that means is that within the community that this capacity emerged, you actually need contact between individuals so that this capacity can actually, kind of jump to the other members of the community. So right from start, we actually have contact within individuals. And this is what I'm interested in, the contact within individuals and how this contact within individuals helps us understand the way the language actually emerges, so the language system emerges and the way it evolves, through communities. And in this case, I'll kind of flash through some of the slides because Sally has already, really planted, if I could use that term, the background, so I wouldn't need to repeat many of the things that he said. But in linguistics, one aspect of Darwin's work that we simply assumes without necessarily, going to the details is the idea that all the languages of, language family, or actually all human languages, have a common ancestor. And this is why we are able, thanks to our comparative method, we are able to kind of draw, stumble trees in which we find that, different languages of the same families and different languages of different families can actually relate to the kind of, proto-language that we assume to have, in a sense, existed in some form, even though we don't assume that the proto-language was spoken by a specific community. And, a classic tool that we use in our research to do this kind of work is the Swadesh list, which we basically assume by, making the implicit kind of assumption that there is a stability in terms of lexical, let's say, the lexical stock of languages, and also in terms of the semantics of languages. And what the Swadesh list allows us to do is to compare the so-called basic lexical vocabulary items cross-linguistically and how these could be related or unrelated. And then we, basically decide that we then have our, stumble trees. And this, in a sense, suggests that if we have a stability in terms of semantics and in terms of, let's say, the lexical stock that languages have, then structural changes can be explained in a different way. And typically we will invoke grammaticalization here, which is basically the, let's say, the transformation of a lexical item, a contentful item, into a grammatical item. So these are some of the assumptions that we make in the field, and we use them to account for language change and to account for language evolution. And this, of course, and this is what Sally actually showed clearly, this sort of, in a sense, it is compatible with the idea that, the dispersal out of Africa went, in one way, in a sense that people were running out of Africa due to, different reasons, and only the Africans were, for some weird reason, kind of stuck there and couldn't run out. And of course, this cannot be true, because if you think about the way people migrate from one region to the other, typically what migration does is that it allows communities to cover larger territories, and these communities are actually interrelated. It's not the case that communities are completely isolated and then they just move on to different locations. So what we want to talk about when we're talking about dispersal out of Africa is actually a history of loops, right? Social loops, so where people actually move out and some people come back and some people return and so on and so on. And if you do that, then what you do is that you're creating what I will be focusing on now. You're creating situations for people to exchange. And people then exchange, in terms of trade. They also exchange in terms of knowledge, and they also exchange in terms of the communicative system that they use. So the fundamental kind of aspect of human history in this case will then relate to population movements, which Sally just talked about, exchange of goods, so trade, and language contact. And at the heart of these kind of interactions, we have speakers, learners, and these speakers, learners are the ones who are actually creating and recreating language, generations after generations. And we know this as far as we can go. So if you look at Port Kusai, for example, in the Mediterranean area, which shows that, trade within this area and beyond, actually already allowed people to exchange goods. And of course, when people, meet to exchange goods, they also try to exchange knowledge, the knowledge about the goods. And as far as we can go, when we think about, for example, campus, university campuses, what we see is that, Timbuktu, which is inland in Mali, was in a sense, the kind of hub where people will go to get knowledge, to exchange knowledge. And Timbuktu, which is inland, as I was saying, in Mali, will host people from, Western Africa, Mediterranean Sea, the Middle East, and from Asia. And then you can already start, kind of calculating the distances that people have to make in order to go to Timbuktu, which is in present-day Mali. And of course, when people meet, the other thing that they exchange is, exchanging genes. And of course, this happens in different ways, brutal force or concealed agreement. But the point here is that in all these interactions, we have language. Language is a crucial aspect of these interactions. And these interactions simply don't happen without language. Once you have language, you cannot get rid of it. You're basically bound to use it. And this is interesting because this is what Sally actually refers to in his 2001 book, where he says that we have to pay close attention to communication in the sense that, these communicative acts or speakers that, recruiting is done since everything begins. That's what he says. With individual speakers, the role of mutual accommodation in regular verbal intercourses could not be overlooked either. These phenomena are reminiscent of breeding conventions, and this is what I'm interested in, the breeding conventions in population genetics and their role in the selection and transmission of genes and within a population. So my claim here will actually be to say that these verbal intercourses or communicative breeding conventions result in contact between linguistic features produced by individuals. So when we're talking about language contact in the field, we usually think in terms of e-languages, so the kind of language that are, languages that are practiced by populations. But we do know that these languages are abstractions, they don't exist. So there are no languages out there which will be in contact with each other. What is in contact are people, and people actually exchange, let's say, linguistic behavior, and these linguistic behaviors allow them to access what we would call linguistic features, and these are abstract notions, which then would become part of their own mental grammars. So what I'm trying to say here is that this contact between individuals is actually what drives acquisition also. This is what children do. They are born within communities, and they have to figure out what's happening in the input being populated by different members of the community. So the idea here is that contact is the primary thing that we actually have to focus on if we really want to understand language evolution. So how are we going to formalize this contact if this is what we want to do? Basically, what I will do is, in a sense, follow Sally's path, which will be to basically take as methodology looking at what we have now, what we know from situations of intensive, so-called intensive contact, and these are Creole languages. And the fascinating side of Creole languages is that in some of the cases that we've been studying, they brought together populations which are completely isolated at some point in time. And then these populations were structured in specific manners, which actually allow certain, let's say, development in terms of linguistics. So we will basically take what we learned from those contacts into consideration while thinking about language evolution. And the other thing that I will do in terms of the theory that I will be using is that I will be using the framework that Sally proposed, which he just talked about, which is the idea that the learner is immersed in a pool of linguistic features. Remember that I just said that learners actually are in contact within each other. And in these communicative practices that they have with other learners, they exchange linguistic features. These features actually represent a linguistic feature pool from which selection will be made in terms of the different variants that are present in the input. And the other theoretical assumption that I will be making is this notion of hybrid grammar that I've been developing for the past couple of years, whereby I'm assuming that human beings are kind of endowed with an innate cognitive system, cognitive capacity, which I call recombination. And this recombination can be thought of an instance of general merge in minimalism. And what recombination does is that it allows you to pull out from the input specific linguistic features, which you can then combine to form a new linguistic feature. So the idea here is that, and I think you probably saw this coming, the idea is that the linguistic agent, which we are as human, is a multilingual agent. The idea is that we are capable of integrating inputs from different speakers. And because different speakers have different ways of saying things, we must have the capacity to actually deal with these differences in linguistic system. And that is what I'm calling multilingualism in the formal sense. Okay, so the human language capacity evolved multilingual, so speaker learners entertain these varying linguistic features as part of different mental grammars. And they can then use these different mental grammars to communicate in specific settings. I mean, you can think about, how easy it is for you to move to colloquial Brazilian, or colloquial English or colloquial French. And, in the next minute, you can move to, formal Brazilian or formal Brazilian Portuguese, formal English or formal French, okay? So these linguistic features can be closely related. So if you're if you just do what I mentioned, which some people actually call translanguaging, then we're actually dealing with features which are closely related. We're dealing with features which belong to the same family, if I could use that kind of analogy. But they could also be distinct in the sense that, I may be moving from, let's say, English to French and from English, French to Gungwe, right? So I can actually move from, these different languages and create a new sentence or a new utterance, which doesn't exist in any of the grammars of these languages. This is what people call code mixing or code blending if you're dealing with sign languages. And with these two assumptions, I would like to suggest that universal multilingualism is the capacity that speakers and learners actually have to entertain these different linguistic features that cannot be stated, in a single grammar. As I just said, when you code mix, you create something new that is not part of, say the grammar of English or the grammar of French. If you're code mixing between French and English, like ce que je viens de vous dire, right? So the idea here is to kind of take this on board and try to see how we can understand, the human multilingual mind. So I'm making actually a very strong claim. So basically what I'm saying, which might be in contradiction with some of the talks that we heard today, is that the human mind in which, let's say, the linguistic system or the linguistic kind of capacity emerge is multilingual to begin with. And that, of course, may already suggest that maybe, language didn't emerge as being simple, because if you're multilingual, it means that you can have several hypotheses about the same output. And that also means that you can generate different outputs, right? So, there are some questions that we need to kind of put in perspective here. And of course, from Creole languages, what we know from work that I've done with Sally, Michel de Graaf, and some other colleagues is that if you look at Haitian Creole, for example, I won't read all these examples in the interest of time. Basically, what we see here is that if you look at the distribution of the adjectives in Haitian Creole, for example, in 1A, as opposed to French in 1B, as opposed to Gungbe in 1C, what we can show, even though I don't have the time to do it here, is that the Asian kind of utterance, the Asian one, is a combination of properties of noun phrases in the Bay languages, like in Gungbe, and properties of noun phrases in French. So this is where the kind of idea of hybrid grammar actually came from. So the fact that Asian has a stable grammar or something that looks like a stable grammar, but which is actually composed of aspects of two different grammars. And this is nothing new. We've known this for years, and we've seen this even before Creolistics existed as a field. But in this case here, what I'm showing you is a situation where you can even see this kind of combination between different languages to create a new language in a more systematic way than the examples that I showed to you in Haitian Creole, which actually required some kind of linguistic analysis. Here, even if you're not a linguist, all you need to know is that some words here are from Spanish and the other words are from Quechua. And then, when you put this together, so when you put the grammatical words that you get from Quechua together with the Spanish words, so the Spanish lexical items that you get, then you get Media Lingua, which was a language discovered by Peter Moiskin in the early 80s. Okay, and this is a community language. So we know that communities actually can use these processes to create new speech forms that they can use as a common language. And of course, Sally was talking about, the super diversity in Europe, and super diversity in Europe also comes with all these categories that we now create as linguists, which we call ethnolegs and so on and so on. And what we find in these ethnolegs is exactly the same thing that we found already in Media Lingua, which we found already in Creole languages. So actually super diversity is not creating anything new in terms of linguistic system. And that is important. It seems to be the case that however diverse you are, the linguistic capacity, or however evolved you are, if we assume that we are kind of modern species, our linguistic capacity seems to have been very stable. We seem, not to be capable of creating something that goes beyond our linguistic capacity the way it was thousands of years ago. And the more fascinating aspect of this is that we can even do this if you're using different externalization channels. So what we see here is, this mixing that happens between spoken language and sign language. And this is typically done by bimodals. And bimodals are children of deaf parents. So they speak the language of the community natively, and they sign the language also natively. And what we see here is that they can actually do this simultaneously. So the act of mixing need not be linear as you would think if you were thinking in terms of spoken languages. It can actually be simultaneous. Okay, so what we see here, and this is based on previous work that I've done, I'm in a sense repeating myself here. So apologies to some of you who've already listened to this, aspects of this talk. But basically the point here is that every speaker learner that we have, and who is endowed with different or more than one externalization channels or more than one stock of lexical items can code mix and can create these hybrid grammars. And we just happen to know this, okay? And this process is independent of, of the modality that we're using, whether we're using spoken or sign languages, we're just capable of doing this. And no one is, around there to teach us how we do this. Okay, and speaker learners, have intuitions about these objects that they create. They sort of know which objects, let's say, sound right and which objects don't sound right. So there seem to be a kind of innate knowledge of how you do these hybrid grammars. So how are we going to account for this? Basically, my assumption here would be to say that our capacity to create these new hybrid grammars and create these new hybrid linguistic objects is innate in a sense. It's actually, derives from our capacity to do recombination. And this capacity being innate gives us, the ability to, in a sense, have intuitions about what we are creating linguistically speaking. So these hybrid outputs, that would be the second hypothesis I will be making, of these objects that we create, as I was saying, the surface manifestations of this process that I've been calling recombination and which I've been discussing in the literature, through different papers. Okay, and this recombination process, which is a mental process, which is completely automated, basically allows you to select competing features from the input and then combine them into a new linguistic object. I will skip this. The point here being that when we are engaged in this verbal intercourse, we are actually also engaged in this recombination. Basically, we are impacted by the linguistic outputs of our interlocutors. We have abstract representations of these linguistic outputs, which in a sense result in linguistic features. And when we produce new outputs, we can actually combine these linguistic features in our own outputs. Basically, we can integrate these linguistic features into our mental grammars. I will kind of skip these slides here, but the point here is basically if you assume an agent, so a learning agent within a community, and we know that human beings belong to different networks within a community, then it is very easy to realize that the communicative practices that happen in these different networks also tied together with different, let's say, linguistic, skills. And these different linguistic skills, when you look at them from the syntactic perspective, sometimes they actually represent different grammars. And the point here being that all this creates the linguistic feature pool that we're talking about. And as a learner, what you do is that you recombine this, different linguistic feature that you are kind of exposed to, and you create a subset of the things that you were exposed to. Okay, so how does recombination kind of operate? Maybe I should stop first and ask if someone can tell me how I'm doing with regard to time, because I forgot to put my timer on.
I think you are fine.
I'm fine. Okay, good. So the question now is, how are we going to kind of make this notion of recombination, formal? So how are we going to formalize it, and how are we going to make sense of it? And basically what I will do here is to assume something that I've already presented and already written on, is to assume the traditional notion that when you are trying to acquire a lexical item, you're actually working on minimally 3 dimensions of the lexical item: the phonology, the morphosyntax, and the semantics. The phonology tells you how the this lexical item will be pronounced. The morphosyntax basically tells you how it is distributed in the grammatical system that you are learning, and the semantics basically tells you how it is to be interpreted. The interesting thing here is that if you take this seriously, then you are forced to make the zero hypothesis that actually learners can modify any of these boxes while learning the new lexical item. And this is actually what we do, because, if you listen to my English, it doesn't sound like anything you've heard before I started talking. And that's because, I got the phonology wrong or right, depending on the cases that you want to kind of look into, right? Even though, I think I'm pretty okay with regard to the morphosyntax and also with regard to the semantics. But, it may happen that I will also modify, these different boxes. But the crucial thing for me, and the most fascinating thing, which is why I keep repeating it everywhere, is that if you do that, then you're basically saying that for every single lexical item that we learn, we're creating, at least we have 8 different outputs. All right? So 8 different outputs. And the different outputs are the ones which have a red 1 in here in this representation. And the perfect output is the one that has 3 blue zeros, right? Now, what we think we know in linguistics is that hardly, anybody gets to the perfect target, right? And that tells you why people, talk about variation. Only people who maybe belong to the Academy of French, for example, in France, will pretend to actually, have the perfect target. But, the most of speakers in the community don't care about, getting the target, right? And the only one that we seem to be sensitive to is the phonology. And that's simply because we use phonology, sounds, the way someone sounds, we use that for identity kind of construction. So people spend a lot of time trying to kind of master their accent, but I don't think people spend a lot of time trying to make sure that they get all the, subtle semantic differences that a word can be associated to. And these are areas where you can actually introduce kind of modifications without other members of the community being aware of what you're doing. But what you're doing then is that you're actually creating different variants in the system. And some variants could be close and some variants could be distant. So in this figure here, basically variants which have more than 1 red are far away from what we want to get. And variants which have only 1 red are somehow tolerable, right? So these are the variants for which people say, I wouldn't say this, but I know some people say this in our community. The other ones, the distant ones, are people, variants that people say, well, if you want to hear this way of speaking, you have to go to the other side of the mountain. The crucial thing for me as a synthetician is that all these variants are legitimate objects. They are not monsters, right? So, and I cannot pronounce this word in English, but they are not monsters, right? They're not linguistic monsters. They're just valid linguistic objects. But communities, in a sense, don't accept them in their practices. So it seems that our mind actually doesn't produce something, at least when that thing is learnable. It's not something that we can kind of qualify as being a linguistic monster. So we only produce grammatical and valid linguistic objects. So if this is the case, then it is important to see that even though these kind of distant variants may be rejected by certain communities, they may be latent in the community, and they will just, take off if, the circumstances kind of are right for them to progress in the community. And here I'll just use an example to illustrate what I'm saying when I'm talking about these variants, and see how this can kind of move on if conditions are right for this variant. And this has to do with, object clitic in French in double object constructions. And what is interesting in French in double object constructions is that when the goal is first and second person, then the order that you get is goal and theme. So the goal has to precede the theme. So that's what you get under 5A. Fatou te me le donne à chaque réunion. So you get Fatou, then you get the goal, then you get the theme, and then you get the verb. And the other order where the theme will precede the goal is excluded. So if the goal is first and second person clitic, then it has to precede the theme. Now, interestingly, French also has this other kind of order whereby if the goal is now third person, then it has to precede. Okay, so you get the if the goal is the third person, then the theme has to precede, then you get the reverse order. So you have something like Fatou, le, lui, leur donne. Okay, and you don't get Fatou, lui, le, leur donne. Okay, so you have these variants. So what we seem to have in French is that the positioning of clitics is sensitive to argument structure, but it's also sensitive to person feature. If you're first and second person in double object constructions, then you precede the theme. If the goal is third person in double object construction, then it follows the theme. Okay. Now look at what happens in imperatives. In imperatives, then you get the different order. In imperatives, what you get is that the clitics actually follow the verb. But here, what you see in 7a is that you see donne le moi, donne le lui, donne le leur, right? Where you see the theme preceding the goal in this case. And that's the only order you have. Now, guess what? Some people actually get the other order, and I kind of know that this also happens in English sometimes. So you get the order where the goal precedes the theme. So you get things like donne-moi le. So there is variation in the system. But what is interesting in this variation is that if you look at the variation that we have in 7b, it's just a mirror image of what we had already in 6a and 6b. Okay, so we can now say that the 7b is just a recombined version in imperatives of 6b. And this is interesting because when we look at what this new variant comes with, then we realize that it's actually more productive with some verbs like donner, give, than with some other verbs like say. So this flipping around doesn't seem to work well with verbs like say, but it seems to be quite okay with verbs like give. And of course, if you look at the clitic placement in French, there is variation all over the place. So what we need to keep in mind here is that these variants which are created and which people use, even though authorities may tell you not to use them, they can remain in the population until the time is right for them to actually spread across the population. And this is where competition and selection during contact drives evolution. And this is just a figure that I have here to represent this idea that suppose we have a founding population, or at some point in time, we kind of made a study within the population and we realized that there were only, a minority of people will use the variant that I talked about, which is 7b. But, you know, it may well be the case that this variant 7b, where you actually have the flipped order, becomes popular, generations after generations, and especially if kids get to learn this variant and produce it more. And if you do this, throughout generations, then it may well be the case that this variant, which was, a minority kind of thing some years ago, will become the dominant thing, and it can even displace the original variant. And this is where I think the notion of contact between individuals and the competition and selection between different variants within, let's say, the community is really important. So my final words here will basically be to say that the view that I'm pushing here actually tries to put contact at the heart of, let me put it this way, linguistic enterprise, actually. And this goes against what we've been doing until now, where contact is supposed to be something that you only do when you're talking about multilingualism. And we actually have to start with multilingualism. This is what we evolved for in terms of linguistic capacity, and that's what we need to understand. So I will stop here so as to give some room for discussion and questions. Thank you. So let me stop sharing.
Okay, now, thank you very much, Emma. Thank again, Sally. And so now we can, I don't know, you will talk each other, or we just start with questions? What do you?
Well, I think it might be more inclusive to actually have questions and comments because, I can talk to Sally like for hours.
Oh, okay. I know that. Okay. So I will ask Victor to control. I don't have control of the raised hands. So
so let me see. So if anyone has a question, just please raise the hand so we can identify you. Or write the question on the chat as well. That's a possibility.
So while we're waiting for these questions to come, so one of the things that I'm really interested in, and I don't have the answers, and I still need to understand this, is if we do assume that contact is at the core of the evolution of language, right from the start, as I said, you need to have contact between the individuals. So those who had this capacity of producing, let's say, linguistic forms, whether these were in terms of signs or, spoken symbols, and those who didn't have this capacity and will develop it, along the way, then obviously we also have to make the assumption that those symbols which were produced to begin with were not always equal. And this is something that I think we usually forget in our studies. As human beings, we are incapable of producing the same sound, twice. This is just, this is known. It's just impossible for us to produce exactly the same sound twice. And taking it from there, it has to be the case that our cognitive capacity is capable of dealing with these, slight differences right from the start. And I think this is where acquisition kicks in. So for me, this is a fascinating capacity that we have. And I have the impression that it is not taken very seriously in the field. We basically assume that, oh yeah, people produce the same thing, perfectly all the time. And this is not true. Even for sounds, it's not true. So I simply cannot produce two R's which are equal.
Okay, thank you, Enoch. Now we have some raised hands. I think that Silene was the first, then Evani, as far as I can see. Yes.
And then Bruna.
Eu não estou vendo a Bruna.
It's right at the top.
Ok.
There she is.
Agora a Bruna. Então vamos lá. Yes. Silene. Vitor, you have to give the voice to Silene.
Thank you, Vitor. You see, internet technology is a good thing, but it can be really messy. It's terrible. Enoch, it's very good to see you again. Very nice talk.
Yeah.
A lot.
Nice. Thank you.
Nice. I have a question for the two of you. We're talking about contact among oral languages in general. But I wonder what's the impact on the contact between oral and sign languages. It's been, it's something that we do have to consider, for example, even if you don't, our flexibility with respect to sign language, considering gestures. That's one thing that we have to consider. And with respect to your work, I think about, you're talking about mixed codes, right? Code mixing.
Yeah.
And something that is really related to this is code blending, right? It seems to be similar, really similar to what you were doing. And if I read your work well, you can correct me, maybe I'm wrong. You do have, when you do have code mixing, you have only one derivation out there. It's not that you do two derivations at the same time, but you have only one derivation. And so when I read your work and when I read work done by Eunice Quadros from Brazil and Lilo Martin from US about code blending, I said, like, gee, it's the same thing. It's the same idea, right? Although they don't have this idea of recombination at all, but it's the same process going on. And they do have to use distributed morphology to do so. So I would like to hear more from you about this.
Yeah, this is really an interesting question, and especially the relation of what I'm doing to distributed morphology, right? So and also the relation of what I'm doing here. I mentioned code blending in one of the slides, so I gave this example where we had a mix of sign languages and spoken languages, and of course the process is the same because what we're dealing with abstract features, right? So the idea is that recombination applies to abstract features. And it's only when these features are combined and become a syntactic element that you externalize them. And if you have the choice to externalize them in, let's say, spoken kind of canal, if channel, if I could use this word, then you use the spoken channel. If you have a sign kind of channel, then you use the sign channel, or you can use both channels, right? So in that sense, I think we are on the same page. Then comes the question of distributed morphology. Actually, my framework is agnostic with regard to whether we have to assume distributed morphology or not. And this is because it seems to me that if we apply this notion that recombination happens even before you need to deploy, this is what I said in the 2020 paper, you need to deploy the executive functions to kind of select the relevant lexical item, then it basically means that what you create as an abstract entity could be called a root, which is what distributed morphology is doing, right? And in that sense, I'm fine. It's okay with me. The only thing that is important for me is that this root is not, a uniform thing. It could actually be something that is more complex. And that brings me to something that a cousin of distributive morphology is doing, which is nanosyntax, right? Where they basically have this idea that roots are too big to be inserted in the tree, right? So morphemes are too big, right? So that's basically, in a sense, that's compatible with what I'm saying. So what distributive morphology is calling a root, from my perspective, is actually more complex than that. It's not just one thing. I hope I've kind of answered your question.
No, it's great. I was thinking more about late insertion within distributed morphology that has to use something like that has to happen. And you know that the system cannot be as we think of it within the minimalist mainstream, let's say, but you do have to have something like late insertion. But you know, I pass the microphone to someone else.
Yeah, but you know, just a quick word on this. For me, and this is something I don't know, but if I'm right about the executive functions and I'm right about the fact that they actually help you kind of map the right lexical vocabulary item onto what you recombine, then maybe late insertion is a process of the executive functions, right, which for me is not So if that's true, then it's not really a syntactic process. Yeah,
that's a great thing. Yeah. You have to keep two lexicons open, so you need to have executive functions working well. But something for us to consider before I pass the microphone to someone else is the idea that kids they do not really have the executive functions in place yet. So I don't know how you see this, but that's something that has to be considered.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, thank you.
Evane? Precisa passar.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Sally, and thank you, Enoch, very much for these wonderful talks and for being here with us today. I have a question for Sally. Sally, from the beginning, from the very emergence of language in mankind, you seem to favor diversity over universality. And I'd like to know what you think about universals in general, both of the Greenberg type and functional universals and the Chomskyan type of genetic endowment of the species.
Well, since I work on the paper language technology, I have been looking at things slightly differently. I spoke about technology because we are all engaged in a problem-solving enterprise. Establishing communication is really solving the problem of getting information from one mind to another mind, regardless of what you think should be the center of the scholarship on the evolution of language. And then we work with some materials. In spoken language, we work with sounds. Actually, it's a cascade technology. You use the masticatory organs in the case of speech to produce sounds. And then you produce a second level technology. The sounds as technology for producing external language, if you put it that way. And then things move on. Now, if you compare spoken language with sign language, you realize that modality plays a role in terms of what you can do and what you cannot do. Like you can incorporate contents more easily in signing than you can do with speaking because linearity is more extensive and pervasive in spoken language than in sign language. Okay, now when you start thinking about universals, you have to think of what universals are consequences of the material that is used. So why do we have to think of constituent structure, of word order, and so forth? That's more important when you are dealing with spoken language than I think that when you are dealing with sign language. Okay, and then you have to think of what universals are consequences of the way that the mind works. And so generativists, for instance, tell us about merge. Is merge a property of, an exclusive property of language, property of the a consequence of how the cognition processes the world or manipulates the world. Because you can find merge as reinterpreted like combination. When we build furniture, for instance, we apply merge several times. And you think of recursion. We repeat the same processes several times. When you get your assemble yourself kit, you read the instructions very carefully because you have to categorize the components and you have to know in which hierarchical order you have to build them together and so forth. So that's one way of doing it. And once you put the materials together, what are you going to do with that material? And so there is room for different kinds of universals, but from the point of view of language evolution, what we really have to pay attention to is whether there are universals that are just the consequence of the kind of mind that is engaged in work, whether there are universals that are the consequence of constraints imposed by the material that you are using. Okay, and whether there are constraints that must be associated with the function into which the materials are put, and we have to be able to sort these things out. Yeah.
Thank you, Ivani. Okay. I think, thank you, Sally. Thank you, Ivani. Bruna.
Thank you to both Sally and Enoch. And just a question for Sally Coco. Is it true or not that the speed and rate of linguistic loss, language extinction, was greater in the Americas in the last 400 years than in other parts of the world? I heard this statement many times. I don't know if we can say that is it true or not or false. Just I want to especially thinking about the consequences of the European conquest of South America, especially in Amazonia, but not just in South America lowlands. One of the first consequences of the European conquest of the inland has been the disruption, the total disruption of the big vast networks. That was the normal picture before the conquest and the first period of the conquest. So indigenous people, Meridian people were all multilingual. Multilingualism was the norm and not the exception. Even today, in a lesser degree. So these big areas of trade, of network, was completely disrupted by the colonialism. Just to know what Sally Coco think about this. Thank you.
Well, I think that there is a whole lot to revisit regarding the history of language endangerment and loss. Generally, the literature said that during the period of the colonization of the world by Europeans, languages, and especially during the time that has been associated with worldwide globalization. And this is very myopic, by the way. And languages have been dying at a larger speed, at a faster speed, than before. But I think that if you put the history of imperial expansions, colonization in a broader and longer perspective, at every period in time, people must have been making similar observations. And this has to do with improvements in transportation systems and improvements in the movement, in population movements, which is at some point I invoked technology when I spoke of the Amazon forest in Brazil. You brought in the bulldozer and so forth. You can get into the forest faster. You can go and dig diamond or gold, and you can, destroy the forest in order to grow rubber every year and things like that. So everything looks faster. But there is a bigger picture that people haven't brought to bear. If you take Central America, for instance, the consequences of language loss due to genocide must have been faster, because that happened so quickly. People were not prepared for the kind of violent ways in which the land territories would be taken away from the natives. But people were not prepared for the speed at which viruses would spread catastrophically within the populations. So it's not been a continuous process all along. And then the Europeans settle. And when they settle, in several ways, Native Americans were running away from them, to put it that way, because of the effect of germs that they noticed right away. And they went and lived in different territories. So there's part of the loss that may be associated with contacts among the natives themselves. And we haven't heard much about that, except that it is implied by history. And then there are the losses that have occurred more recently. And the losses that have occurred more recently, if you put things in a bigger picture, that must be correlated with the new socioeconomic world orders that emerge. And in these new socioeconomic world orders, it was other European settlers that were assimilated to the dominant colonizers. And what we don't really talk much about, we talk about language shift among Europeans and so forth, but these are cases of language endangerment and loss. That's why German is no longer spoken as a vernacular in the US, or Italian is no longer spoken as a vernacular in the US. French is just about buying its time in Louisiana, and in Quebec, the Francophone Quebecois really had to take a very proactive approach to mobilize the economy in order to sustain the system. And in this particular picture here, the Native Americans are excluded to the reservations until the reservations become really unsustainable and people have to move out. And they come and join this new socioeconomic world order. And they follow suit after the other Europeans that have shifted and so forth. So how do you calculate the time? I really don't know in terms of comparing the speed, because we don't know what happened before the European colonization. So that's my take on it. And I compared the settlement colonies with the exploitation colonies of Africa and Asia. Things have moved more slowly, because the population structure that was imposed by the colonizers in Africa was exclusive. The colonization of Africa was not intended to be culturally assimilationist, whereas in the settlement colonies, it was culturally assimilationist. There is no way that Native Americans within the current population structure could have avoided losing their languages. Something must be done socioeconomically to empower Native American languages. Whereas in Africa, it was the exploitation model, and the majority of the populations were completely disenfranchised, just producing raw materials, but not benefiting really from colonization. And this exclusion enabled the indigenous Africans to maintain their languages, things like that. And so you can probably say it's slower in Africa, but if you say it's slower in Africa, does it mean it's going to happen like it has happened in settlement colonies? That's not what I think.
Thank you. We have a question from Israel Sands in the chat, in the YouTube chat. He says, great presentations to both of you. Could we expect local social demographic structure to favor specific variants in the pool on the basis of acquisitional advantages for children, adults, or both?
No.
Yeah, no, I already answered this question, and I would say both, right? And it's typically both, right? It's never or almost never the case that you have a change that is only introduced by, let's say, one section of the population, simply because you need the change to spread, right? And for the change to spread, you need new agents to kind of adopt that change, right? So what happens is typically the case that adults will produce a certain variant. So for example, here in the Netherlands, you have adult L2 speakers of Dutch who will produce a new variant where they will use the common gender for, all genders, basically. So they will overgeneralize the gender. And this has become fashionable for actually the kids of this generation. So the first generation took this as kind of identity kind of marker. And because they were successful in using this as identity marker, then other kids, even native Dutch, adopted this way of speaking. So it's basically spreading across the whole population. And of course, purists will say, yeah, you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. But typically what you get there is that you have a variant which is produced somewhere in the corner of the population. That variant becomes accessible to other members of the population who, for thousands of reasons, actually, integrate this variant in their own mental grammar. And then they reproduce this, to new learners. And these new learners basically, keep on pushing the change. So what I will say is that, yeah, you can have population structures which will favor certain variants. So in this case, it's just L2 learners, right? So that's why I'm using that. It's the simplest kind of example that you can use to kind of illustrate this. But you can also think about, music, for example, arts and music, for example, has a huge impact on the production and I would also say comprehension of, teenagers, right? So you have something happening in the music industry and some ways of presenting certain, let's say, combinations, collocations, which will then be adopted by, others, members of the community. And because these members of the community will spread it, to new networks, then the change will start growing and start spreading across the community. So it's always an interaction between a sector of the population, then the new agents who will be exposed to this variant, and how these new agents will then carry on to spread these new variants to new, let's say, corners of the population. So that's how I see it.
Yeah. The one thing that I'm going to add to this is the significance of population structure. So if you take 2 or 3 different populations and you bring them in contact with each other in different colonies, different things can happen if the population structures are not identical. And when I speak of population structures here, you have to factor in the sizes of the populations in contact, the power relations, economic and or political between the populations in contact, whether or not the population is segregated and in which way, and how solid are the boundaries. And these are, if the boundaries are strong, they can constitute barriers. And they needn't be articulated, segregation needn't be articulated just spatially. So if you go to France, for instance, in French cities, you have what people call accent de banlieue, or parler de banlieue. So, and the banlieue are they are not really the counterparts of suburbs in North America. They are counterparts of inner city North America. But you have a lot of immigrants living in these particular populations, and immigrants that don't have much economic power. But when you really pay attention, you realize that the children of these immigrants speak native varieties of French, but they are non-standard native features. And the people that from whom they acquired these features left the neighborhood. Once these are the natives whose socioeconomic conditions improved, they migrated out of the neighborhoods. And the immigrants are stuck with the features. So, and the features become stigmatized because they are now associated with the status of immigration and being poor and so forth. And those kinds of, if these young people don't socialize much with the so-called autochthonous counterparts, then the features won't really spread. But if you have a situation that is more open to outside influence, and then you get the phenomenon of crossing that has been discussed in sociolinguistics, and features are borrowed, and those features can spread and so forth. So that's where you have to take the thinking. I want to underscore something that Enoch said in answering Silen's question, that, you know, at the population level, the real contact is really between individuals. But when you put things in perspective, and the way that Enoch has so aptly explained it, a contact takes place in the mind of the speaker, the learner speaker. That's where contact is. And then you come back to the population level again as we externalize the things that we have developed in our ideologies. We make these modifications because there is this process of mutual accommodation. And there we don't really know what the dynamics are. And what I can say is that the people that do modeling and they are not afraid of complexity, this is where you can do something very innovative to raise interesting questions and to help us understand how competition and selection really settles in a population.
I would like to thank you both, and I would like to make a question. I know that you both said that you will not, you already start from this knowledge that modern human have to talk about evolution. But could we say something about how language evolved in human beings, taking into consideration the idea of competition and selection? Or what I mean is not having this capacity already there. Do you think that something like that was going on in the evolution to have this capacity?
Personally, I think yes.
Ahead.
Because I have to leave in a couple of minutes. Yes, in the sense that, you know, following what Enoch has also presented, that individuals don't innovate identically. You know, if you take language as technology, it's not a technology that was designed in a laboratory. This is folk technology, and everybody is pitching in, and not only can we not reproduce the same sound identically twice or how many times, we cannot replicate each other either. And that's the idea behind the feature pool. And we make choices, and my choice for one thing may be similar to yours, and in respect to another feature, it may be similar to somebody else's, and so forth. So we don't really know how things settle. But however, the test is, if I speak, did you understand me or not? If you understood me, I have no motivation to change. If you didn't understand me, I have the challenge of making some changes so that you can understand me. That's the mechanism that drives competition and selection, one of the mechanisms.
Yeah, no, I don't have much to add to that. Basically, it seems to me that we have to assume that variation was in the system from the start. And actually, that's my, following Sally's point, that's my point about multilingualism. I think it is our capacity to deal with variation, which makes us, multilingual beasts, basically, Yeah. I think it's because we have this capacity to begin with that we can, then make abstractions about, what our community is doing in terms of, linguistic behavior, and go out and learn what other communities are doing. I really think it's a kind of deep rooted capacity that we have, which is why I have some kind of serious, feelings about, the educational system, which forces you to become something that you're not made for, which is to become a monolingual. I really think it's like against the human rights to actually think that monolingualism is something that should be promoted. It's really like putting people in labs and then, reprogramming them to do something that they're not, made for.
Excuse me, Enoch, for interrupting you. I have to go now. Thank you very much. I don't want to.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Sally. It was really a great panel.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
And so to continue, this is also why I think, the idea of monogenesis is a little bit strange, right? Because if you assume that, people were actually creating, different sounds, and they were also probably creating different syntactic combinations, right? So why should everybody start saying, look, lion? They could start saying, someone would say, look, lion, the other guy would say, lion, look, right? I mean, these are in principle possible, right? So clearly, because our mind is capable of handling these, variants, it has to be the case that the different varieties that were used by communities as speech forms had to be different from the start. Yeah, Selena.
Go ahead. We have 5 more minutes to talk. So.
No, I want to share, I want to talk to Enoch about it. I think that's the right way to go. There has to be something there. And this capacity is probably what makes us flexible. It's something,
yeah, exactly.
It's about flexibility at the end of the day. And we know that and probably executing, activating this flexibility through our lives is what makes us better in terms of executive function. And we know that bilingualism is something that is going to happen, it's going to protect us cognitively when we get old and throughout life. And it's probably the fact, it's just like a muscle. If you have it innately, and if you use it, it's going to grow stronger and it's going to develop. So probably bilingualism is the same thing. It is just have to make use of it.
Yeah, no, I fully kind of agree with you. I really adopt this view that it is about flexibility, but also for evolutionary kind of, reasons, right? Because if you have a mind that is really flexible to adapt to the different variants that I just talked about, then you're not stuck. The child is not stuck in the acquisition process simply because the uncle has, 2 missing teeth and cannot pronounce the, right?
Yeah.
So the child has to make abstractions about that, right? So this flexibility is actually what allows children, to acquire language. And it is, a deep, a property of our linguistic capacity.
And that's probably sorry. And that's probably what makes us different from the others, from the other primates.
Yeah,
they don't
exactly.
They don't, yesterday I was reading about dialects in great apes. They do have some, but it's, related to geographic distance.
Exactly.
Individual differences, but they don't have the capacity of learning from others as we do vocal learning. That's something that make a difference.
Yeah.
Just to add up, just to add up for the polygenesis hypothesis. So if you consider what's being discussed in terms of the evolution, of the reconstruction of the evolution of the species, what we see as an indirect evidence for polygenesis is the way that that information was being transmitted in a way that new technologies was being spread all over Africa, which in a way shows that they were sharing technologies, new ways of creating new materials, which in a way show that they were, getting in contact. So polygenesis is much more. We are now like more. Paleoanthropologists and archaeologists are agreeing that this multi-regional scenario with a polygenesis hypothesis would defy the idea that language emerged as a mutation in a particular species, because the species was in fact spread all over the continent, is in fact in the right way.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupt like that.
No, but it's great. It's great to have your input on this, and because it actually allows us to, I think, to really put things in perspective and do what Sally has been saying, for years, like, we just have to sit down and read the books again and say, okay, this is what we want to keep in the, massive knowledge that we've kind of accumulated. And this is what we want to reflect on and maybe fine tune a little bit. And what I've been saying is in terms of linguistics, we have to take contact back, at the center of the whole enterprise. And contact then means, flexibility, it means executive functions, it means so many things, actually, that we, for some reason, run away from in the study of languages. And now we have to, we have to be courageous enough to take them back. And we have a lot of knowledge now. So we have enough knowledge to do it. Maybe we couldn't do it like, 50 or 60 years ago. But now with the linguistic knowledge that we have, with the technologies and everything, we should be able to take this line of thinking. Yeah.
Very interesting. I was thinking about putting your work together with Siddhartha's work. I don't know if you were here this morning, but if you put it together with Siddhartha, your talk together, and especially what you were saying now with what Siddhartha said this morning, there is something very interesting, because the writing system is some kind of, it's something that gives you some advantage in terms of working memory, because it really helps you with working memory. You can go and rewrite, and you can follow the flow of your discourse, your text. And that, according to him, gave us an advantage in terms of language, make it more complex. So maybe the key is there is something that is related to how we could develop our executive functions better, through language contact, through this new ideas of, developing new ideas like the writing system, new tools, I mean. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think the generalization should be new tools, right? Because, it's obvious that not all communities actually have a writing system, even though it is true that, you can go really far and you'll find kind of aspects of a writing system in, many communities, including in Africa, where we usually assume that you have a oral kind of culture. So you're right. But I think the general term then would be, through new tools. So the development of new tools actually allows us to develop our, executive functions, and then probably trigger, brain reorganization. Yeah, sure. No, I fully agree with you on this. And even, I mean, I don't know, but because, when you think about some communicative practices in Africa where you at the end of the day, you kind of gather around, under a tree, and then you do this kind of verbal games, right? Those are also technologies, right? that you create to sort of, master the way you retrieve words and how you can combine words in certain kind of, let's say, orders to get certain specific meanings. And so I think writing is one of them, but I'm pretty sure that there are plenty of such techniques or technologies that are also based on oral culture, which will give the same effect as you're suggesting. Yeah.
Okay. I think that we need to move on to our next. It was very, very, very good. Thank you very much, Enoch, to have you here, and Sally.
Thanks. Yeah,
and
thanks.
we hope that we can continue this very productive conversation in other meetings, because it was really very exciting for us to have this discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks to all. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks.
Okay. So, Vitor, now.
So we have a 30 minutes, not 27-minute break, and then we come back. No, oh no, I'm so sorry. It's after that. I apologize.
Ew, this is what.
So we have. I apologize. So now we have a talk, the first talk of the day. I kindly ask anyone that's in the audience to raise the hand when they have a question. Most of the time, because it gets easier for us. We had an issue, early in the day that we had to, mute everybody. So please feel free to do that when you have questions. But now we have our first talk of the day by, I'm going to take the exact, all the references. So Professor Anderson Almeida da Silva from Federal University of Delta do Parnaíba. Professor Anderson will be talking to us about pointing out some contributions of emerging sign languages to the language emergence debate. Anderson, I'll turn you into a co-host so you can share your screen and now activate your sound. So please feel free, now the floor is yours.
Let me share my screen. All right, I think it's done, right? You can hear me and see my presentation, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you a lot, Vitor and Esmeralda, who are in charge of this workshop, for accepting my proposal of presentation. I am very honored to be here in this very prestigious audience, in this constellation of scholars and researchers. There's a lot of people here who I've met, and for a long time we haven't met personally, but I would like to thank especially for the presence of my PhD supervisor, Professor Ruth Lopes, who is here watching the conference. So I am also, I have 20 minutes, right, for the presentation?
Yes, so you have 20 minutes and then 10 for a Q&A.
Right, I will try to follow it strictly. So I am from the field of sign language. And I have a major in biology, and then I became a linguist. So now I'm getting back to the biology field because I'm doing some research on emerging sign languages. And the data that I bring here today are very initial, but I hope it can contribute with the discussions for the issue of language evolution. So my topic is, I will point out some contributions of these emerging sign language to the language emergence debate. I want to thanks first for Dr. Andrew Nevins, Guilherme Lourenço, and Ronald Taveira, with whom I have talked a lot about emerging sign language, and also from people, deaf community in Várzea Queimada, this place that I do research. So this is the outline of my presentation. First, I will present what emerging sign languages are for those who were not familiar with this concept maybe. In the second part, I will present some characterizations for this language, this emerging sign language that we have here in the state of Piauí. And then I would like to talk about some the emergence of some linguistic structures, considering two main theoretical proposals. The first one is the body-to-language approach proposed by Sandler, and the mirror system hypothesis by Arbitz in 2012. And then my final remarks. So there are some assumptions from the beginning here that language deprivation plus social isolation is drastic to linguistic development, and no one says the contrary to this. But there are some questions that have been posed by some by some researchers like Sandler and colleagues. Like they thought, if humans were found in isolation from a linguistic model, but they were not socially isolated, what type of communicative mechanism would they be expected to come about with? So there are two modern answers for these questions. One is the home signers, who are deaf people who create their own gestural system because they are children of hearing parents. But as they lack the feedback and interaction with other deafs, because they use only the system in their own house, it prevents for becoming a language. But the second answer can be the data from emerging sign language it uses, would be the ideal scenario, because despite of the absence of a language model, there is social interaction. So the interactive hearing non-signers who use gestures, but these gestures are not to be taken as language-like systems. So the emerging sign languages are sign languages which are systems which are newly evolved and manual communication systems of deaf communities, in which one has the unique opportunity to observe its structural development from its first steps, a phenomenon that is not observed in modern spoken languages. So as Sandler says, languages that can be caught by linguists in the act of being born. These systems generally emerge in places with a high incidence of hereditary deafness and a considerable geographical or cultural isolation, where a linguistic system is created and transmitted through generations without the influence or the input of another stable language. So there is some scientific relevance of these emerging sign languages, because it would provide us the unique opportunity to map the developments of a linguistic system and describe the steps in which a linguistic structure from all the levels appear. Of course, a word of caution must be that these contributions are to be carefully assumed from the point of view of a modern human brain creating language that certainly may conserve or reflect, but also differ from the very remote and ancient pre-Homo sapiens conditions. They are not taken, the emerging sign language, to be a reconstruction of what happened in language emergence, but they can shed light as how, after a gradual or abrupt happening or happenings, a linguistic systems may have started, and only after a few years of existence. The features shared by these emerging sign languages variety provide a unique window into the social dynamics that may shape the structures of modern human languages. But we have to do a differentiation here. There are the emerging sign languages which are developed in community emerging sign languages and the village context ones. So the ones we are going to focus here today in my talk is the village one. So the community emerging sign languages are those that are developed in urban centers. Generally unrelated deaf people get together in a place, for example, a school, and they form for the first time a linguistic community. More or less of what happened here in Brazil in the INES, the school in Rio de Janeiro, from where the first time a lot of deaf people got together in a school and they formed this linguistic community. But there must exist before many substracts like home sign systems that got together in the school. So they would be the case more like a Creole case than a system being developed out of no input. So as May and Sandra say, they can be considered as cases of Creole, of many substrates, but not superstrates. So it seems to be the case of emergence for the majority of national sign languages, right? Indeed, this is what happened in Nicaragua. That is a very famous study conducted by Jody Kell and some other authors, where in Managua, a lot of deaf people from several home sign, they have their own system, the home sign system, they got together in a school and they formed this linguistic community. And the linguists had the unique opportunity to observe the development of or the emergence of a language, a sign language. But the village cases, which is the case we are going to talk today, is different. They do not bring home systems to the linguistic community because they are isolated in a village. They develop in locations where there's a high incidence of hereditary deafness. Most of the people are related or relatives. the emerging sign language is shared by both hearing and deaf people. There is a distinct vocabulary, different from the other sign languages, and they would represent the least externally influenced scenarios from both cultural and geographic isolation. So here in this table, you can see a mapping of a lot of emerging sign languages and the references. They happen in African contexts, in indigenous contexts, and some others. All right. So now I'm going to talk about the emerging sign language that we are describing, that's found here in the state of Piauí. It's located in a village area called Várzea Queimada in the northeast of Brazil, in the state of Piauí, in a very hot and drought area. There are approximately 1,000 inhabitants in this village. 33 are deaf. So it means if you consider the percentage of deafness, it would be high if it was true for the other cases of other cities. The first deaf was born in the 50s, and the youngest deaf are now 14 to 17 years old. So there are more like 3 generations of deaf, and no reports of deaf of new deaf births. So it's very far from the capital, which is Teresina, where the airport is located. So you can see here it's 400 kilometers by car until the access to the area. And then when you get to the access to Várzea, there is still a 5 kilometer small road that you have to follow until you get to the community. So it's very geographically isolated. It was more in the past, but now they have already like pavements and stuff. So this is a general view of the place of Várzea Queimada. And it's very interesting because the geometric figures here represents the concentrations of deaf houses or families. So here in the red triangle live some deaf, here in the yellow circle, and then in the green rectangle. So you expect some sociolinguistic differences here as well, as these guys lives very far from the green rectangle ones, but there are some interaction, more frequent interactions between these two groups. So it's very interesting to look at the urban pattern inside the village emerging sign language community. All right. So I will talk now about the emergence of some linguistic structures in these emerging sign languages that have been reported in the literature. I will start with this article published by Wendy Sandler in 2018, where she presents an approach called Body as Evidence for the Nature of Language. So she proposed that the recruitment and composition of body actions would count as primary evidence for linguistic properties and their emergence. So, for example, she focused on compositionality, which is taken to be one of the design features of human languages. So compositionality was first introduced by Frege as a constraint on the relation between syntax and semantics, and it can be described as a compositionality principle by Szabo, where it finds the meaning of a complex expression is determined by the meanings of its constituents have individually, and the way those constituents are combined, or how they interact inside this construction. So what she wants to do is to look how this composition can be observed in the body. The motivation for this body as evidence approach, in which the body and compositionality figure prominently, is mainly based on the study that she made of body signals in humans that are communicative but are non-linguist, and that have internal composition organization. So she analyzed the cases of communicative displays of intention, emotion in athletes. So since compositional communication is very limited or non-existent in other species, but robust in humans, the question of its evolutionary origins would be of interest. Sign languages tend to have similar body-to-language representations, suggesting that they would have derived from a universal gestural base common to all of us. This proposal suggests that the gradual recruitment of parts of the body, as well as the refinement of these articulations over time, review the way in which linguistic organization emerges step by step. So the body-based approach would review which components of language organization arise earlier than others. So her approach contrasts with the concept of the externalization proposed by Berwick and Chomsky, in the view that externalization of language by the body would be of secondary importance to language. But her approach is compatible with Fitch's position about externalization and its importance for the understanding of language evolution, in which Fitch characterized externalization by the body is important because it can provide critical clues to computation and processing required by languages. So the body as manifesting and thus revealing compositional properties of language directly. So here we can see a figure where grammatical and linguistic properties are embodied in actions made by the body of the sign, and what they call the grammar of the body across a lot of sign languages. So mainly hands are responsible for signing words, while the face is responsible for mark syntax, and the biggest part of the body would mark the contrast, the information structure. So it correlates, for example, the smallest articulators with the smallest part of linguistic structures. Like hands would be the smallest part of the body, so we would be related with the smallest structures, which are the words. But bigger parts or bigger regions of the body would converge with informational structure. So the torso is responsible for contrasting reference or the new or given information. So she does an experiment where she collects 300 photos of athletes in victory and defeat contests. So prototypically displays of each case. So she wants to see how compositionality can be observed in actions that are non-linguistic, but that somehow presents some level of compositionality. So intense emotion in the end of a competition is something that people do very naturally. So she believed that it would shed some light on the emergence or on the origins of this property. So at the end, she had a prototypical display of each case of victory and defeat contest. So she had 184 photos, 49 victory displays, 58 defeat displays, so someone who loses a contest, 36 mixed displays, and 41 no competitive contests. She asked 84 participants to see the pictures and identify emotions and the emotional states and their intensities in each display. So what she found is there is statistical correlations for the responses as summarized in the figure above. So in the figure 1, you can see that when a person shows a dominant posture, she shows an standing upper back, stretched mouth, and contracted upper face. And in B, the other display also means that the person shows a dominant, so a victory display, plus happiness, which is not present in the mouth of the first case. So it somehow shows a degree of compositionality. So the same of A plus the lip corners up and the shoulders back. And then in the C display, we would recognize somehow that the person is dominant plus angry because they are in the same posture of A, plus the lip corners down, and also the asymmetric upper body. So she says that it would be an indication of very remote initiations of compositionalities in actions that are communicative but non-linguistic. So summarizing, what the grammar of the body in sign languages and the use of the body in expressing emotions have in common is the communicativeness and the complex compositionality that's not found today in other spaces. So we also see this in Sena, for example, in the Sena sign. So
yeah. Sorry for interrupting. You have 8 minutes. So just
8?
for, yes, because yeah, it was just 51 for the 20 minutes. So, but no worries. It's just to let you know.
Thank you. So here in the Senna sign, you can see the sign for morning being produced by the hand, but then there is an additional of let's say in the glossary would be a suprasegmental level, but in the body it would represent compositionality in the sense that the action of the body, which is the corporal action of intensity, adds meaning for the word which is being realized by the hand. So these emerging sign language already shows levels of compositionality. What can be assumed to take the things together, right? The grammar of the body and also the influences of cognitive emotions in language codification, right? The final case I want to talk today is about the mirror system hypothesis as proposed by Arbitz in 2012, where Arbitz knows that we have two modalities in which humans can communicate, like we have two potential language systems, which is the gestures and the vocal modalities, and he takes it very seriously in his proposal, because he asserts that gestural and vocality had been present in pre-hominids, gesture and vocalities, right? So what would differentiate us from the 8 gestures would that they would encode simple imitation, while the pre-hominids would have developed the complex imitations, what had allowed us to come with a proto-sign that then formed a proto-language and then language in the final step. So we would have departed from a pantomimic phase, and then we have developed a proto-sign stage that would finally turn into a proto-speech case. So this is the Arbitz spiral hypothesis, which is based on the recognition of the neuron systems, right, as has been identified by a lot of image analysis. So Sandler, again, 1 year later, she proposed that she criticized Arbitz expanding a spiral hypothesis in which a proto-sign would have developed from a pantomimic phase. She claims that emerging sign languages starts the process with the word first, and not, so they skip a pantomimic phase, and that iconicity and pantomimic are not synonymous. So the existence of modern fully fledged sign languages would contrary this notion that speech grew out of sign, but it would not imply the negation of the coexistence of gestures during language evolution. So she says that one thing doesn't imply the negation of the other. So it may be the case that gestures and vocalization exist together, but there was no such a step like a proto-sign that grew into a proto-language form. So if you look at the examples of Said Bedouin sign language, when you use a pantomime, which is an enacted action of taking something and cover your body, for example, I covered myself with a coat, it's like this. But when you have the sign for dream, which is a more abstract concept, it's iconic somehow, because the form can be related to the meaning, but it's not pantomimic in the sense that the body is not enacting any form. So in Senna, we do find that in only 50 years of existence, these people developed already a word first system and not a pantomimic style system. So the sign to look for, which could have be rendered by a pantomime, like someone who is looking for something, you would do it mimically, doing something like this, like looking everywhere around, but instead they already mapped this concept into a phonological form, which not represents the body. So it's not pantomimic, it's a sign, it's symbolic. So they do this, they touch in the eye, and then they go with the hand, which means to look for something. I'm ready to the end. So as in the phonological level in SENA, what people say is that emerging sign languages lack phonology. That's what has been said, for example, for the case of the emerging sign language, Al-Said Bedouin, emerging sign language of Israel. The case is very similar to what we found in SENA. For example, if you look at the years, we call them minimal pairs because there is a contrast between to speak and fire and in the words for night and midday, which are based on their facial expressions. But you can see as well that the facial expressions is semantically related to the meaning. So if it was a phoneme, you would not expect that a semantic meaning component, right? Because a phoneme is taken to be a meaningless component, right? That taken together form a component. So what they proposed for Al-Said Bedouin Sign Language is that languages may emerge in advance of a phonological system. But here, I would like to propose something different. That would be the case, for example, that these nominal markers, the facial expressions, would start as like what the idea of phonemes, where we have phonemes which are iconic in nature, but then to soft, right, the phonological thing, they would differentiate it further. So, for example, and it's interesting because here the face can be used to distinguish between two words which are semantically related, which refer to periods of the day. But here, the faces are not related to words that actually belong to the same semantic field, like to speak and fire. But finally, my final remarks are that village sign languages represents the least externally influenced scenarios of emerging sign languages, and SENA would be a good representative of this group, as it stayed in complete geographic and linguistic isolation for at least 50 years, as we know. Emerging sign languages data could contribute for the understanding in which the traits observable in modern human languages were developed. The body as evidence approach broadens the analysis of human language traits that are also found in other allegedly more ancient communicative and non-linguistic forms, like the displays of intense emotion. And the data from SENA confirms the theoretical predictions made by the proposals presented, showing its potential to be used in a similar way for future investigations. Thank you a lot. And sorry for speeding up.
No. Thank you. So if someone has a question, I have a question. So if no one else raised, their hands, I'll make my question. So I would. Which has a question? So I'll let Ruth go first. So please, Ruth, feel free to. I'll invite you to unmute yourself, because let me see. Great.
Okay, thank you. There's just a curiosity. Have you guys observed the three generations? Have you noticed any differences as to the rate of signing, for example, or to new phonological features, or lexical items or whatever? And and if so, how is the communication amongst the three generations?
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question, my dear professor. Yes, we have observed, but we still have not recorded them separately because we just started this project. So it's a bit different of what happened in Nicaragua, because they considered the start of the language as the starting point that they got together in the school. But when we went to Várzea, there were the generations already. So we must we must separate then in future steps of the research into groups, for example, considering their age and who are they most near to, considering those three groups of deaf people that I show with you in the community. So we, for example, in this case of we do observe differences, for example, in lexical signs. For example, some families use different signs for same concepts. We do observe this. But for example, in this case where in this case of the minimal pairs, in which to speak is like this and in fire is to blow, and the only difference is marked on the handshake, but the sign is the same. I have not observed differences through the guys with different ages, but we still have to look in more detail on this data.
Thank you.
So now, Remo, I'll ask you to unmute.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi. Great talk. I mean, it's not so really much a question. First of all, I just want to say I'm very happy that somebody is looking at emergent sign language and home signers in the scope of language evolution, because that's something I've been interested in for a while, even though it's not really my main area of research. What I was actually going to ask is, could you drop your email address in the chat? Because I think I would like to talk to you a little bit more in depth about some ideas, and there's a potential collaboration I would like to do so.
All right. I'll be very happy.
Thank you for the talk.
The workshop is also an opportunity for me to meet new people and to.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I have a follow-up on what Hooch asked. I would ask you to elaborate a little bit more on what Sandra is understanding as compositionality, because I kind of got a little puzzled, because I was following the idea that they were initially identifying functional items, so they would develop something that is more rigid and compositional in semantic terms, rather than on the structure of the signs themselves. And related to that, and basically the same question, I would like to ask you to elaborate a little bit more on the words and the properties of the words that were initially observed on those systems. So if they're fundamentally substantive words in the sense that you're dealing with something that is more abstract, acategorical in a way, which I question, but and whether they would involve some evidence of functional material and the quality of the functional material that it would be identifying. Sorry.
All right. Thanks a lot, Victor, for this question. I think that is a good point. And of course, I'm not directly responsible for her research, but here I'm replicating her words. So what I got from her explanation, at least in this article, is that she is trying to reverse the positions. So for example, we always describe languages from the theoretical perspective and we expect these things to be mapped on the body. So now she wants to start on the body and how it can shed some light for the linguistic feature. So that's why we start explaining, for example, for how grammar or linguistic properties are embodied in actions. But it's just to reverse the position in the way that body can illuminate the theory, right? That's what I understood from her proposal. So that's why we initiate the exposition. So for example, saying which parts of the body encode some functions in sign languages. All right, this is something. But as regarding to compositionality, I do think that, for example, the example that I show with Insana, which is morning, and then you add this expression of intentionality, and it means very morning, or what means very early, right? It's somehow the beginning of a compositionality. So these people do it like naturally, right? They are develop a language with no instructions, with no interaction with other linguistic systems. So somehow what she proposes that what is universal, that may be this gesture the body gestures or the body actions that we share, which are somehow related with our, of course, embodied cognition. But that's the main thing. But I do think that, for example, this expression of the body adds a functional meaning to the form, because it can maybe develop into an adverbial, maybe like something like vary in the future. I don't know. But from what I can see now is that it's just that they combine compositionally in a visual string in the same way athletes in a non-communicative purpose or a non-linguistic action can also, people can identify intense emotions within the body displays, whether they combine different expressions made by the face and the body posture. So it's somehow an attempt to integrate this body enactments with possible linguistic structure, but we are in the very beginning. And to finalize, we observed more verbs than nouns in Sena, and not too much signs that could be considered functional elements from the beginning, but mostly, and a lot of variation in the word order. So, well, of course, we have nouns which are really nouns. For example, if you have something like, well, it's difficult because as the language is in its very beginning, they rely a lot on their experience with the word in order to map into a symbolic unit. So people who see it for the first time, as Arbits maybe did, are very attempted to deem it as a pantomimic case. But when we see sign languages functioning, we see that the symbolic unity, like in the case for look for, that the signer do like this, is a completely arbitrary choice, which has no relation with the action of looking for something in the real world. So it's difficult, but I think we are.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating. But I understand.
I hope I had.
No, you did. You did. I have more questions, but we have an Eloisa and Professor. I think it's Luisa Salles. Is it Luisa? I'll ask you guys to activate the mic. So, oi, Luisa. So Professor Luisa Salles and then Professor Abol. Luisa asked in the chat first.
I haven't seen it.
A relevant point in Nicaragua's studies that adults differ from children, as you said, in particular in the way they use the space as opposed to the body. Children were more systematic, I believe. So more systematic than adults, yes. Do you have results in this direction? And then we go to Professor Abol.
Thanks, Professor Elisa Salles, someone who is very knowing in the sign language field as well in Brazil, mainly in Brasilia for her works. So we haven't looked yet at the spatial configurations, but we have looked, for example, in the way they encode verbs, which incorporate manner and path. So for example, there is this work from Ensangas and collaborators that they say that the first cohorts of Nicaraguan sign languages, they would do a lot of things simultaneously. So in a sentence like the ball rolled down, where rolled indicates the manner and down indicates the path, they would do something like this: ball, roll down. So roll down is simultaneously signed in one sign, but signers from the adult cohorts would, or from the less cohorts, so from the more developed cohorts for the language systems, would do its sequencing. So they would do something like balls, roll, and then down separately. So this we observed in Sena already. There are some instantiations of sequencing, then doing things simultaneously, as has been observed in the gesture, for example. But we haven't looked yet at spatial configurations. But for example, regarding to verb agreement, differently from what Wendy Sandler's observed in Al Said Bedouin Sign Language, that they lack this agreement direction, we do observe this at least with those signs, for example, that have an indirect object like give. It's almost impossible that the action doesn't incorporate a bit of direction at the very beginning.
Yes, so thanks for a very nice talk and very clear. Actually, I have a question which I think is controversial and you know, may also be a difficult question. So don't worry. This is the question I also asked my colleague Roland Fau, and you know, it's something that we're thinking about and we don't understand. So the question has to do with this division that we have in the literature between village sign languages versus other sign languages. And that seems to build on this idea that the village sign languages actually lack certain properties, let's say grammatical properties, which you don't find in the so-called fully fledged sign languages, right? And that again goes, toward this assumption that when we're talking about the emergence of sign languages, we're basically assuming that these kids, they don't have language when they are put together, like in Nicaragua. And the next moment they create language. But if we take into account what I've been saying, this is just impossible. For us to be able to have language at the population level, it has to be the case that the individuals actually have a grammar. So the question then becomes, are we not missing something about the grammar of those sign languages that we call home signs or village sign languages, rather than just saying they are not fully developed? And that I'll close by saying that that really suggests that there is something wrong in our analysis of these languages, simply because when you look at Creole languages, we know from Creole languages that it doesn't take 50 years for a language to emerge with all the grammatical patterns. So why would sign languages take so long?
Yeah, you are wrong. That's a very difficult question, which I have no immediate answer. But, well, all we know, for example, I will say something that I know, for example, all we know, for example, about this, of these differences of community and village contests is that the community ones would already bring a system that they had started developing in their own houses, right? So, and it even,
yeah, exactly.
And it even has been pointed out as something that has saved their language faculty until they meet a language-like system. So for example, why these people do not suffer a lot with the critical period effects? That's because they have the gestures at their home. But I see that your question is more related to whether these home signers would have already to carry this grammar inside, regardless of their meeting with other home signers, or exactly. Sharing whatever features these grammars would have,
yeah,
and what would be the difference of the village ones.
Yeah,
I think I don't have.
Yeah, no, but no one has a good answer to that question. I was just, I just wanted to see whether you actually thought about it. Right. It's a difficult question, but I think it is a valid question that we really have to take on board, because this root classification that we make, which is like village sign languages, home sign languages, and then urban sign languages, I think it's too simple actually. Yeah. And it hides, very interesting properties of these village sign languages.
And I must say also something that additionally, for example, even the village contexts differ a lot. So, for example, in this village emerging sign language that we have here in PUC, they are very isolated, as I showed, or they had been very isolated, not now anymore. But for example, in the case of Al Said Bedouin, some people told me that it's very close, for example, to a McDonald's place, for example. It's not very far from a McDonald's place. So it must different in the way this village sign language must interact with other systems, gestures or other emerging signs, or anyway, yeah. We must go deep with these classifications. I agree with you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Actually, we can keep talking because we are like in the kind of coffee break. But no worries. And actually, we have 12 minutes before we start the next talk. So if you're free to like even to go get some coffee and rest a little bit for 12 minutes.
All right.
Good to see you, Ruchi.
Bom te ver também. Saudade. And nice to meet you all.
And thank you, Anderson. It was great.
Thank you, Victor. And I promise you that I will attend the meetings of your group.
You should come. You should come whenever you have some time. I also have a person that you have to talk to, and Ali Arevalo from the neurosciences. Well, she's from this medical school at USP, and she works exactly with mirror neurons. We've been debating, how to review the literature of mirror neurons in a way. So yeah, I think you should talk to her at some point because she's been studying this for some years now, and it could be a nice way to test hypotheses with her.
Thank you a lot.
Yeah, sure. Silene, eu troco com você, depois você troca comigo, eu troco. É só porque não foi nada, mas porque não, Cris quer falar. Esmeralda.
Não sou eu que preciso falar, quem precisa falar é a Silene, Vitor.
Ah, é? É tão difícil.
A ordem é quem?
Eu e a Silene.
É você primeiro, Vitor?
Quer que eu fale primeiro, Vitor? Eu falo.
Não.
Deixa eu falar primeiro, senão depois eu emendo logo com o meu negócio do...
Ai, não. Deixa eu falar, porque eu já tô... Ui, deu um estouro ali.
Já tá embalado.
Não tô, mas assim...
Quer ficar livre?
Não desse jeito.
Dor de barriga.
Nossa, mas é que eu tô assim, sabe?
Eu podia controlar dos dois, mas eu não sei como fazer isso.
Não controlo o nosso muito bem, não, porque a gente vai...
Não, tá tudo bem, é só porque como tem... Eu posso continuar. A única preocupação é só a introdução de pessoas que começam a pedir para entrar na sala, e aí isso tem que ser feito mecanicamente. Então pode ser que eu não preste atenção, porque vou estar...
Ah, ok, você quer me botar como host?
Isso, é só isso.
É isso que ele está querendo.
Ok, troca, entendi o que você quer trocar.
Trocar o
role.
O role,
Eu pensei assim, graças a Deus vou fazer minha apresentação, opa!
O meu colaborador, coitado, já falou aqui que não tem como. E aí...
Se você falasse mais tarde, ele teria como entrar?
Não. Aí, é que ele está em Londres, e ele falou, olha, estou no hotel, está um pouco escuro, e o lobby está muito barulhento, então contribuir com a fala vai ser difícil. Então eu vou fazer
Ele é um hacker.
Nossa, eu tô tão frustrado, eu tô tão mal disso.
Não.
Nossa senhora, eu fiquei assim, eu perdi o chão. A gente congela.
E você viu o que ele falou? Vocês são os tontos. Ainda falou que a gente que vocês são os tontos, vocês não conseguem me pegar.
Vontade de chorar. Eu na hora falei assim, na hora...
Tontos, vocês me deixaram entrar aqui.
Não, é impressionante como você congela. Eu fiquei congelado. Nem ler direito a pergunta do moço do YouTube eu fiz ali direito.
Não, aí é ruim mesmo.
Ah,
Bom, a gente vai ter uns tempinhos, vou pegar uma água.
eu vou pegar outro café.
Eu já tomei tanto café, já comi chocolate, já fiz de tudo.
Já comi muito, tomei muito café, chega. Agora eu vou pegar sua água.
Vixe, Maria, não vai mais. Eu estou muito.
Que bom ver vocês.
Muito bom, eu não sabia que era a Heloísa que estava ali. Eu falei, a Heloísa
Gente, eu
apareceu
estou
assim.
cuidando do meu netinho, tá o
Ai,
desenho
que-
animado aqui na televisão.
Que inveja!
Elô, desculpe não ter feito a sua pergunta, é que eu não enxerguei no chat. Quando o Vitor falou para mim, aí já estava na hora de terminar, tá?
Imagina, estou vendo a dificuldade. Mas eu estou aqui arrasada, né? Mas, claro, estou cuidando do netinho, então, né? Prioridade. Mas a televisão está ligada, ele fala a qualquer hora, né? Então, eu falei, não posso deixar ligado. Mas está muito legal a mesa, super bonito o trabalho, né?
Muito
Tô
bom,
adorando.
muito bom, muito bom.
Bom mesmo.
Eu do possível, mas está dando certo.
A tentativa como é que a gente estava discutindo, é trazer a discussão mais, né? Do tipo, olha, a gente precisa, de alguma maneira, se inteirar, porque o impacto disso para a teoria é muito grande, a gente não pode desconsiderar, né? E vamos lá, vamos ver, é
A
gostoso.
ideia do ABOL, para mim, assim, foi música para os meus ouvidos, para os nossos, eu acho, né? Porque, no fim, eu acho que a tendência hoje está sendo essa, né? De que essa capacidade mesmo de lidar com muitas línguas ao mesmo tempo. Eu sempre me lembro da Esmeralda, ela falando uma coisa, ela não está aí agora, mas eu nunca esqueci. Muitos anos atrás, ela falando da nossa percepção dos dialetos, né? Que a gente teria isso. E a coisa assim que vai além, também as nossas intuições, ela usou até a expressão intuição, que a gente teria intuição para os dialetos, para as diferenças, né, nesse nível, né? Das românicas, das línguas românicas também. Como se houvesse assim uma coisa que fosse para além, né, mas que tivesse vinculada, né, por essa capacidade fenomenal, né, de operar com a variação, com a diversidade. Então, ele acabou de me dar.
Olha que engraçado. Olá!
É o Tito, esse é o Tito.
Isso que é curioso, a gente tem uma percepção de língua que é muito moderna. E isso tem um ruído no sistema, no entendimento do funcionamento básico do sistema, que é muito grande. Então, a gente estava discutindo isso no grupo de linguagem e evolução uns dias atrás, do fato do manhês servir como uma evidência para as primeiras estratégias de vocalização. E aí a Esmeralda estava discutindo uma coisa parecida, falando assim, bom, mas manhês é uma coisa, essa interação mãe-filho e a concepção de criança é uma coisa tão moderna que você não pode colocar uma coisa que aparece, sei lá, no final do século, do começo do século passado para cá, como uma coisa que aconteceu 100 mil anos atrás. Então, esse nosso viés reduzido de línguas modernas, imperiais, depois do Leonid, a coisa ficou um pouco confusa. Reconstruir essa coisa básica, que é o que o Bufueni e o Abó mostram, de base, o sistema é multilíngue. Né? Então, tá bom, eu fico
querida, adorei te ver.
eu fico feliz. Eu vi que apareceu a Elisa Salles, depois veio o Luiz, depois apareceu.
Muito legal, parabéns, Anderson. Eu estava falando aqui, explicando que eu estou cuidando do meu netinho hoje, à tarde, é meu dia. Então, tá a televisão ligada aqui no desenho animado, eu não podia ligar o som, entendeu? Por isso que eu acabei mandando a mensagem, a pergunta pela...
Valeu, Heloísa, obrigado. Esse é um assunto que estava guardado. A Ruth me proibiu mexer nisso até eu terminar a minha tese. Aí ela disse, você pode mexer nisso, mas depois que você terminar. Então, eu não fiz minha tese com isso. Eu já estava trabalhando com outra coisa, que era a questão dos determinantes em Libras e tal. Aí ela disse, mas depois que você terminar o doutorado, aí você pode...
É o que você quiser.
Fazer...
Tirou a carteirinha, pronto.
Queria a carteira de motorista.
grande momento, né? Você está vivendo agora, que aí você tem você vai exercer essa possibilidade, né, de direcionar a sua pesquisa, de buscar responder as perguntas que você... Essa é uma das coisas mais preciosas desse trabalho que a gente faz, né? Essa autonomia, essa possibilidade de abrir frentes, né, e dialogar com outros interlocutores, os mais distantes, e agora com essas possibilidades todas.
Imagina,
você vai
hoje,
longe, estou gostando de
imagina
ver, vai
hoje
longe.
essa audiência aí, ó, só Iraguereca, Miagawa.
Preciosa, nossa, estou assim, looking forward. É isso aí. Esmeralda, eu estava falando sobre você agora há pouco, falando que o que o Abó falou tem a ver com... É música para os nossos ouvidos, né? Nós estamos aqui lidando com a variação, e é isso mesmo. Eu acho que a nossa grande capacidade é essa. Ele formulou, né? E eu me lembrei de uma coisa que você falou muitos anos atrás, uma vez, que eu nunca esqueci. Que você disse assim, que nós tínhamos uma percepção, uma sensibilidade, uma capacidade de lidar com as diferenças dialetais, e que você achava que isso ia até a capacidade de lidar com o tronco românico, por exemplo, né? E você usou a expressão intuição mesmo, sabe? Você se lembra das suas ideias sobre isso?
Sabe quando? Porque quando eu estava na UCLA, eu estava fazendo um curso com o Dominique, e a gente fez um grupo, tinha italianos, tinha espanhol, e ele me pôs, como eu estava lá de pós-doc, os outros eram alunos. Eu era a pessoa que dava as intuições para eles, e eles tinham que raciocinar. E foi muito engraçado, porque quando o italiano começou, quando o espanhol... foi o italiano que falou para mim. Ele falou, eu entendo o que está acontecendo com o português brasileiro, eu tenho intuições sendo italiano, entendeu? É uma coisa... E é verdade. Agora, então, que eu fico ouvindo Netflix, aí tenho visto um monte de série espanhola e tudo mais, gente, você entra é como se você ligasse uma chavinha e você começasse até os críticos a entender que é uma coisa...
a gente, não, para a gramática dos críticos é incrível. A gente pega rapidinho ali, bate lá dentro, né?
Em português, mas na hora que está lá no espanhol, eu estou entendendo tudo que eles estão falando, é uma coisa impressionante.
Bate lá dentro, a gente sente isso. E engraçado é que eu falo isso, inspirada nessas suas ideias aí, eu falo isso para os meus alunos, que eu dou aula de sintaxe clássica para eles. E aí a gente fica lendo os textos antigos, né? Do português arcaico, eu falo, gente, fala a verdade, bate aqui dentro, não bate? Isso é português, isso aqui a gente conhece, né? Aí eles ficam achando gozado aquilo, mas eu acho que é isso mesmo, é uma intimidade, né? Uma familiaridade, né, que a gente tem, e que eu acho que é fruto dessa nossa grande capacidade, essa capacidade fenomenal de lidar com a variação e de operar com ela. Então, eu acho que esses...
É isso sabe, é uma pena das escolas não entenderem e caminharem no sentido contrário, porque se você explorar essa capacidade dos seres humanos e dos alunos, eles vão ganhar muito mais do que ficarem aí nessa... Você quer a tristeza geral, né?
Muito legal, muito legal. Que o bilinguismo, o multilinguismo é o natural, e não o contrário. Né? Quer dizer, essa ideia de...
Você já lidou com alunos africanos?
Eu? Assim, eventualmente em sala de aula, a gente até já teve após um rapaz que se formou.
Gente que veio como orientando. Eles são fantásticos.
Porque tem essa facilidade, naturalidade, né?
Eles se policiando, eles lascam, sabe assim, vamos conversar, vamos. Os meninos que eu tive falavam português, que era uma coisa impressionante. É uma capacidade de mudar de... Sabe? A gente não pode olhar isso.
Minha pergunta ia naquilo que eu ia fazer, ia em duas direções. Uma é assim, qual o impacto da questão do período crítico, né? E assim, como que exatamente essa habilidade, né, de lidar, porque parece que quando você vai desenvolvendo conhecimento de uma língua, você vai meio que bloqueando outras coisas, né? Que vai fechando ali as janelinhas. É o que consta, né, nos estudos aí, que existe isso, do ponto de vista fonológico também, né? Eu não tive como formular isso por escrito, assim, né? Eu acho que eu nem falando eu ia conseguir, porque às vezes a gente fica tão bloqueado, né, para perguntar. Mas, assim, eu acho que, como ele veria isso, né? Se existe mesmo, porque é uma coisa que está aí na tradição, nos estudos.
Queridas, eu detesto ser pessoa.
Isso,
eu odeio chicote, mas eu vou ter que exercer a função de chicoteadora agora.
Voltei para esconder de novo, tá?
Senão a gente atrasa. Vitor, could you please project your slides?
I think you should turn me as a co-host again.
Yeah, well.
Co-host.
Co-host. And I will control your time, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
So I kindly ask you to indicate to me whether you can see it and whether, so I'm projecting a handout, so I ask you to bear with me. The discussion that Phoebus and I proposed is basically to explore what we understand as lexical primitives and try to at least to provide a speculative, of course, history of these primitives. And I'll try to make the case that it's fundamental to think about a lexical primitives because of the importance that they have in the grammar functioning, but also because it's a core part of the grammar, one of the core parts of the grammar, and we know basically anything about it. Nothing about it. So we have in linguistic theories generally a divide between what could be understood as encyclopedic versus functional divide. And I will understand, Phoebus and I will try to make the case that we have primitives bearing encyclopedic content, which we'll term as roots, and primitives bearing functional content, which we'll call functional morphemes or features. And we understand that at least if we adopt this double system for the composition of the human lexicon, any theory about the lexicon that is biologically and cognitively grounded should at least address three main questions. The first of them is where lies the division between these two primitives, considering what we know about them in modern languages. So the distinction between semantically unspecified versus fully specified primitives, culturally versus biologically based primitives, open class versus closed class primitives, and so on and so forth. The second question that we find relevant to address is how could said division inform us about their evolutionary history? So is it the case that we can find homologs or analogs of these primitives in the behavior of non-human animals, or are these primitives species specific? In this case, species specific to modern humans. Does the modern distribution indicate that evolutionary development occurred independently of each other? Or is it the case that we had one primitive and the other one is the result of grammaticalization, as some theories assume? And the third question that is quite minimal, but should be addressed at some point is why two primitives, but not three, or not just one? So one would block a linguistic system composed solely of roots, and what would block a system composed solely of features? What we offer in this short presentation is first, a highlight of the relevance of providing a cognitively and biologically grounded account of the primitive syntactic atoms. And we will address in this particular discussion whether we can find correlates of under or unspecified categories in the vocal behavior of non-human primates. We will see that one of the main divides between roots and features is the case that roots in human language bear no content or an unspecified content, and that this is a striking distinction between when considering the distribution of formal features or functional elements, which seem to follow a one-to-one mapping or which are not prone to polysemy. Okay, so if we go to what is being said about these two main one of the main components of grammar, the lexicon and syntax. The main assumption, at least in a generative view of language, is that these two systems are species specific, both syntax and the lexicon. But the impact for this could be quite negative when considered from the standpoint of the Darwin's problem, or the alleged assumption that the facultative language emerged very recently in evolution. considering the complexity of the lexicon that we see, in linguistic theorizing, linguistic description. And also, it is quite negative when considered from the expectation to go beyond explanatory adequacy, which is interested not only in identifying which are the properties of human language, but why are they as they are. So Chomsky and Bob Berwick already stated, and Chomsky himself already stated in some publications that we have the lexicon pose deep mysteries for grammar, and that their evolution up to now is entirely obscure. And this is quite puzzling because if we consider the evolution of the human lexicon, if we consider the role of the human lexicon in syntactic derivation is crucial, it's fundamental. We assign to the lexicon, especially to the functional lexicon, parametric variation. We assign to them roles such as attractors and triggers for merge. So they are basically conducting the syntactic derivation, but we have up to now, and this is not a new criticism, it's an old criticism that's been, being developed by the literature for some time now, that we have no understanding of what a feature is and how it evolved and how could it constrain a theory of feature, allowing us to go beyond explanatory adequacy and not only stating things the way they are, or just describing them in terms of features. Like features would be just describing what we are seeing in the languages without actually explaining them. So, and there is a fantastic quote by Sigurdsson that says, what we are doing now in linguistics in this respect without any cognitively and biologically adequate or constrained theory of features is that it is similar to doing chemistry without any knowledge of the theory of elements. So what we are trying to do here is, of course, a tentative proposal to say what could have evolved when we consider at least this distinction between encyclopedic bearing primitives or encyclopedic content bearing primitives and primitives bearing a functional content. With respect to roots, we have a kind of a sense in the morphological literature that roots define that part of the word that is a categorial that could be seen in different words, so it creates a word family. But the more important property of roots is that it bears no meaning. So roots in themselves are meaningless. And the reason is, if you take a look at any root in any language, you're going to see that despite the fact that in a word family, you can identify some resemblances of meaning, deep down, there are cases where the same root can be associated with different, in most of the cases, idiosyncratic meanings from which you could not identify any core or any core meaning from which the other ones would be derived. So you take the example for this root nom in Greek, in modern Greek. If you consider the nominal version of it, you can find some related meaning which it could boils down to law. However, if you consider the same root in different environment categorical domains, you see that there is no semantic homogeneity to which you could assign a proper core meaning from which the other meanings in different categorical environments are derived. So you see the same root in fetching concepts such as prefecture, distribution, sewer, astronomy, and so on and so forth. So, and the same examples could be seen in different languages. So we have here an example from Hebrew where the same root kabush can give rise to meanings such as gangway, paved road, compression, furnace, press, pickling shop. So you see that there is no core or semantic core from which the meanings, considering different categorical environments, could be derived. This led the literature to assume that roots, in a sense, are devoid of any pre-specified meaning. In a way, roots are meaningless and would be serving in grammar as placeholders to which we insert encyclopedic content. So our quest here would be to try to see whether correlates of underspecified or meaningless categories could be identified in the behavior of non-human primates. And what we're going to see is that differently from what the literature in theoretical linguistics in animal communication studies have assumed for many years, the correlation between, if there is some phylogenetic relationship between primate calls and human language with respect to the human lexicon, it should not be related to the conceptual portion of human words, but to the functional portion. There is nothing similar to roots, or there is nothing underspecified as we see in human language in the case of the primitives bearing encyclopedic content in the behavior of non-human primates. And to provide evidence for this, I go to explore the distribution of the alarm calls of vervet monkeys, which started being described in the 60s, but that received more attention from the 80s onwards. Vervet monkeys have 3 acoustically distinct vocalizations, and they are distributed in at least 3 different contexts for leopards, martial eagles, and pythons. We know that, and we can infer those types of distributions based on the anti-predator behavior that the conspecifics display. Seyfarth and colleagues used playback experiments to see whether just the vocal stimulus without any cue, any predator cue in the vicinity, would provoke the same escape responses from the conspecifics. And it was shown that, in fact, vervet monkeys are able to represent classes of entities, or to assess a representation of the predator just by listening or hearing, actually, a vocal input. Okay, so this led many scholars to admit that there would be some continuity between the vocal behavior of non-human primates in human language words, as with the fact of pointing out to things in the external world. And what we are questioning here is whether if such continuity is true, we are going to say, well, if you consider the conceptual portion of it, taking into account what we understand as the primitive bearing this type of conceptual content, no. So what we see is that, considering the distribution of roots and what we understand as roots in human language as the place for conveying or for bearing this type of content, they exceed comparatively to what we find in non-human primate vocal behavior. They change in terms of quantity, which largely exceeds the signals used by primates. They're unlimited acquisition, so we keep acquiring roots no matter what. So differently from what you find in the vocal behavior of non-human primates, whose acoustic structure, as well as the types of reference that these vocal inputs could fetch, are quite constrained and seem to be innately determined. They're culturally learned differently from the innate character of what these vocalizations seem to have. And more importantly, roots are polysemous. So you don't find anything that seemed to be polysemous in the vocal behavior of non-human primates, right? This, as I pointed out, this contrasts quite violently with what we find in the vocal behavior of non-human primates, whose inventory of categories conveyed by the acoustic structure of their calls are genetically predetermined, and there are conditions that impose critical limits in the expansion of their vocal behaviors. And the fact that these vocal behaviors biologically determined seem to impose some constraint that makes the system to be coextensive and unidirectional. And by this, I mean that this recalls the discussion that we were having in Roberta's presentation, that the vocal behavior of non-human primates will be referring or pointing out to something, to a particular class of reference in the external world. And I'm not saying here that these vocalizations are in a way have any intention of conveying any meaning. I'm not talking about theory of mind. I'm just saying that the mechanism underlying this seem to follow a referential one-to-one mapping between the class that, considering a entity, sorry, a categorical, a mind internal representation that the primate must have when assessing the availability of a given predator in the vicinity, and the reference it fetches or it understands. So considering this, we could understand that there is an asymmetry in the categories conveyed by non-human primates and roots in human language. So the categories that I'm not giving any representation of them, but the things that are underlying, the mental representation that are underlying the vocal behavior of non-human primates would follow a one-to-one correspondence where every element of the set of pre-adapted categories is paired exactly with only a single element of the set of entities or events in the external world. So if they access a mental representation that we can call leopard for now, it would pick up a particular class of entities in the external world, and eagle, the same thing, and so on and so forth, differently from any root in human language, which seems to be based on a one-to-many correspondence. So a single root, such as land in English, can be freely associated with more than one element of the set of entities or events in the external world. Okay, so this asymmetry seems to point out to us that if we understand that there is some kind of a phylogenetic relationship between the vocal behavior of non-human primates and the human lexicon, it cannot be associated with the portion of the human lexicon assigned to bearing conceptual content. Okay, so in a way, roots are species specific, and thus far I could not find anything related to roots or similar to roots in the behavior of non-human animals. Contrarily to that, so we can endorse this position by taking a look at the ontogeny of these vocal systems in non-human primates, particularly the ontogeny of the vocal usage of vervet monkeys. So it's not the case that since very early age, infants will produce those vocalizations to a specific category of individuals in the external world. There is variation indeed, but this variation is not random. So what Seyfarth and colleagues in Seyfarth and Cheney had noticed is that although infants animals under 12 months of age and juveniles, which ran from 1 to 5 years of age, produce alarm calls for non-predatory species, their vocal production is not random. So the vocalization for eagles normally is given when they observe something in the air, and even to species that are non-predatory. But it would never be given in the context that you have animals on the ground. And the same is observed with in the behavior of infants, that they restrict their leopard alarm calls predominantly to terrestrial mammals like lions, hyenas, cheetahs, and jackals, even though it's not constrained to the particular predator that catches those species. It is not. It seems to fetch a particular category in the external world, and the same applies also for these snake alarm calls. And Seyfarth and Cheney point out these monkeys seem to be predisposed from birth to divide different species into predetermined categories, namely predators versus non-predators, and terrestrial carnivores, eagles, and snakes. So there is a one-to-one mapping, not to a given species, like when I'm not saying that they're pointing out to leopards or eagle or snakes, but they are predisposed to identify certain categories in the external world that are pre-adapted in a way, and the categories in themselves are innate. So it's reasonable to argue that the pre-adapted categories associated with vervet monkeys' alarm calls are coextensive with the classes of predators that they denote. And non-human primates, however, on the other hand, even though the vocalizations are fixed and they seem to be predisposed to identify those types of categories, it doesn't necessarily mean that they do not perceive other things in the external world. So primate perception is quite intricate. So they perceive lots of things, even though they have no words for expressing them. And the mental categories associated with their vocalizations seem to be restricted in the way that they seem to be pre-adaptively determined. So we suggest, considering these asymmetries, that probably in human language, the establishment of an underspecified primitive internally to a fel, which we understand as a root, was evolutionary innovation that allowed the atomization of the conceptual representations extracted from perception into linguistic entities, as well as its later manipulation by the grammar, which consequently boosted the human lexicon. So even though we find this restriction in the alarm calling system of non-human primates, we suspect that the conceptual portion of the human lexicon is derived from primate perception rather than primate vocalization. And the emergence of a primitive, an underspecified primitive within FL opened the way to manipulate these concepts that were being extracted from perception. That was the innovation with respect to the primitive responsible for bearing conceptual content. Now, we try to expand this discussion saying, okay, even though there is nothing that could be identified as a root-related primitive in the vocal behavior of non-human primates, we could speculate that their vocal behavior in a way maps or behaves similarly to what we observe with distribution of formal features or functional items. We don't find in functional materials polysemy. So you can imagine, abstractly speaking, the concept that the content associated with plural, not the form, but the feature plural, would not behave in a way that it could fetch some meaning related to plural or any idiosyncratic meaning related to, like, for instance, gender or feminine, masculine, etc. A feature, in a way, follows as well a one-to-one mapping, and that's crucial for language acquisition and for the compositionality of the syntactic structure. So features, in a way, seem to follow a one-to-one mapping. So we were trying to say that this one-to-one mapping, in a way, can be found in the vocal behavior or the system underlying the vocal behavior of non-human primates. To try to connect these two assumptions, we suggest that the pre-adaptive character of the categories linked to primate calls bear a readed structure, which could be described in terms of an ordered pair. So you have, as part of this ordered pair, a member of this ordered pair that is genetically determined, that would determine the categories that this individual can experience in the external world, that it can observe in the external world, and a part of it which is determined by the biology of the species, and a variable that is associated with this innate portion of it. So this variable, which we call a vol, which correspond to information extracted from the sensorial disturbances accessible to experience, essentially delimited by an ATR. So we have this part-whole relationship between the structure, which we suggest is part of the system underlying vocal behavior of primates, where you have a part of it that is innately determined and a variable part that is constrained by the category that they can observe. This would allow this species to identify this. So it would explain why they are giving alert calls to, like, a fallen leaf in the context of an eagle call, and then gradually associate them to the actual predator. It functions in a way like a function. So it maps to a particular set of categories, but it gets constrained over ontogeny. In a way, we could define the system underlying vervet monkeys as something along those lines. We have a part of this ordered pair that is innately determined, and we could define them not in terms of the referent, in human language words like leopard, but as the way it manifests, like walk or fly or slither, and a variable associated to that. And these would constrain the experience of these species, right? And then gradually over ontogeny, the variable would be solely associated with the actual predator in adult age, okay? We also suggest that a system similar to this would be available to us in the fixation of formal features in human language. So formal features would not be determined by UG, but it would also be shared with other species if there is a phylogenetic correlation with the vocal behavior of non-human primates. And by this, I'm not saying that features such as tense, gender, number, and so on and so forth are innate. What I'm saying is that the categories that are underlying these features in the sense of Vutrical could be innate. So categories such as tense, number, gender, and etc. would be language specific, but they would derive from more broad categories that would form part of our also biological endowment. So in the same way that a non-human primate is predisposed to experience or to extract from the external world certain categories, such as individuals that walk or fly or slither, modern humans would also be sensible in the same extent to identify or be more prone to identify certain categories. But each group would fix those categories in a particular way, which would, in the end, give rise to the variation of functional categories that we identify in different languages. So being more specific about that, we hypothesized that in the same kind of mechanism would be available in the fixation of formal features. But differently from non-human primates, we would have selected different categories to experience in the external world, saying that in this case, nurture is also nature in a way. We do not select what we experience, but we are prone to observe certain categories in the external world, fixing them with different values. So the following Wilczykow's proposal, what she assumes as fundamentally universal in the case of functional categories are not the functional categories themselves, because they vary considerably considering a large number of languages, but the syntactic domains in which they appear. So there seemed to be a quite rigid distribution of this.
Peter, sorry to interrupt you, but we've been talking to 25 minutes.
So I'll conclude with this with just more minutes.
Sorry, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So and then you have here what the categories that are assumed by Wilczykow as composing the syntactic structure of human language, the domains, but not the categories themselves. We suspect or suggest by now that these would serve in humans as the categories that would be constrained our experience, while each language would be fixating this with a particular type of content. Let's take an example like the distinction between the absence of tense in languages such as Halkomelin, but the presence of tense in Indo-European languages such as English. So our genetic endowment would give us something that is similar to this ATR, something that will be constraining our experience. In this case, you can imagine anchoring, but a particular group of people would value this or would assign to this particular category a value called, let's say, it would depend or link to this particular init category the value passed. And this would, within a given linguistic system, give rise to a language internal category that is identified as tense. But another group would value this particular abstract category, init category, that is constraining their perception as, for example, distal. And in this case, which is the case of Halkomelin, would give rise to a language internal category that we understand as location. So in a sense, this would explain not that first, that why we have many people getting in, and I have to accept them. We would have a different categories, but so functional categories indeed vary, but they are constrained by these domains that seem to be universal and would be identifiable in different languages because they don't vary. And this would be constraining the types of categories that we have. So just to conclude, the redenotation of alert calls resembles the semantically fixed nature of the functional primitives of human language, since both are not subject to content variation. We suspect that functional morphemes, formal features, would in this sense find precursors on the categories underlying non-human primate calls. We also assume, as considering the ontogeny of the vocal behavior of non-human primates, that roots seem to be a species-specific primitive. And finally, we conjecture that the empty locus, the emergence of a placeholder, which could be generated by MERD itself or by a dedicated primitive, gave us the possibility of operating in concepts. So roots would be more linked to primate perception than with primate vocalization. Sorry for running up. I think I hope I have,
Let's give you five minutes for questions.
Okay. For some reason, I got the host, and I had to accept people and present. Yeah, that was not fair.
I was accepting. You got messed up. So let's start with Remo. Remo, could you start, please? Oops, I'm so sorry. I'll give you the power of speaking.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I was going to say that, but then I couldn't because I was muted. Thanks for the talk. It's a very interesting idea. Maybe you could go back to your closing. Could you share that last part of it again, Vito? Thank you. The final remarks. Yeah, right. So I was wondering about the following. In an interesting way, you have some parallels here with Shigeru's lexical integration hypothesis, except he says the primate calls are the lexical side, and then sort of the birdsong equivalent is the functional side, and they come together, right? Whereas you're actually saying, wait, the primate calls, which in primates are very clearly lexical and fossilized, are our equivalent of the functional elements. Now, I'm kind of wondering of like, what is your story of like, how do you make this jump from the lexical to the functional function, basically? Because you need some kind of story for that. I missed the first 10 minutes of the talk, so maybe you already addressed that and I just missed it.
Yeah, what I'm saying, that's thank you for your question. That's a fascinating question. So this merged directly with the integration hypothesis developed by Miyagawa and colleagues. So the only distinction is that what I'm saying here is that with respect to the lexical portion of human language that would be linked to the integration hypothesis, we would not be getting the primitive to manipulate concepts, but the primitive that is fundamentally linked to functional units. So whatever we have to manipulate concepts could be language internal. It could be the derivation of you could derive it by merge. You have self-apply merge and then get a empty set to which you, at the end of derivation, assign an interpretation or link to that a conceptual content. But it intrinsically gave us compositional units that follow one-to-one mapping. So if we connect what I'm saying to the integration hypothesis, the lexical part of it would not be giving us the conceptual units of the words, but the functional units of words. Is that clear? While the conceptual portion of words would be derived later by some language internal strategy, like you could structurally define it by building up a empty set at the bottom of every syntactic structure, or by the emergence of a dedicated, underspecified, or empty primitive. Is that clear? So in a way, we're just saying we can shrink the lexical portion of it, with the lexical layer of the integration hypothesis, solely to the functional items of human language, while the conceptual portion of it would be language internal, and it could be something that we can explain in another vein, but would not be available in the vocal behavior of non-human primates. Yes, Shigeru?
Yes, Victor, I can't control it from here. Could you stop sharing, please?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, so this is a follow-up to Remo's question. There's this really interesting paper by Zuberbuehler who showed that alarm calls, this is Diana monkeys in Ivory Coast, when they use alarm calls, there is a mental representation that they have in their head that mediates the use of leopard, for example. It's not just sound and then referring to the leopard in the environment, but that there is a mental representation of the leopard that Diana monkeys have. And it's quite a clever experiment. And so I'm not going to go into the details of the experiment, but is that consistent with your view that alarm calls are mediated by mental representation of the prey, like leopard?
Yeah, thank you, Shigeru. This is, I'm not disputing the idea that these primates access a mental representation. What I'm saying is that this mental representation only fetches a single category in the external world. And this category could be defined broadly, not in terms of the animal themselves, but the behavior of them, or either by a cartographic distribution of the space. So what we are seeing in the vocal development of non-human primates is that they are not really pointing out to a particular predator, but they are prone to identify some classes of entities in the external world since very early age. And this seems to function in a quite of a functional way, a mathematical functional way, where we have a predetermined set of categories that we can define as walk or fly. And that's why, like an infant monkey or an infant vervet is giving an alarm call to a fallen leaf, to pigeons, and then only when it reaches adulthood, it will constrain it to a given proper predator. So what I'm saying is that they do have a mental representation, but this mental representation is quite strict, and it has a innate portion which functions as a function. It has a variable that maps to a certain set of categories in the external world. And in this way, this would be similar to what we find with the distribution of formal features in human language, which are not prone to polysemy, which seem to, this would imply to say that our species are also predisposed to identify certain categories of things in the external world as well, but they are different from primates. And in a way, functional categories would be also innately determined. But yeah, I hope it's.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Enoch?
Yeah, thanks for a great talk. I really enjoyed your talk and liked it very much. Obviously, I can buy I'm buying, the aspect that you just developed where you suggest that actually the functional sequence in languages is actually derived from the let's say alarm calls of non-primate humans, and that's because of the parallels that you can have between the two. And one of the parallels is that this is innate, right? So you also want to assume that in our species, this ability to basically have functional elements which map onto the semantics. So we have this one-to-one mapping is also innate. But then you move to, giving us a little bit of room for variation here, right? So the example that you showed for English basically suggests that, okay, whereas in some languages, we can have kind of the ATR will sort of be fixed as being tense. In some other languages, it could be fixed as being location. But the fact is that location and tense are not very different, right? So basically, tense is the axis, so it fixes something in space, and that's what location does, right?
Exactly.
And this brings me to something that has been observed, long ago already in typology, which is that when you look at TMA systems, they are basically isomorphic, cross-linguistically. So that really suggests that we don't even have a leeway there, right? It seems that we, just like for the primates, we're born with this knowledge of, combining, the so-called tense, mood, and aspect, which, Cinque's work, which you find all over the place. I mean, there is no variation there. So I'm wondering why you wouldn't go as far as, Cinque basically saying that this kind of functional sequence is innate, and rather, give us this impression that we do have some, some space, which we don't have.
Fantastic question. Thank you so much, Enoch. So I try to be very careful considering the typological work that Mutico brings about, like saying, well, there is this debate coming from there is this point that's made by typologists saying, well, we don't have a set of predetermined or innate functional categories, because we can find some categories that are language specific, and if they were innate, it's quite hard to explain. You would enlarge it G, and you have languages that have certain categories in certain domains but not in others. And then to play with that, she will resort to more general and abstract categories that would be underlying them. So you are right. So you would say, okay, tense and location seem not to be so different in terms of distribution. And she's saying, okay, that's basically the same. You could underlie some more abstract category that is anchoring. So you are anchoring your event on something, which could be like location or tense.
Exactly.
I have to make a proper investigation of each domain, because for some of them, she will point out that there are some quite distinct categories serving as their expression, like for the lower domains, for instance, to make the case that you would have all the functional portion of it as being functionally determined, innately determined, right? Then another point that has to be explained by any hypothesis working on the emergence of formal features is the fact that why we as a species do not grammaticalize certain concepts as functional, which is Cinque's problem as well. And which brings back also Tom's discussion that why information that could be evolutionarily relevant are not grammaticalized, such as scholar, or O of God, or some other thing that could be grammaticalized but are not. And in this way, you would say, okay, it's innately determined, and but it's something to explore more carefully. And your point is extremely relevant. I'll go back and see whether these categories could boil down to the same category without the need to resort to a more abstract entity to derive them. Thank you so much. I guess my time's up.
Thank you.
Yes, your time is up. Thank you, Peter. Now I will turn you into the host so that you can host me.
Let me introduce you.
Sure.
Just a second. I just need to get the program.
Okay, you have to make me the co-host so that I can share my slides.
Please, yes. Okay.
Huh?
So now we have a talk by Professor Selene Rodrigues, who will be giving us the talk, just a second, Founder Effect within Tupi-Guarani languages. Please, Selene, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me mark my time. So, okay, so I have to open the floor for Jairo Nunes as well. It's going to be messy. I have to control the waiting room. But anyways, let's start.
No need.
You will. Okay. Yeah. So my talk is about founder effects within Tupi-Guarani languages. And let me see if I can make it work. So, and I have the following topics that I want to discuss with you. First, I want to show some reported evidence that founder effects happened within genetics and linguistics related to the Great Migration from Africa within the Paleolithic period, the first Great Migration we had. Then I want to show you some results I have on founder effects within Guarani languages, which are from the Tupi-Guarani family, related to migrations within South America around 2,000 years ago. Then I want to try to relate my results with our method representations of vowel and consonants, discussing the hypothesis that vowels are for structure and consonants are for creating or building the lexicon. So the founder effect was first discussed within genetics by Meyer in 1954, and it can be defined as laws of genetic variation when a sample of an original population A, so also this sample is also called the founder population, moves away from A, carrying only a small fraction of the total genetic variation available in A. So to exemplify this, let's start with this little fish called Hemiodus ornithopus, or also called in Brazilian Portuguese, bananinha, little banana or banana fish. And so it's endemic from the Paraguay basin, and due to alteration in its habitat, mostly construction of dams by humans, it started recently migrating up the Paraná River. And researchers have noticed that they show a founder effect in that they display less genetic variability compared to the original population. Another example we can give is the rate of O blood type among native speakers, Native Americans. Among them, 98% are type O, although they descend from Asians where only a 50% rate of type O is observed. Thus, Cavalli-Sforza has hypothesized that the founders who crossed over the Bering Strait were carrying the O allele. So probably the most incredible and the hardest migration we had was the one from the exodus from Africa around 60,000 years ago. And this territorial expansion gradually resulted in the occupation of all continents, with Oceania and the Americas being the last ones to be occupied. Interestingly, this came hand in hand with a subsequent serial found effect. The further a human population is from Africa, the poorer it is in genetic diversity. Sub-Saharan Africa populations are the most are exceptional in number of genetic variations. So it's shown in figure 1. When you have the genetic distance between Africa and the other continents, notice that America and Oceania are the most distant ones. And on figure 2, where it plots decay of heterozygoticity versus genetic distance from Ethiopia, considered one of the birthplaces of humans. So you can see that here, the further languages from Ethiopia, the less it has in genetic variation. Within linguistic, there is this interesting work by Atkinson, who conducted a statistical analysis on 504 modern languages and from different families and from different continents. And he found a correlation between phoneme reduction and distance from Africa. So the further languages from Eastern Africa, the smaller its phonemic inventory is. So notice here in the graphic, in the graphic in figure 3, that Oceania and South America are the places with the smallest phonemic inventories. So, but there are some other relevant facts that we have to discuss here. First, that there is also a correlation between population size and phonemic inventory size. Languages spoken by large populations have more phonemic than languages spoken by small populations. Also, languages with too many neighbors present less phonemic variability. They tend to be more conservative. They do not increase their phonemic inventories nor decrease it. And this population size, phonemic inventory size correlation is obtained for large populations only. So also, language spoken by large number of speakers increase their phonemic inventories over time at a very small and gradual rate, 0.26 and between 0.26 and 0.38 per 1,000 year period. Also interesting to the work I'm doing here is that vowels are more resilient than consonants. This is work done by Hay and Bauer, and they show that vowels do not really fluctuate in terms of population size. They are more resilient and strong than consonants in a certain sense. So before we go on, let me just do some observations here. Studies and findings on genetic and linguistics do not walk hand in hand usually, especially in evolution where different types of forces have to play. And not always there is a match between genetics and linguistics. Ethiopians, for example, are genetically related to Africans, but they speak different languages. They speak languages that are from Afroasiatic languages, which occur in the north of Africa and in Middle East. Where people are generally Caucasides. Genetic information is passed only vertically from parents to offsprings, while linguistic information is arguably passed genetically and horizontally. And language change are much faster and common than genetic mutations. Genetic properties are more stable than linguistic properties, although not all properties of language are equal with respect to that. Grammatical features are presumably more stable than phonemic features. As for Atkinson's hypothesis, it's also important to observe, as done by Sprout and Fort and Perez Lozada, that the reported phonemic reduction that he found out, that Atkinson found out, can result from a serial effect, either because the population increases or because it decreases. The original population increases or because the other population, the founder population decreases. So let's go to talk about Tupi-Guarani languages. So the Tupi-Guarani languages, here I'm giving you a map of the space where they occupy nowadays. And the languages from the so-called Tupi, the stock called Tupi, branches in 10 families. And evidence from archaeology, linguistics, and genetics indicate that Proto-Tupi emerged 5,000 years ago in a central western part of Amazon in an interfluvial zone between the rivers Amazon, Tocantins, Madeira, and Guaporé, probably the area that corresponds nowadays to the state of Rondônia in Brazil. And this is called Madeira-Guaporé region, and I will refer to it from now on as MGR. Proto-Tupi branched off from Tupi, The Proto-Tupi is now a family of languages, and it branched out from Tupi around 3,000 years ago. Around this time, the Tupi-Guarani people fanned out in a very radial fashion, and we don't know why they did so, but it took them far away from each other. Tupi-Guarani people expanded northwards, southwards through different routes. From east, that gives us Tupinambá, and from the west, which are the southern languages, which I'm interested in. So the Tupi family is composed by approximately 40 languages divided in 8 groups by Rodrigues based on phonological and grammatical similarities. And this grouping is confirmed by recent studies such as Michael et al. 2015. So here we are interested in this, I can't point here, but we are interested in the Guaranian family group of languages. So 2,000 years ago, the Guaranians, or the Tupi tribes, were aware in the south of the subcontinent, in the Paraná-Paraguay basin, occupying lands that are now part of 4 modern countries: Bolivia, Paraguay, Argentina, and Brazil. They also went to Uruguay, but now they're not there anymore. So the routes they followed is kind of unknown, but we have evidence that they possibly used waterway routes, and they probably followed they went there in waves, following the courses of the rivers Tocantins and Araguaia towards the Paraná River, the shortest route, or following the course of Tapajós River or the Madeira River. This is, this is just because there is this idea that people, when they migrate, these territorial expansions, they do it staying within the same ecological zone, similar zones that they used to live. And this is confirmed by expansion, the Bantu expansion 5,000 years ago, where there is evidence that they explored savanna corridors, avoid rainforest. And the populations who went through rainforest present a slow migration rate and delay in occupation of new areas. So the Tupi-Guarani migration, that might involve the 3 different migratory waves that we had here, that went in 3 waves, and probably the Axé people were the first one. They used they were wave 1, then the Xetá people, wave 2, and then the others. So this is an important fact, and I will not discuss it a lot, but it's, this map is important to what I'm doing here, but I don't have time, so I'll come back to it later if necessary. But the classification of this is important, that Axé and Xetá came in different waves, because the classification of Xetá and Axé as a Guarani language is uncertain. They have lexical and grammatical features that are not typical of Tupi-Guarani languages. Also, it has been argued that they were significantly affected by language contact. So a genetic variation compared indigenous population, Tupi people within the MGR region and outside the MGR region has already been done by Santos et al. And they did found that populations outside the MGR region has less genetic variability than people within the MGR region. It might also have caused loss of cultural traits, as discussed by Walker et al. So the founder effect might be something that also relates to cultural traits as well, not to genetic and linguistics alone. Sorry. So what I did with respect to this, well, when I got in contact with this literature, what I did was I mapped the languages, the Tupi languages that are still within the MGR region, and compared them with the languages that are in the south of the subcontinent South America. So these are called Tupi MGR languages and the South TG languages. So you have the 2 groups. So here I compared 10 languages in each group. And I took as variables for comparison the factors that are considered were phonemic inventory size, consonants and vowels, and then I looked at consonants and vowels differently, estimated number of speakers. And what I found is that with respect to number of speakers versus number of phonemes, size of phonemic inventory, it was not significant. So there is no difference. I did not find any difference between populations that have more speakers and the size of their phonemic inventory. This is probably related to the observation that this population size phonemic inventory size correlation is obtained for large populations only. It reaches strong significance only when we're talking about languages with hundreds, thousands of speakers or more when they are included in your sample. This is not the case here. We're talking about languages that have very short number of speakers. Let me show you something here. So if you look at the South TG languages, the language that has more speakers is Tupi-Guarani, is Paraguayan Guarani, that has more than 5 million speakers, but the others are very small in number of speakers. So this I will discuss later. And then I did a variance test, and the variance test showed me that for consonants, it's not significant. I found no difference. I mean, South TG languages in the South have less vowels than languages in MDR. As you can, they have less consonants, I'm sorry, than languages in MGR, as you can see in the graphic, but this is not significant. As for vowels, I did find a significant effect. So oral vowels and nasal vowels are significant. Languages in the South TG present less vowel variability than languages in MGR. So that's an important fact here. And here I'm showing you other graphs that you can compare. So here are for consonants, you see that, you know, in both MGR and in South TG, you have consonants all over the place. You do have variability. It's not really like you have less variability in one place than in the other. But with respect to vowels, it's very clear. MGR has more variability in terms of vowel inventory size than South TG languages. South TG languages are very well behaved with respect to their vocalic inventory. So their vowels, they have a 6 multiplied by 2 system, 6 oral vowels and 6 nasal vowels. With Cheta is the only language that does not really have, that does not really behave well because it has only 5 vowels, but Cheta went through a very severe bottleneck. It has very little native speakers nowadays. So probably it's an effect of bottleneck. And then I'll talk about bottlenecks later, but I think that bottlenecks are a very important issue here. Well, you can look at this thing and say like, well, here you are comparing, you know, a stock of languages, Tupi languages versus a family of languages, which are Tupi-Guarani languages. So when you look at MGR, you look for languages from different families. And when you look at South TG, you look at languages that belong to the same family. That's true. So to test this, I compared the Tupari family, which is in MGR, versus the South TG languages. And what I found, Vitor, you have to allow Antonio back in the room, please. And when I look at this, when I look at them, I got the same contrast. So Tupari and South TG languages are not really different with respect to consonants, to the size of their consonantal inventory, but vowels, they have a difference in vowels. So they have more, Tupari has more variability in vowels than South TG languages. So it's a valid comparison. So what we found here is that more variance in size of inventory, in vowel inventory among MGR languages than among South TG languages. And this might be a result of a founder effect, which is weird because, you know, if you look at Hay and Bauer results, they show that vowels are less affected by fluctuation in population size. But notice that here what we found is that actually the Tupi-Guarani, the South TG languages are very conservative with respect to their vowels. They did not change their vowels. Their vowels are the same set, a 6 multiplied by 2 harmonious system. And actually, if you look at reconstruction of Proto-Tupi-Guarani, it is said, especially by work done by Rodrigues and others, that they have the same harmonious set of vowels. So if we go like this, if you accept these results, this reconstruction, what we have to say is that South TG language preserves Tupi-Guarani set of vowels. The South TG language were more conservative in preserving their vowel inventories. And also languages with too many neighbors present less phonemic variability. That's an important fact here because the South TG languages are conservative because of a neighborhood effect. They were surrounded by dominant languages like Portuguese and Spanish. Paraguayan Guarani, for example, coexisted in a quasi-bilingual situation with Spanish, but it's conservative with respect to this vowel system, being thus similar to South TG languages. I'm not going to discuss consonants here, but there are some interesting facts about the consonants, but I really don't have time, I'm sorry. So the rate of phoneme accumulation depends on population size, and languages spoke by a large number of individuals increase their phonemic inventories over time in a very gradual rate. And this is true probably about South TG languages. They have a very small number of speakers, except for Paraguayan Guarani, so which in fact had more consonants, but the same vowel system. So the question here for us is why vowels are more resilient than consonants? Well, it has been suggested that vowels and consonants do not have the same mental representations. Investigation on language acquisition and on phonemic perception, for example, indicate there is a division of labor between vowels and consonants. Consonants are used to track and identify and differentiate among lexical items, while vowels are used to mark prosodic boundaries and structural relations. Vowels are signalers of syllabic structures, syntactic boundaries, and other syntactic properties such as constituent order. Vowels are, for example, yes, I know I have okay. 5 more minutes. Sorry,
yes,
give me 5 more minutes.
Yes.
So if you look at this, if you look at the South TG languages, here I'm giving you Imbia Guarani, which is in the south of Brazil, as well. So here, if you look at this, you'll see that they use vowels to mark nominalization, and they use vowels to differentiate pronouns. For example, for first person plural exclusive, second person singular. So in fact, all human languages have vowels and consonants, but in a very different way. Very few of them, with very few exceptions, they all have more consonant than vowels. The common ratio is 4. 20 vowels by 5, 20 consonants by 5 vowels. And so there are lots of evidence that consonants are used for building the lexicon. First, you have consonantal roots in Semitic languages, not semantic, but Semitic languages and other languages as well. There is a distinction between consonants with respect to words, consonants. A distinctiveness between consonants within a word seems to be maximized by speakers, where distinctiveness between vowels is minimized. And there is this kind of consonant faithfulness. Speakers, when they are asked to adjust a pseudo word to a word in their native language, they often do by changing the vowel, not the consonant. So if you give them quebra, they will give you cobra, but they will not give you zebra or zebra. So there is also evidence from word learning and lexical access. One interesting case is Danish, because they have more vowels than consonants. And it has been argued that children present a delay in lexical acquisition when compared to children from other European languages. Vowels, on the other hand, are carriers of prosodic information, which provide cues for morphosyntactic properties and for syntactic constituents. Adult speakers are able to generalize A-B-A sequence or dependencies better than when the repeated element is a vowel, like in PUC-Lu and Mesale versus PUC-Pu and Mesami. And infants are able to generalize AAB structure better if the repeated element is a vowel. So we have evidence, independent evidence, that vowels and consonants play a different role in human language. So our results suggest a found defect within Guarani language indicated that vowels are more resilient than consonants. And there is this is in accordance with previous results on effects of language contact and correlations between population size and phonemic inventory size. There is a convergence with research indicating a division of labor between vowels and consonants. Consonants are used in building and differentiating lexical words, while vowels are structural markers. And this line of research is probably contributes to investigations on language and evolution of speech and language, suggesting that events such as migration can affect the building blocks of human language. There is an interesting thing here that I'm starting looking at this. That is this distinction between voice and voiceless calls in non-human primates, and especially work done especially by Lameda. And Lameda has noticed that voiceless as opposed to voiced, as opposed to voiceless, as opposed to voice calls are learned. So voice features has a very important role in this thing, because they are related to vowels. Vowels are usually voice elements, and they are probably innate. So this probably goes well, are in line with what Vitor has shown today, that functional categories are the innate things, and probably functional categories are, marked by vowels in human language. And it goes well also with Anderson's conclusion that in sign language, hands are used for words, and the upper part of the body is used for structure. So if you look at sonorants, that's probably the same we have within human language. More sonorant elements mark structure, less sonorant elements mark the lexicon. All right. I guess I did it. Thank you.
Thank you, Silene. Thank you so much. We're now open for questions. So if there's anyone that has a question, I kindly ask to raise their hands so I can see them, and then I'll ask to unmute.
Yes.
No. Oh, Remo.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for the talk. I have a question which is sort of related to something you mentioned along the way of building your argument. When you said that it's fairly common for languages to have fewer vowels than consonants, and consonants are used to distinguish lexical meanings. And that kind of makes a weak prediction for me. And I'm just wondering if you know whether someone has investigated this already. I presume probably somebody has. But that kind of makes the weak prediction that you would find more minimal pairs distinguished by consonants than by vowels, right?
Within the lexicon. I mean, in lexical words.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So if that has been done somewhere, that will be in support of your hypothesis or your generalization there. I don't know if someone has done that research, but just sort of a pointer, I think that will speak in your favor in making that statement.
Yes, the work done by Nespor and her group have worked on that, and they show that if you have a contrast between consonants within a word, they are maximized by speakers than when we have a contrast between vowels.
Okay, that points in direction too. I was more thinking of a statistical approach of saying, let's look at an n set of languages and see if we can find how many minimal pairs there are that are distinguished by consonants and how many there are that distinguished by vowels. But that I don't know how to even set that up. It would be a bit complex. But if you can find something like that, that would also be in your favor.
Yeah,
you
do have to look at a large number of lexicons.
Yeah,
it's heavy statistics. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Remo. Is there any other question in the audience? Let me check. I
think everybody's really tired by now.
Yeah. Questions? Okay. So I thank Sileni for an excellent talk, fantastic talk. And then I kindly ask her to now moderate Professor Yagareka's talk. And I, in advance, thank him enormously for kindly accepting our invitation and for being here with us today, debating this topic. So, Sileni.
All right, so here we go again. Professor Juan Yagareka, first, I would like to thank you. We would like to thank you for having accepted our invitation. It's a great pleasure to have you here with us, of course. And Professor Juan Yagareka is a professor at the University of Maryland at College Park. Let me get Louisa in again. I'm sorry. And he works particularly within syntactic theory with a great list of contributions, including research on clitics, the syntax-semantic interface, and the inner aspects of the computational system. And one particularly important contribution of Juan Yagareka is the hypothesis of multiple spellout, which is the predecessor or the starting point of the phase theory. Juan is also an important interlocutor on studies about language evolution. He has tackled this topic from different perspectives, including emergence of the combinatorial system, grammar hierarchy and memory, animal communication is something that he's interested in, psychosis and language disintegration. Professor Juan Yagareka, it's a great pleasure to have you here with us. We're all looking forward to hear from you. And so without further ado, let me give you the microphone. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure to be here, see so many friends. When one gets introduced, one usually wonders whether they're talking about the same person, but I'll pretend to be that person. And let me see if I know how to even share my screen. Let's see.
Go to share screen. First, you open your PowerPoint in your computer.
Yeah, that's open, and
Then you go to share screen, the green thing at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then it will open a window for you with your PowerPoint, and you just click on it.
Well, so far what it's giving me is one participant can share at a time. In other words, it gives me, it already doesn't send me where I was wanting to go. Oh yeah, probably this is what it is. Let me see.
Yeah.
Can you see that? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that should hopefully do it. And let me see if I can make this bigger. All right. Can you guys see that? Yeah. All right. So this ambitious title actually has a story that I want to start with. Let me see if I can advance. When I got the email from Vitor and Esmeralda, they did to me what they usually do to old people, right? They basically told me, this is what you're going to do. I want you to talk about ways to reconstruct an evolutionary history of the human language faculty and cover the specific areas of most relevant developments, you know, to what is involved in reconstructing aspects of the evolutionary developments. Should evolutionary adequacy be an integral part of the agenda? How could you expand on this research agenda? And well, which particular strategies could we follow up to develop a discussion? So you can imagine that with that planned program, what I said is, how much time are you going to give me to do that? And I basically responded in the email, thank you for the clarification. And I agreed that, well, one would hope to be able to model the evolution of something that A, we think exists, and B, in the form of how we think it exists, right? Not just how it ought to exist. Now, because language is such a curious entity, we immediately need to separate what linguists generally mean by language, which, you know, I'm sure that if we spend 5 minutes talking about this, we're going to agree to things like phrases or command or, you know, ellipsis, transformational like process, whether you call them transformations or something else, reference, conceptual notions. When I joined in today, you guys were talking just about that. Silene talked about some of those issues that appear in the phonological side of the system, information, and so on, right? The dots are intentional. And interestingly enough, and this has been contentious from day one, but it appears as if some notions may even be cutting across several of those domains, perhaps constituent being one of them. Just pre-theoretically, you seem to have it in syntax semantics. You seem to be having it in something like compounding, particularly languages with complex compounding like German, Basque, English, and so on. Arguably in the domain of syllables, although there you already get into issues of some people may agree or disagree. Similarly with distinctive features, and I'll return to that in more detail. And even in this fascinating little creatures like clitics and agreement and so on, which seem to be linking several of those domains. So emphasis here on the fact that these things seem to cut across various a priori domains. Now, what others mean, others studying evolution of language mean by language, it's all over the place. And so I'm not, again, not going to go down that particular list, but you don't need to look very hard to find radically different notions of language that the way I would put it is each of those notions, if indeed they're real and foundational, could equally have an evolutionary path that is every bit as momentous and fundamental as the others, and they're quite different. So we live in this. If one says we, meaning we people interested in the evolution of language, we live in this world of those two extremes. I don't feel uncomfortable in that world, but I just wanted to start somewhere. And of course, I like Gary Larson as a cartoonist. So in fact, I love cartoons of all sorts. This reminds me of the famous situation of the elephant, and you know, this being so familiar that we're all blind but looking at different parts, and we're very passionate about what it is that we are looking. Now, at the same time, by now, and this, but when I say by now, I mean since I was in graduate school, right? I mean, in fact, even within the last 10 years, we've learned so much about the molecular biology of aspects of language, the specific pathways that seem to be in some sense involved in the, I don't even want to use the word representation because God only knows exactly what it is that is going on at that level, but something obviously is going on in different areas of the brain, and it's, we are narrowing where. We even, in fact, I saw that Antonio was in the audience, so him, as partly how I learned about some of these issues, have been pushing very concrete structures in development that we know much more about than we did any number of years ago. And I'm thinking particularly of this push by Tecumseh, Fitch, and others on the neural crest, for example. All of this is, I would say, it was unthinkable 30 years ago, at least to me. Maybe I just didn't have enough imagination. I would have bet that none of this could have been possible, and I would have lost a lot of money. So that has happened very rapidly and very recently. At the same time, I think it is good to always curb our enthusiasm, because we are also very much in the dark. Maybe this is just me because I'm a consumer and I'm not, I'm an administrator, and so I don't have a lot of time, but it's not immediately obvious, at least to me, what concrete role, let's say, FOXP2 may be playing. I mean, and it turned out to be such a regulating little guy that it could be a million different things. Or for that matter, and this is a point Antonio emphasized many times, is whether or not it's playing the same role, even in closely related hominins. Maybe yes, maybe not. In fact, if you want to push it even further, it's contentious even whether other hominins had proto-language or language, and whatever you mean by that. And I'll also be happy to return to that, because in that domain as well, things have changed quite dramatically. Moreover, although if you read, say, Frederici's book in MIT Press 2 or 3 years ago, there's a huge amount of progress that her group and Purple and a bunch of others seriously have undertaken. It is unclear, at least to me, whether the neural pathways that they are isolating are explicitly addressing the structure of language components, or, for example, some parsing mechanism, or both, for that matter. To what extent those things track each other. All of this to me suggests that I'm not going to see this in my lifetime. I mean, these are all great steps, hopefully in a direction that, in fact, looks better than it was a few years ago. But if you're worried about whether or not the form that language takes, let's say C-command or something along those lines, whether or not those properties that we think we love and care about and so on, whether or not they correspond to some of these elements that we're finding, or developmental milestones and so on, to me, the jury is out on that. That doesn't mean the jury could not come in and tell us, but so far, I at least haven't seen the light yet. Again, maybe this is my own ignorance. And it actually could be worse, because I, like others, suspect that maybe maturation is seriously involved. So if you mean maturation, you probably mean epigenetics in a non-trivial way. Once you talk epigenetics, you could end up even talking microbiome, you could end up talking things that are pretty weird and fascinating. But again, the question you need to worry about then is how do changes, not just in body, but in this case, in neural properties, neural physiology, do they or do they not correlate with some of the fundamental properties that we find in language? All of these are empirical questions that I think are going to be fascinating to answer, no matter what the answer is. So I just mentioned this. I don't know whether to call a 2017 study recent these days, but this is a particular study that was looking at, well, in particular, whether or not there are fundamental changes in brain structure in puberty. You probably all recall your mother saying, no, your brain is not going to work until you get to be 25. And sure enough, the prefrontal cortex keeps doing a lot of its business until that age, even if it goes on until people becoming old like me. But there is a lot going on, right, between puberty and when mom said. And these folks are actually suggesting that when you look at that carefully, it is almost, in some regards, as dramatic as what you get very early on, right? I mean, I'm talking in that period that fascinates all of us, you know, when you're coming out of the womb, right? And the first couple of years until you're a toddler, to the point that I'm not going to dwell on this too much, among other things, because I don't know much about either brain plasticity or the specifics of how those changes work. But all I'm trying to say is that, to me, as a consumer, that indicates that something along the lines of what Lasnik and I are saying in our book about syntax and structure in our, I mean, we've written several, but I mean the one that is coming out next year, that there is a phase transition in the system that there is effectively a metamorphosis in the linguistic system. Of course, we're saying that for language internal reasons, but the fact that your brain does something pretty dramatic, going from, I don't know, you being a toddler to you being a teenager, suggests that it could well be that many of the discussions we are having about, is it all statistics or is it all maturational and UG and so on, could be that the answer is yes. And there is a period early on, of course, that is where you really somehow set your foundations of your first language. But the way you do that later in life, by later I mean anywhere between age 5 and age 20 or whatever specific dates you want to give to the brain undergoing those changes, could be quite different, and that could be closer to what some of our friends in the connectionism and Bayesian models and so on are saying. So in other words, that debate could be depending on when you're looking. If you're looking early on, you may be getting one type of answer. If you're looking later on, you may get a different one. If any version of that turns out to be correct, the question is even more interesting than I at least used to think it is. I mean, the question of the evolution of that, whatever that thing ends up being. So in essence, what I without going into many of the details of my particular take on this, I mean, I'm just laying out those things on the ground simply because the question I think you guys wanted me to, it's the end of the day and so on, wanted to reflect on is what can you do about evolutionary adequacy in the face of a faculty of language that could be as complex as we suspect it is, with properties like sycommand and displacement and so on, plus I would even say with the possibility of it undergoing a transition along the lines of what Lasnik and I are suggesting. So from that perspective, although you could argue that this addresses question 2 on whether evolutionary adequacy should be an integral part of the research agenda. The answer from this perspective is yes. At least for those of us who care about the architecture from the broadly minimalistic perspective. I mean, I think of that as just a way of implementing a biolinguistic program that goes beyond explanatory adequacy, in the sense that explanatory adequacy is seen as a way to get your theory to be acquirable by a human learner. So if you believe that that's a necessary step, but in addition to that, you want to ask these other biological questions, then you open the door. I don't see how to avoid some version of evolutionary adequacy, though the devil is going to be in these details, which are going to be enormously complicated. Whether or not this is Chomsky's reasoning, who knows? He's much more intelligent than I am, and I'm not sure what he really means in full detail by his third factors. But I suspect that that's not too different from the conclusion you would reach if you take things to this place I am taking them. Now, that question goes to the third about expanding the research agenda, which in turn relates to developments in linguistic theory, the first question that Victor and Esmeralda posed for me. And here I would like to be critical, and I kid because I care. So don't take any of this as me being glib. I'm just trying to examine our own thinking here. So what I'm calling the party line is that all you need is merge, right? You've probably have heard that phrase in multiple arenas, to the extent that sometimes the claim is, well, merge was it. That's what gave us this edge. And in fact, I think I'm not exaggerating in saying that in Friederici's book, the idea is merge found in brains, which I'm quite skeptical about not because one shouldn't be looking for this, but because I think it is much harder to find than it may seem. Now, part of my skepticism stems from the fact that I honestly don't understand merge the way I understand, I don't know, addition or multiplication. Of course, if one means by merge, well, words associate, sure, of course, words associate and they're complex associations, but you're not saying much there beyond, well, things are held together in interesting ways. Now, if you mean by merge something like a set forming mechanism, which is a much more specific hypothesis, then I think we start hand waving real soon, and we do have to be careful. So for instance, I never understood what we meant by per merge. I mean, among other things, because a pair is you could characterize a pair as a very specific type of set. But that's actually not what we mean. And so that to me it is central in some regards. You need per merge, but I have no idea what it means. Similarly, with this claim that internal merge, which is a brilliant idea, make no mistakes about that, but the idea that internal merge and external merge are the same thing, there again, I don't understand what that means, because in one instance you have a definable search mechanism, whereas in the other instance, at best, you claim that you have a search within the lexicon, but I actually don't understand what that means either, because that presupposes that that's part of the computation, but that was never part of the computation. And if you're going to make it part of the computation, you open a whole can of worms of the sort generative semanticists opened. So I think one needs to be careful with these claims, because it is perfectly possible that a different alternative is, well, look, internal merge is more complex than external merge, or vice versa. Doesn't matter for me which one you take, but they're not identical. They have components that are identical, but they're not fully identical. In one case, you have a definable search mechanism, minimal search or something, not in the other. That would be more careful, a more careful way to say things. And that, of course, has consequences, because, for instance, when you seriously worry about the notion of occurrences, copies, and so on, which presumably arise in relation to internal merge, it's not the same thing to say that that was a single evolutionary event than to conjecture the possibility that it may have been more than one. Those give you different evolutionary scenarios. Which one is right, in essence, is not what I'm trying to say here, but just that we shouldn't confuse rhetoric with how we're going to substantiate this serious evolutionary adequacy for our theory. The second point was emphasized multiple times, I think correctly, by Jackendorf and Pinker, that even internal to minimalism, it's not obvious that properties beyond merge don't play a crucial role. So, I mean, agree is the most obvious one. Silene was mentioning multiple spell out phases and so on, which actually it's the initial idea is John Bresnan's in the 70s. Well, that thing isn't merge, right? I mean, if you send those things in multiple cascades of structure, that itself is a different mechanism from merge. Agree, whatever it is, seems to be a valuation mechanism, perhaps under minimal search conditions, and it affects feature attributes, doesn't seem to be affecting even the elements of merge. And this is without going into the fascinating issues of reference, some of the questions that were being discussed as I was joining in terms of the cartography matters, what it is to extend projections, etc. All of that isn't merge, is something that merge uses in some sense, and so on. Plus, of course, you have all sorts of long-range correlations. Think of ellipses, think of parallelism, all that jazz. Is that merge? Well, if so, I'm not sure what kind of merge we're talking about. So it is not too difficult to just go down the list. Here you have a few of those. And in as much as those things exist and we take them seriously, either if they are part of the system, Are they an outgrowth of marriage? And if so, how or not? I mean, are they presupposed by marriage, or are they part of what you need to evolve as well? So I'm not going to take a side on any of this. I'm just saying, I'm just asking. It's not obvious to me that this shouldn't be discussed. Now, it is interesting that we are trying to, or at least some people are trying to make, bundle the faculty of language in a single evolutionary leap, and that's perfectly rational. And it is curious to contrast that with the Darwinian gradualism that would insist on incremental approaches in the classical view, going back to Darwin, geared by communication itself. It is, I do want to point out in the times we live in that immediately leads to lunacies like social Darwinism, or some of the things Darwin himself, which was a total lunatic when it comes to social politics and so on. You just have to read some of the comments he was making about other races, right? I mean, and I don't want to dance around that because I think that's morally profoundly wrong. So I think it is interesting when that came, that discussion happened. At the time, folks like Schleicher were actually proposing linguistics as a way of testing Darwin's theory of evolution. So I mean, it's not far. That racist view is actually was part of the party line in the 19th century, and you see part of it in The Descent of Man. So, in fact, this very pernicious divide between the natural sciences and the social sciences emerges at the time, in part as a result of this debate. It's not the only element, but that was partly through that debate. We know how history went. Structural linguistics became the dominant paradigm. Some of this just got pushed out of the way. This relates to that famous ban in the Paris Linguistic Society, although that happened actually earlier because it was seen as totally very speculative. Generative grammar, as we know and love it, is an offspring of structural linguistics with very rigorous formal tools that, the Turing approach to mathematics and logic and the birth of the computer and so on gave us, in Chomsky's view, within this very classical mentalist and innatist stance, which not everybody embraced to the limit that he has. It is at that point when you become serious, like say post aspects, you become serious about your innatism, that you can pose again the evolutionary question now within the work of Lenneberg and all that group that was meeting at MIT at the time that resulted in the famous Royaumont encounter in the 70s. Here you're no longer talking though about languages and all those views of languages plural that they had in the 19th century. You're actually now talking the language faculty, right? So the question is reframed differently. Of course, one knows that generative grammar was pushing in the US against behaviorism, in Europe against associationism, right? So Piaget type approaches. I like to think of those as very connected in some regards to the push that we have seen towards what is now machine learning, right? I mean, in fact, I heard Chomsky joke around where about his debate with Skinner. If Skinner had Deep Blue, he would have lost that debate. And Deep Blue is what, 30 years or 20 something years ago. Right now, we have way more powerful. This is without even going into quantum computation, which if somebody wants to, I would love to go into, because that doesn't change all of the rules, but it dramatically changes some of the rules. In any case, Chomsky's rhetoric at the time was obviously very anti-behaviorism. And at that point, you're going to be questioning any simple-minded associationism and any simple-minded gradualism, right? That comes with the picture. So it's not surprising that if you're Chomsky in that view, you're going to have to postulate a different approach to the emergence of that language faculty. So like Darwin, Chomsky is a genius of his time. I actually think he's a much more decent human being, but that's just my own, because he's a friend and I respect his politics. Now, in any case, science is always tested by facts. We know that's why, you know, we can make progress. And in that sense, I think we need to be very serious about seeing what we are learning as we speak. And I'll just mention a few things to basically wrap up with just some thoughts. So first of all, the interbreeding among hominins is now confirmed. It's not news to any of you. I remember when this was controversial. Now, it's actually misleading to say things like we wiped out the Neanderthals or we encountered Denisovans. What do you mean we? I mean, speaking for myself, I am what, 4% Neanderthal. That explains the way I look and all of that, and I'm very proud of that. Right? And that's just part of who we are. Last time I checked, there were like a dozen identified different branches of the bush that are all combined. So I don't expect those branches to be pruned. I expect more. By the time I leave this planet, I wouldn't be surprised if we talk about 50 different variants, particularly once we start looking at this seriously in Africa, where the means and so on haven't allowed us to yet look at this systematically. So as minimalists, I think we need to ponder what different hominins had, whether they had anything like FL. Of course, they either did or did not, or had something in between. So if they did not, then it is possible that this whole thing emerged very recently. I'm quite skeptical about that, but it is a possibility. At the same time, if other hominins had something like the faculty we're talking about, or some segment of it, the way Bucks would put it, then you could be talking millions of years. Of course, you're not going to be talking much more than 5.5 million or so, if depending on how much you're willing to give chimpanzees and bonobos and gorillas and so on and so on. That's 15,000 human generations in 1 million years. Is that enough or is that not enough? Well, we know so little about how these things would change that one would have to do very, very careful analysis of the sort Silene was presenting, of the sort Cavalli's forces started. And I think that is possible. It's going to take us probably a generation to do it, because if we manage not to destroy many of the languages of the world and the populations that are trying to survive and so on, we might even be able to get an answer if it isn't just English only and so on. That's what you have to work with. And then you have to look at images like the one I have there. Incidentally, the claim about this image, and Antonio could perhaps clarify this better, the claim is that that's Neanderthal. It's interesting either way, if it is Neanderthal or if it isn't. What do I mean by this? Well, the claim sometimes is based on the fact that we think Europeans didn't arrive, anatomically modern humans didn't arrive Europe, where that particular whatever it is, hash mark is found, because you can date that reliably to something like 65,000 years before present. Well, okay, but the more we understand about anatomically modern humans, the more likely it is that they arrived way earlier to Europe. I mean, latest dating puts them certainly in Morocco, about 110,000 years before present, and in present day the Balkan Peninsula around 90,000 before present. So I take all of this with a grain of salt if you don't have better evidence than just the dating itself, because it could be that was anatomically modern, or God only knows on the basis of that. You need more analysis of what other remains there are, etc. But again, as I say, it either is or isn't. And if it is, and if you can connect any of those behaviors, in this particular case, whatever, I don't even know whether that thing is representational, but whatever it is quite different from what a chimp does, well, then you need to worry about whether you need a language faculty to produce that sort of thing, right? Some of these things are pretty spectacular. That's a picture of a so-called Neanderthal flute. If you haven't seen, go to YouTube, see that thing reconstructed, see the kinds of things you can do with that. It's pretty spectacular. Now, again, this one was actually found in a strata that seems Neanderthal. Now, again, is it because it's musical? Is it linguistic? Well, you know, those are the tough things you need to think about. And there's a bunch of other things like this, right? Rock art and musical abilities are two of the ones that I just put there. In the past, I mentioned behaviors presupposing knots for computational reasons that I think are quite interesting. And of course, clothing is one of them. Just article came out 2 days ago, literally, that suggests serious clothing in Morocco, present-day Morocco, and you're talking again easily over 100,000 years before present. Anything really that involves long-range correlations of the sort you would get in ellipses and so on probably is of the right sort. Complex tools fabricated by other tools. I mean, archery is an obvious example. I used to think archery as a kid, it was, oh, this is Neolithic. Well, there's very serious evidence suggesting that you find forms of archery 75,000 years before present, and so on. Or for that matter, unmistakable funerary practices, assuming that they're not just for hygienic purposes. The ones that are unmistakable funerary, where you get ritualistic elements and so on. All of those probably suggest that you do have something similar to a language faculty. But with all of that said, take the knot case that was, it actually had a lot of controversy 10, 15 years ago. At the time we wrote, Marta Kamps and I wrote this piece, we thought that Neanderthals didn't have anything like knots. Well, since then, there's those two pictures that you see there. The one to the left are textiles or rather string like elements created with fibers that appears to be Neanderthal. So were they using that as a form of knotting? And the second in the right is one of my favorites. This is Denisovan, I think around 50,000 before present, where well, it's pretty clear that that thing is a sophisticated needle. You're not going to use that other than for something like, you know, sewing clothes and so on. So what does that mean? Does that mean that it could be that it's irrelevant, but I have a hard time imagining that both computationally and in terms of the sophisticated society that it implies, a being, hominin being that is using that needle is doing that without a language faculty. The other example that comes to mind is of course, control of fire. If you haven't done this, I'm actually teaching a class this semester called Mythology of the Oppressed, where I'm because of COVID and so on, I'm actually taking the kids to the forest and working basic things like, here's how you make a fire. If you haven't done this in a while, and I don't mean making a fire the way your grandfather taught you with, you know, matches and all that, but without the matches, right? It is fascinatingly difficult to do this. It's a sequence of steps that if you don't do it properly, you're just not going to get your fire. There's different techniques actually and so on. I mean, if you're very sophisticated at doing it, you can just do it with wood of the right sort, as they do in many places in Africa. But it's going to take you a good 15 minutes to do it when you have at least a month of practice by people who know what they're doing, right? So to me, it is very hard to imagine that any of that could have been possible without something as sophisticated as a serious language faculty. And then it, of course, becomes a question of, so when did we start controlling this in a serious way? Not just taking advantage of the fact that, fire was there, but actually controlling it, starting it, taking it, putting it off, and so on and so on. In fact, even the impulse, one of my students pointed this out a couple of weeks ago, just the impulse to go towards the fire is something that my dog doesn't have, right? I mean, how many animals would just go say, oh, here's fire? No, you just run away from it. So the fact that you get close to that, that's all of those things suggest that's a very complex mental apparatus is going on. Whether or not you're representing fire, whether or not you're representing the making of fire, those are more nuanced questions, but we can find these types of behaviors pretty early on is the thing. All right, so I want to end with thinking, well, first of all, how are we doing on time, Vitor? Because I know I don't want to abuse your patience more than I have already.
No, since we started a little bit late, I think you have still more 10 minutes. Is that enough? But we can keep going because
this is perfectly fine. And I mean, if you guys prefer for me to give you something about features in 10 minutes and then open discussion, that's fine. But if we don't have that, I much rather have a discussion with you than cover the bit about features. So you guys tell me how things are going on your end.
I think if everybody could give us a thumbs up, because we actually started a little bit late because we have a delay. So you are perfectly on time. Okay, well, because I would love to be able to, get these things challenged and so on. Silene, do you want to ask a question? Is that?
What I'm saying is that I agree with.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, well, so let me give you a couple of things on the features, because this is a great topic, and I think it's distinctive features, of course. This was presupposed in the talk we just heard, and if you think of it, when you look at something like the Phoenician alphabet, right, which is where, as far as we know, the modern alphabets all come from this. It is, to me, has always been fascinating that the thing always only represented consonants, right? Going back to Silene's talk. So in as much as you only represent consonants, and of course your language has consonants and vowels, there's no language that has only, Old Phoenician didn't have only consonants. Well, they were then making a distinction between consonants and vowels, right? So some linguist was already very much at work. And of course, by the time you get to Panini, you know that this is already systematized, and in fact, Panini is applying all these distinctions way beyond phonology. All of this is what takes us to the distinctive feature in the Jacobson sense, and right here you're in Chomsky and Halle, right? You're in sound pattern of English. So it's very, very fast. You go from Panini, leap, to 2,500 years, and you get sound pattern of English. The leap is fascinating, right? I mean, if you think of it in terms of human history, first of all, to figure out that your most precious tool is actually dividable the way the alphabet suggests, to the point that by the late 19th century, early 20th century, you start saying, well, look, actually this divides into attributes and values, and you can intelligently speak about how to assign those values, how you rank those attributes, and so on and so on, right? I mean, that's a marvelous edifice of intellectual achievement. And as we know, those considerations extend into syntax. Again, Panini himself was separating nouns and verbs, which by the time of Varro, it's already, you blame it on the Greeks. The Greeks have divided speech into 4 parts and so on. All of that, which we take for granted, is right there in the Lingua Latina. And it is fascinating to me also that Varro, it's unfortunate that we lost most of those books, but he is telling you the Greeks have divided speech into 4 parts, one in which the words have cases, a second in which they have indications of time, a third in which they have neither, and a fourth in which they have both. Well, that's Chomsky 74, right? That's right there, the essence of what, with the technology that Noam had in the late 60s and early 70s, it's the thing we teach in Linguistics 101. And that paper, by the way, if you haven't read Chomsky's 74, the Amherst lectures, I totally recommend it, because much of the discussions we now have about cartography and how lexical and functional relate and so on really starts there. Some of these basic intuitions of how you project things, what it is to project things, and so on. I think that it is actually quite surprising, and this relates to the discussions you were having when I just connected. It is quite surprising that only 4 substantive categories should be part of the system, of the lexical system. That first of all, there should be a divide between functional and lexical, and within the lexical, you should have those categories, and so on. I mean, there's immediate questions you could ask about why 4 and not 3 or 27 and so on. Moreover, I think we need to be worrying about whether or not there is a cross-level unification about the features themselves. So when you talk about a feature in phonology, is it the same entity, the same formal entity that it is in syntax? Of course, the answer is either yes or no. Consider first the possibility, no, they're totally different. You could say, look, feature attributes are just properties of the level. Once the neo-grammarians start talking about levels, and that is part of structuralism, then you say, well, within levels you have properties, and that's not crazy for a biophysiological system. So this would be a biophysiological approach where just as you have attributes like a complete digestive tract or an oxygenate photosynthesis, and those, and they are particular properties that either you do or you don't have, but they could be of completely different, at this level, completely different. Photosynthesis and digestion are very different processes. So you could just say, no, these are just different things. So that's one possible answer, right? That plural and plus or minus n and plus or minus consonantal and so on have nothing to do with each other. They're just properties that you find in the relevant levels, which correspond to relevant interfaces. But there's also a different answer that in a sense is more interesting. I don't know if it's true, but it's more interesting, that the feature attributes are really dimensions in a formal mathematical sense, even if they appear in different levels. So in that sense, they are formally related. For a biophysiological system, that may be pushing the boundaries too much, but if you're talking about the biophysical system, so a system that is rooted in molecular biology, and even deeper than that, because if you start going inside the cell, you start looking at the microtubules of the cell and how they organize, how the membrane works, and so on. You're doing biophysics there. At that level, there is a connection of even in physiology, right? So metabolism is metabolism, whether you do it through photosynthesis or you do it through digestion. At that level, those things, in both cases, you're trying to process very basic energy, and you're in some sense coding information and so on. So that's a different approach. It could be from that perspective that plus or minus c, plus or minus n, and so on actually are deeply related. And this touches on an issue that was mentioned in passing on whether or not these distinctions are cross-modal. So again, I'm not going to take a position. I know that Dave Perlmutter raised this. In fact, I was there at MIT when he gave this talk, and it just blew my mind what he was saying. No, there are consonants and vowels in sign language. This is many, many years ago. So since then, we know much more. But the fundamental question continues to be there. Again, whatever the answer is, if those things, if for example, a consonant is more like a boundary on a space, and it's a formal space, well, that's not going to matter at that level, whether you do it at the level of speech or whether you do it at the level of gesture. in both instances, you're implementing a very deep algebraic property. I'm not saying necessarily that it is that way, but I'm saying that it could be that way. And the answering in the evolutionary pathway in each case is quite different. For what it's worth, if anybody's interested in this, I have a paper with a physicist and a dear friend of mine, Roger Martin, who passed away recently, where we interpret the classic Chomsky system in formal terms. So we turn these guys into vectors, and there's interesting things that happen from doing that you guys can examine. It starts making predictions, for what it's worth, about cartography and so on. It starts telling you that there may be formal reasons why things happen to be that way as opposed to another. I'm not even saying it's the right way to go, but I'm saying that that's a possible way to go, which is different from saying, well, it is different for each case because of its biophysiological properties. In that sense, incidentally, Chomsky's idea about what he called in '74 subsidiary features, so that those are the ones he was going to use for later, what later became the functional categories. You could approach that formally as well, because in some of the systems, you end up having groups with properties that get you further formal entities as a result of the operations within the group. Again, I'm not saying it has to be that way. All I'm saying is that if it is that way, the evolutionary pathway could be quite different. From that perspective, questions like feature topology would probably be more accurate than feature geometry. But in essence, the question is that, do we have feature geometries? And if so, is that a physiological reason behind the geometry, or is there a deep algebraic reason behind what is basically a topology, or something that follows from a category theory in the formal sense? The perspective that this plus or minus phi is doing something in the system is pretty clear, right? I mean, you name it, is concord, is agree, is percolation, is aggregation, identification, in the case of phonology, harmonization, and so on, right? Defaulting, for that matter. All of those are interesting conditions. And part of the question we need to worry about is whether or not they do hold seriously across domains. And if they do, I don't think it is crazy to ask whether these guys, this is my grandpa, whether they already had it or not. I mean, in other words, when did the distinctive feature came into the system? And again, was it a deep formal property, or was it a property of the physiology? I will leave it as an open question with, again, one of my cartoons, and open it for discussion, which is the fun part, hopefully.
Thank you so much, Juan, for such a fascinating talk. I truly thank you. And I kindly ask to our audience to raise their hands so we can identify the ones that have questions, and I can then ask them to open their mic, unmute themselves. Let's see.
Juan, can you please unshare your screen so that we can see each other?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, okay, wait a second.
Thank you.
Okay, so I was wondering about the portion about reconstructing the core features of the human language, and it seems that it boils down to what Chomsky discussed in terms of hierarchy of grammars back in the late 50s. So it seems that this is the only core part that we could, in a way, find some systematicity to identify in the behaviors of non-human animals, or even as an attempt to try to extract from what we identify as the production of some prehistoric artifacts. I don't know whether this would be, but whether you agree, but I'd love to hear your ideas on that.
As you know, Chomsky is quite skeptical about his own work in the 50s, and all the stuff he did with Marco Schussenberger, he is quite skeptical. I actually think that's a mistake. That I mean, it could be that you don't believe anymore in strings, and therefore the rigorous analysis of those mathematical results in those terms is questionable. I get that. But I think that we now know enough about the formal systems to reconstruct those hierarchies, if not with the rigor of proofs, because we're not there yet, but at least with the rigor of conjectures. And Ed Stabler in particular has had wonderful results, in my opinion, about what you may call, if you wish, a Chomsky hierarchy prime, or however you want to call it, where you end up coming up with different levels of formal complexity, maybe not worrying so much about the strings if that's not what you believe in. Although, footnote, if you look at Chomsky's recent papers and his insistence on sequences these days, you wonder to what extent he's not bringing back some of that, although a sequence it need not be a string, but still. Now, so cutting to the chase, I think if you are generous with that literature and you take one of Stabler's results, the essence of what you're saying, I think, is there for you to play with. And I see much of what has been happening in the animal behavior literature to be testing some of those aspects at the level, at the lowest levels, right? Whether or not they have something like a phrase structure. You could read much of what was done with different birds and so on, of that to be in that sense. My own colleague and student Adam Fishbein looked at this very, very carefully only a year ago in his thesis on looking at the most complex bird model he looked at was parakeets. And his conclusion, for what it's worth, is that in terms of communicative aspects, they don't have anything like phrasal groupings. It's much simpler than that. Maybe it is regulated by FOXP2 in some sense in what they call area X of their, the equivalent of, I guess it would be our coded nucleus, something along those lines. But so the news there would be, okay, well, at least birds, which, you know, is an organism that is separated from us, I don't know, 300 million, whatever, however many million years of evolution, they don't have anything like our phrases. So without even going to the higher levels of, you know, context sensitivity, or however you want to call those more complex things. Then again, I read Randy Gallistel's work, which if you guys haven't, that's a must, right? To read Gallistel. If you look at his analysis of a variety of other systems of thought, whether navigation or, you know, foraging and so on, and I see many behaviors, and I think I could even quote Randy as saying, yeah, this is at least as complex as phrasal in the computational sense. So I am fairly convinced that many other organisms, at least in terms of, and I'm going to say something radical just to be provocative, but I'm convinced that if merge is a mechanism that gives you phrases, in terms of the systems of thought, I wouldn't be surprised if a number of mammals do have merge, if that's what we mean by merge. Now, if by merge you mean an externalization of that, which maybe presupposes some parsing mechanism, then the jury is out. I haven't seen any convincing evidence yet that exists. Even, I mean, it's an interesting question whether or not Neanderthals or other hominins had it. But you know, the devil is going to be in those details, and it gets very tricky to test some of this in a serious sense once you look beyond production, right? I mean, it's relatively easy to just record birds and try to see patterns, manipulate it, and so on. Relatively, emphasis on relatively. But if you really are trying to see whether or not they're thinking in grouping ways, manipulating something like phrases in their thought process, I think that's a harder question, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are. Now, do they have features though? And do they have anything that allows them, can they do any of the things that you do with features? I mean, if a feature creates a system of knowledge of some sort, right? A system like the one Silene was talking about, or a similar system in some other component, do they have anything like that? I think it's a fair question.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now I'll pass on the mic to Silene. So do I have to unmute you? No, I don't.
Very nice talk, Juan. Thank you. Very nice indeed. So let's go back to merge and spell out. So I don't know if you can actually say, if your criticism is fair, say that, well, why not spell out? Because spell out, you can blame other cognitive resources for spell out, like memory, but you cannot do the same with merge, right? So we might say that, I don't know if we need to understand spell out as an operation as we do with merge, because the way Chomsky puts it as, well, the phonological, the PF invades the derivation and removes the features. So that's not really, it could be just for memory reasons, not really because it's an operation of the system.
Right, and unfortunately or fortunately, when things get really interesting in merge is when you do need serious memory. Put it this way, everybody can do tail recursion, right? That's easy, but that's equivalent to iteration. So you just have a string, nothing to write home about. If you want to get, the woman saw the man, or something complex in the subject and complex in the verb phrase, let's say, at that point, you do need something more sophisticated, and I don't think we yet understand very well. I mean, those are the points of spell out, at least in my approach, or in John Breslin's approach. So I don't think we understand very well what it is that we do when we compile a complex phrase, put it there somehow, and work with another chunk. Right, regardless of whether it's as complex as those sequences that Noam likes to talk about these days through the Shine work, could be as complex as that. But even in the simpler cases of you have a complex subject, you have a complex, as you assemble one, you're not assembling the other. Now, sometimes Chomsky says, well, you do them at the same time. I'm not quite sure what that, I know what it means in a quantum computer. If we want to go there, that's fine. I'm happy to open that door. But in a classical Turing architecture, you have to start playing tricks to do that. And typically what we all do is you say, well, store this one, work on this one, manipulate this one, then store this one, come back to this one, and so on. So we keep going from one to the other, but that presupposes some form of memory that goes beyond lexical memory, right? Those are no longer words. They're just entire phrases that you're putting together. So both in terms of what memory allows you to build those things and what memory allows you to parse those things, right? Because those are the places where your system goes into garden paths, depending on what you're doing and so on. That, I think, is probably a key to understanding much of what's going on. And just that simple little thing. What do you do with a subject predicate? When one of them is whole, what does it mean to hold it? Whether is it memory? Are you putting it together in a micro idiom of some sort? Is that what you're doing? Those are, I think, totally fair questions.
Yeah, I totally agree with you that one of our problems that we don't really have a theory that integrates memory with the system. Our knowledge of memory is really poor, and I'm not really sure that someone out there, beyond us, know much about memory. If you look at working memory, that we don't know how it works well, and there's a lot of
Yeah, there's a lot of work, and I mean, for a while I followed what Michael Ullman was doing with procedural and declarative, which is another way of approaching some of these issues. Now, to what extent working memory in the sense that you need for a derivation to work, to what extent is that procedural?
That's
Michael has in print said that he thought that was related to FOXP2. I don't know. It's too early to know. but it's pretty clear to me that if we go down to the level of what Chomsky is trying to do with this formalizing, merging, detail, and so on, you are going to have to say, okay, so what is your workspace? And exactly, no metaphors here, exactly what is the form of that workspace? Are you allowed to just look at the current state of the computation, or are you allowed to look beyond? And if you look beyond, what does look beyond mean? Did you represent that in some ephemeral way that dissipates after the derivation is gone? All of those seem to me fair questions. And I think the answer is going to be interesting no matter what, because you could see different variants where that could be true. And I think that will affect very dramatically how this system may have been deployed, whether it was 1 million years ago or 100,000. It doesn't matter. It's going to be interesting no matter what.
Yeah, and I think that if we want to integrate with other areas of knowledge like neuroscience and neuropsychology, which are really related to us and biology, we do have to, define those things better, because it's just like we can't talk to them, with those. We're talking about, certain new ideas and new notions that for them doesn't make that much of sense.
No, that's true. It's going to take two to tango. They have to listen, and we have to explain ourselves better. And sometimes neither of those things are happening, but it would be not that difficult for both, I think, to happen. And when it does, it's wonderful. I see Enoch has his hand up, so just jump in. There's only
thanks for a great talk. No, I was just wondering. I mean, when you said that once you start putting more complex things together, so you have to have some sort of a sequence, right? So you have a complex noun phrase and then the predicate, then you have to do the complex noun phrase and then you do the predicate. Yeah, and I'm wondering whether this is not due to the way we actually approach spoken languages, because there's been this work that Selena was talking about with bimodals, for which we know that at least they can externalize the output simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
And that raises the question of whether they could also compute this simultaneously, right?
I think you're right, and I think again is one of those where no matter what the answer is going to be interesting. So I even remember going to a talk. This is senior moment because I forget the name. Calderon is the one I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. It's an Italian lady she was doing Italian Sign Language, and she had.
That's Catarina, I think.
Donati? Yes. Now, if I recall, there's correlations between face-like elements and expressions.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's if that's correct. Let's suppose for a moment that it is correct. Well, then at the very least, that would suggest that you do have a face-based system in that modality as well. Now, is that so? Now, let's say that's true for a moment. Well, then the next question related to what you're saying would be, okay, so why is it that you need, to what extent is this related to the need to linearize stuff, right? So Noam usually says that the PF side needs to linearize, internally could be all simultaneous. Let's say that's true, that sounds plausible, but then you probably would need to do it even in that case. So maybe that would suggest it isn't just speech, but it's part of the motor system in the way in which your motor system operates. Of course, this is speculative at this point. We would have to verify each of these. But there is a further thing I want to put on the radar, because I didn't think about it until last week. Footnote for everybody, if you guys want to invest in quantum computation, IonQ just came out in the market on Friday. It's right here at the University of Maryland. Anyway, what they do is they have a working quantum computer. They do it quite differently from the way IBM does it. They basically trap 30 ions and put them in a row. So it's a Markovian sequence of ions, which they manipulate with a laser up and down, and that's what's going to give you 2 to the 30 combinations. That's your processor. If you think in Turing computability, that's your processor, which can happen in parallel. Now, what is a memory for that system? And for the life of me, I don't know what it would mean to have a quantum memory for that system. It seems as if your memory is going to have to be classical. Put it this way, just to put it dramatically, you want to remember the face of your mother. You don't want the face of your mother to change every time you represent her or use her in a sentence or invoke her in a thought. You want it to be your mother's face. So that's classical, that's not quantum. And I hadn't thought about that, honestly, until the last week. If that's correct, linearization may be necessary, not just for speech or gesture, but for memory. I have no idea whether this is true. I'm just putting it there because I hadn't thought about it. And to challenge what I said, one would have to say, no, you can have a quantum memory and it is equally usable, but I'm not convinced that that means anything as it does mean something to have a processor that happens as much in parallel as you wish. So long as at the end of the day, we collapse that thing and it is definite, that's fine. I did it fast. So anyway, all of that I think this is why it's such a fascinating moment. I'm not going to see it, but you will, or your kids will. And so we are making progress from.
I hope I will.
Well, I mean, you're going to be closer than I am.
What a pessimist.
What did you say? I missed that.
That you are a pessimist.
No,
of course you will.
I'm just old. That's all. I know he has more time than I do. But seriously though, Panini was telling us, look at this. Or in fact, the guy or lady or whoever was figuring out the alphabet, figuring out, oh, there's consonants here. That's phenomenal, right? I mean, imagine doing any science without that. So we were the first scientists. Way before anybody else thought anything else, we were figuring out that alphabet. Anyhow, that's for another day. But I think we should be very proud of our achievements. And we are at a sweet spot. I think the future is pretty neat.
Thanks.
Thanks, Juan. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Do you have more questions? Final question? No? So I take this opportunity to thank enormously Professor Uragareka for accepting to be with us, for enlightening us so much with his talk, which really provoked us for at least the next 10 years, I think. We'll have to ponder about each topic that you raised. And I kindly ask you, I tremendously thank you for being with us and for accepting to address these topics with us today. And just to wrap up the workshop, I would like to thank all the keynote speakers, Professor Siddhartha Ribeiro, Professor Juan Uragareka, Professor Enoch Abol, Professor Saliko Mufueni, Shigeru Miyagawa, and Professor Antonio Benítez Burraco for being with us, for accepting our challenges that were not quite easy. And I think, and for for the audience that stayed with us for basically the whole day, and for the coordinators of the GTTG. So now, to wrap up, indeed, I pass the mic to Professor Esmeralda.
And I also want to thank everybody. And again, I want to thank all those invited speakers, and sorry if we were too demanding asking questions for all of you, but I think that was very important to have. The discussion that we had today was really, really, at least for me, a great day and a very challenging day of discussion. And I also want to thank again for the coordinators of the group for theory of grammar, Silene, Cristina, for having opened up this space for us to make this wonderful discussion. And I thank all the audience and that are here with us in this long day, but it was a very, very good day. Thank you very much. And I hope this will continue, Silene. It's up to you,
for sure,
Cristina, to continue. And we are here also to continue with you thinking about this important questions that we have to raise ourselves to make our future linguistics agenda of research.
Right. My desire is to create a group of, of thinkers to think linguistics in connection with other areas like physics, chemistry, biology, neuroscience. I think this is really something that we should think about.
I agree.
Yeah, but as Juan said, this is for you guys, young guys. I am on the other side now. But I am very happy to have these young people thinking like that and making those things happen. Thank you very much.
May I just add is 2 words from an old lady, outsider old lady.
Fala, Brunita.
I think that I'm the oldest one on this workshop.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure.
See what kind of thing you opened?
Yes. No, just thank you. It's a great day with the beautiful, almost perfect last show by Joan. I think it's Joan, it's not Juan. Yes, and more anthropology, please. More anthropology. Since now, more anthropology. I think that, for example, to read The Raw and the Cooked by Claude Lévi-Strauss could be a very interesting exercise. Thinking about the domain or domestication of fire. So just thank you.
Thank you all.
So
be well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
everybody, and thank you very much.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye. Take care.
Bye bye. Thank